Chapter 1 School Peanut Baby calls me to sign. The May of Parting. Magic City University Playground. Today is the last day at school, Gu Bai and a few close friends sitting on the lawn of the playground. Reminisce about this long and youthful college life. Do you guys feel like you haven't seen Lin Shuer in a long time? That's right, this is the face of our Magic City University. For 4 consecutive years topped the list of school flowers. To be honest, in the school for a while the most happy is to meet her. I heard that she was going to make her debut, but she suddenly disappeared recently, and even the signing of her contract has not been finalized. She's the school's flower girl, so mysterious and unpredictable. Except for her enthusiasm for Gu Bai, she's always cold to everyone. When men get together, they naturally talk about beautiful women. After chatting, they talked about the school flower, Lin Shuer. Talking about Lin Shuer, Gu Bai froze for a moment. Gu Bai, do you know what the school flower is doing recently? Everyone, one by one, looked at Gu Bai lewdly. How could I possibly know? Facing everyone's eyes, Gu Bai looked a little weak. The schoolgirl is usually cold to us, not even a smile, but every time she sees you, she takes the initiative to greet you, and you're taking the initiative to care for her. Yes, not to mention that at that time after drunkenness is also you sent home it. Listening to these words, memories were like a flood, all returning to Gu Bai's mind. 9 months ago, they had a class reunion. He and the schoolgirl were both drunk. After the party broke up, he was arranged to send the schoolgirl back. As a result, he didn't expect an accident that night. He slept with the schoolgirl. Seeing the delicate red color on the bed, Gu Bai was a bit confused. Since it was an uncontrollable accident, things ended up going nowhere. However, it wasn't long after that the schoolgirl never appeared in everyone's sights again. It wasn't like Gu Bai hadn't looked for Lin Shuer during this period, but there was no news at all. Even he didn't know what had happened. I don't know what happened either, and I can't get in touch, so how can I care? Gu Bai let out a bitter smile. To say that he didn't care was definitely a lie. After all, Lin Shuer is the most beautiful school flower of Magic City University. Ever since she came to the school, she had directly dominated the top of the school flower ranking list, and was still the first place in the fault line. This is a well-deserved big beautiful woman. During the period, there have been a lot of older students with her confession, which there is no lack of some rich second-generation male son. But she never put in the eyes. She was arrogant, cool, and hard to get close to. Only in the face of Gu Bai can reveal a rare smile. Because of this, the two had been rumored to be in college for 4 years. That party also will let the same drink a lot of Gu Bai to send her. Could it be that the two of you really have no results? Buddy's still looking forward to the two of you can have a story. Several classmates were also slightly disappointed. Just at this time, an urgent phone rang. Gu Bai took out his cell phone from his pocket and picked up the call. Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Bai? On the other end of the phone was a sweet female voice, which made Gu Bai even more curious. Yes, it's me, what's up? Hello Mr. Gu Bai, this is Magic City Central Hospital, your wife Lin Shuer is about to give birth, please come over and sign the papers. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Those were the words that flashed through Mr. Gu Bai's mind subconsciously. But the other party did call out his name, and even said Lin Shuer's name, which made him believe. After all, no one knew about that night. I'll go over right away. He got up quickly. Hey, Gu Bai, what are you doing there? This isn't even the end of the conversation yet. Several students are yelling from the back. There's no time for that. Gu Bai left this sentence and took a car directly to the hospital. Gu Bai, right? What kind of husband are you? The wife is about to give birth and only just showed up. Even if you're busy at work, you should at least take care of your wife at such a critical time. She'll be in the operating room soon, and she's all alone. What if something happens to her? Well, after signing the paper, we will immediately arrange for the operation, you first go to pay the fee. Gu Bai came to the hospital, and after the doctor recognized his identity, he couldn't help but mutter a few words while asking him to sign. Afterwards, he directly pushed Lin Shuer to the operating room. Gu Bai, on the other hand, rushed downstairs to the place where he paid the fee. It was 35,000 in total. When the nurse at the payment place said this number, Gu Bai froze. As a college student, his daily living expenses are not much. How can he come up with 35,000 at once? The card is only 12,000 now. I first pay 10,000, okay? Come in too much of a hurry, really did not bring so much," he said, a little embarrassed. The nurse saw that his attitude was quite good, so she reluctantly nodded her head and agreed. After paying the fee, Gu Bai hurriedly used the remaining money to buy some simple baby supplies. By the time this was ready, Lin Shuer had also given birth and returned to the VLP ward. Only her face was pale and her lips were bloodless. Just lying weakly on the bed like that. Next to her was a very large stroller with 2 babies sleeping inside. Lin Shuer looked a little weak when she saw Gu Bai coming over. "Gu Bai, I'm sorry. I really don't have any money, and I didn't know that I had to sign." For the birth of a child, her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly, and she was weak. "You rest first, I will solve the money matter, leave all this to me." Gu Bai hurriedly walked up, helped her cover the quilt and gently rubbed her hair, said with a firm face. It was his child, he was definitely responsible to the end. After comforting Lin Shuer, Gu Bai then turned his body to look at the 2 babies in the stroller. Just then a cold and mechanical voice suddenly came from his mind. "Ding, system detection in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the Super Milkman system. Ding, reward the newbie gift bag. Chapter 2 Body so good rations will not be enough to eat?" Gu Bai was a traveler, and had been in bed with the schoolgirl since he crossed over a year ago. For such a long time, he had also been looking forward to getting a system after crossing over like the protagonist of the novel. He didn't expect his dream to come true this time. Gu Bai directly opened the big gift package. Ding, the system is successfully bound, rewarding 100,000 yuan. Holy crap, rewarding 100,000 at once, this really solves the pressing problem. Gu Bai had been worried about where to get the money, and had even thought about finding a few good buddies to borrow from. As a result, he didn't expect the sudden system, directly gave him the most embarrassing thing right now. He briefly understood this system again. This super nurse system was also very simple, all he needed to do was to pamper his child, and he would be rewarded for taking care of the child. Gu Bai was really excited now. He hurriedly moved forward again and looked at the 2 babies carefully. These were actually twins, and they were also dragon and phoenix babies. But the 2 babies looked yellow and their skin was wrinkled, just like 2 little monkeys. These 2 babies also looked too ugly, right? While Lin Shuer was resting, Gu Bai couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Ugly as ugly was, these were his own children after all. He still felt very close to it. Was it really that ugly? Lin Shuer really didn't have much strength right now, so she was resting her eyes. But wasn't asleep, and had heard Gu Bai's words. Gu Bai didn't know how to explain, so he simply picked up the baby and went to Lin Shuer's side to show her. Why was the baby so ugly? It couldn't be the wrong baby, could it? Lin Shuer couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the baby. When it grows up, it should be fine. Gu Bai's heart was also quite unsettled. This baby is ugly, and the baby's body is very soft, as if there are no bones, soft and floppy, so that he was afraid of accidentally hurting the baby, so his movements were unusually gentle. Ding, the first time to hold the baby rewards all-round baby carrying skills. Just as Gu Bai was about to put the baby back in the stroller, he once again heard this familiar voice. This reward was good. He brightened up before his eyes. The moment he got the reward, Gu Bai felt his body get hot, and a lot of marvelous things drilled into his brain. A few moments later, his mind had been filled with all the knowledge of bringing up a baby. I'll put on the baby's little clothes first. Gu Bai spoke as he took out all those clothes and other things he had just hurriedly gone to buy. He moved quite skillfully, as if he was already very experienced. Lin Shuer beside him looked dumbfounded. Didn't you have a child before? Lin Shuer gulped and couldn't help but ask. How could that be possible? I mothered a child solo until now. Gu Bai smiled and changed both babies' clothes, then looked at the baby's bracelet again and picked up the big baby and handed it to Lin Shuer. After changing the clothes, the babies need to eat some rations. After Gu Bai finished speaking, Lin Shuer's originally pale face instantly turned red into an apple. She, as a mom, also knew that sooner or later she would face this day. But in front of Gu Bai, this was too shy. Why don't you turn around? She gulped again and said with difficulty and shyness. The baby is already there, and you are still shy? Gu Bai raised his eyebrows, thinking that Lin Shuer's shy look was still cute. Just couldn't help but tease a little. That? Lin Shuer blushed even more. She bit her lower lip tightly. Gu Bai waited patiently for her to continue with the latter words. I don't have the strength, can you help me unbutton? Lin Shuer almost mumbled when she said it. If he hadn't been so close, Gu Bai wouldn't have been able to hear the words at all. After hearing it, he also finally realized why Lin Shuer was so embarrassed. Of course, there's no problem. He came directly to the bedside after he finished speaking. Knowing that Lin Shuer was very shy right now, he simply reached into the quilt with one hand. Soon there was a soft touch. Sorry, not so good to find. Gu Bai also knew where he was touching, so he explained. You hurry up. Lin Shuer was already shy enough, and now she just wanted to hurry up and get this over with. Gu Bai went searching again, and finally felt the cool buttons. Only his hand was under the quilt, and it was still one-handed, which made it very difficult to maneuver. He drummed in the quilt for half a day, and Lin Shuer's face was already so red that it could drip water. Only then did he finally help to open the buttons. This time Gu Bai carried De Bao to Lin Shuer's side again. Gu Bai couldn't leave now, after all, he still had to take care of the second baby. Lin Shuer also knew that she couldn't keep dragging it out, and eventually could only hurry to feed the baby rations. The baby was also really hungry, and when he ate the rations, his little face revealed a look of satisfaction. However, after a while, Lin Shuer's face showed embarrassment. Gu Bai, you can carry the baby away first. She spoke awkwardly, looking in Gu Bai's direction as if for help. What's wrong? Although Gu Bai was a bit puzzled, he still followed what Lin Shuer said and carried the baby aside. I'm out of rations. Lin Shuer was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear in place. She didn't even dare to look at Gu Bai's eyes. This was really humiliating. Gu Bai was also shocked for a moment when he heard this. In addition to her excellent looks, Lin Shuer's figure was even better. The front was convex and the back was exquisite. This figure should have a score of 9 or more anyways. Originally, I thought that there would only be no rations for A. I didn't realize that schoolflower Lin Shuer's rations are also not enough. It's okay, I also prepared a can of milk powder to eat first. Chapter 3 Reward Rally Rations Massage Technique. Gu Bai hurriedly found the milk powder from the big bag. At this time suddenly realized that milk powder is bought, but forgot to buy a bottle nipple. After all, the first time to be a father still feel very nervous, a lot of things are not able to think so thoughtful. Shuer, you wait here for a while, I'll go buy a bottle for the baby, I'll be right back. There's still a baby starving. Gu Bai was in a hurry this time. He hurriedly settled down Lin Shuer and then quickly turned around to go buy a bottle. He had only just gone out when a beautiful woman with an elegant temperament slowly walked into the ward. After seeing this beautiful woman come over, Lin Shuer's face changed, and she subconsciously backed away in a vain manner. Now you know you're afraid? The aura of this beautiful woman who came in looked quite powerful. Mom, how did you find your way here? Lin Shuer exhaled deeply at this time, obviously a little surprised. Surprise was written all over a pair of beautiful eyes. You thought that no one could find you just because you snuck out, you're underestimating your dad too much. This beautiful woman was none other than Lin Shuer's mother, Xiao Xiaoxia. She gave her daughter another reproachful white glance as she spoke. Mom, Gu Bai is quite good, and I deliberately tested him. He is a college student and his family is not very good, but he is still willing to pay this money and also willing to take care of me, so responsible man, I think can be entrusted. Lin Shuer then took Xiao Xiaoxia's arm in a petulant manner, swaying back and forth. When her daughter was pampered like this, Xiao Xiaoxia's originally grave face eased up. You child is really too ignorant, have happened so big things, even did not discuss with me and your father. Xiao Xiaoxia helplessly sighed. But after all is his own daughter in addition to love, what can be done? I'm afraid my dad will be furious. Mom, look, the child has already been born, I definitely can't leave the child without a father or you can secretly let the two of us be together. Lin Shuer shook Xiao Xiaoxia's arm again. You This time the expression on Xiao Xiaoxia's face had completely changed to one of doting. Opening her bag, she took out the account book from inside and shoved it into Lin Shuer's hands. Whatever you want is up to you. Such a simple sentence moved Lin Shuer to tears. Mom, I knew you were the best, long live Mom. She directly jumped into her mom's arms and spoke excitedly. In order to be with that child, all took the initiative to give him a drink. I also don't want you to hold a grudge against me. Although Xiao Xiaoxia's tone still carries a bit of helplessness, she is also willing to believe in her daughter's vision. On the contrary, Lin Shuer's small face turned red, instantly shy. Mom, how do you know about this?
On the night of the reunion, she had deliberately gotten Gu Bai drunk, pretending to be drunk and spread out on Gu Bai's body to make him send himself back. But she always thought she did it seamlessly and no one would know. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get away with it, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get away with it. Alright, get well first. I'll take care of your dad's side. But don't forget that you're the jewel of the Lin group, and you can't let yourself be wronged. Xiao Xiaoxia patted the back of her daughter's hand, her tone firm and serious. After saying that, she looked at the two children intimately. Only after feeling that it was about time did she gracefully leave. And it was just at this time that Gu Bai had also finished buying pacifiers and hurried back. I'm coming. Worried that the baby would be starved, he directly used those baby-carrying skills in his head and skillfully made the baby's milk powder. Then he took the baby in his arms again and gently fed him. Ding, feeding the baby for the first time, rewarding the ration massage skill. Gu Bai was feeding the baby when he heard the system's familiar voice. It was true that as long as he took care of the baby, there would definitely be a reward. Now he had been completely relieved. Looking at Gu Bai's skillful and gentle appearance, Lin Shuer was even more relieved now. She really didn't choose the wrong person. Only after he finished feeding the baby did Gu Bai then put the baby back into the stroller, and both babies fell asleep under his careful care. Shuer, have you named the two babies yet? When the babies fell asleep, Gu Bai turned his head and asked Lin Shuer in a soft voice. Not yet, anyway, you are their father, why don't you give them a name, just in time to do the birth certificate? Lin Shuer shook her head very weakly, casting an expectant light on him. Then brother will be called Gu Chengfeng, sister will be called Gu Mufeng, and their nicknames will be Cheng Cheng and Mu Mu. Gu Bai thought about the names for a while. Rumu Chunfeng, ride the wind and ride the waves. Lin Shuer read the two names over and over again, her face showing surprise. Good, Mu Feng and ride the wind, these names are really great. This name was settled. After the names were taken down, it would also be convenient to register for the household registration, as well as birth certificates and other things. Lin Shuer looked in Gu Bai's direction and felt her heart grow sweeter and sweeter. But when she looked down at her rations, she couldn't help but worry. Gu Bai, do you think we'll have to feed the babies milk powder from now on? Chapter 4, Lin Shuer discharged from the hospital, reward car and house. 004, Lin Shuer discharged from the hospital, reward car and house. Lin Shuer asked this in a condescending manner. She had always been very confident in her figure. Front and back, shapely and graceful, one could even say it was flawless, right? But now that such a beautiful figure was no longer useful, this was something she couldn't accept. It's okay, if you don't have enough food in the hospital in the next 2 days, you can drink milk powder first. I have a solution, I'll solve this problem after I get out of the hospital. It's definitely not convenient to do that kind of massage in the hospital, after all, there are still doctors and nurses coming in and out, and I'm afraid Lin Shuer will die of shame by then. Gu Bai was also considerate enough to help her think of this problem. This, can it really be improved as well? Lin Shuer was shocked again when she heard this. Of course, then, in these 2 days first concentrate on nourishing your body in the hospital, don't think about this. Gu Bai nodded again. Wow 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 wow. The baby who was sleeping peacefully just now suddenly cried again at this time. This can put the bed Lin Shuer to worry bad. Gu Bai, do you know what is going on here? Are the babies not feeling well? It's not like they're screaming. Lin Shuer had only just given birth to her baby, and now she really didn't have the heart to do it. She could only look in the direction of the baby with bated breath, dryly anxious. Gu Bai first calmed Lin Shuer, then checked the baby's diaper, and sure enough, it had become very heavy, which was obviously peeing. There was nothing wrong, it was just two babies pooping. When babies are born, they will have fetal poop, which is blackish-green in color. Gu Bai has long since developed the skills to bring up babies, and wasn't surprised at all when he saw this. Instead, he quickly opened the diaper and then used baby wipes to help wipe the two babies. The baby's skin was so tender that Lin Shuer felt anxious as she watched from the side. Yet Gu Bai's movements seemed so skillful. In 3 tries, he had wiped the two babies' butts clean and had changed them into new diapers. Gu Bai, you're a genius. How come you're such a strong learner? Lin Shuer looked at all this in front of her with her mouth wide open for a moment. After all, it was the baby's business, this definitely couldn't be neglected. Gu Bai's casual remark once again made Lin Shuer feel relieved. She was also becoming more and more fond of Gu Bai. Ding, change the baby's diaper, rewarded with a consumption 10 times cashback card. 10 times cashback on consumption? This is a good thing. The money sent by the system to pay the hospital bill and buy baby supplies still left 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. If he spent it all, he'd be talking about $700,000 to $800,000. Gu Bai had silently memorized this, and when Lin Shuer got better in a while, he was definitely going to go on a big shopping spree. In the evening, Gu Bai asked the caregiver to make biochemical soup for Lin Shuer again. After drinking the soup, Lin Shuer went to sleep because she was too tired. Gu Bai, on the other hand, coaxed the two babies and soon fell asleep together as well. And so it was the next day. After a night of recuperation, Lin Shuer had now recovered quite a bit of her vitality. Although she was still more or less weak, she was already many times better than before. Gu Bai, I want to be discharged from the hospital. Gu Bai had just bought her breakfast back from outside, and she blinked her eyes in aggravation. After lying in the hospital all day and not being able to move, she was really suffocating. Good girl, wait for me, I'll go ask the doctor to see how you're doing, we'll go out if we can. Gu Bai was still cautious and went to ask the doctor first. Confirmed that now Lin Shuer has no problem. Discharge to go back to recuperate can also be, this is to give him another discharge formalities. Ding, the baby was discharged from the hospital, rewarded Mercedes-Benz commercial car A. Ding, bring the baby home to reward a set of Starlight Bay real estate. Gu Bai had only just finished the discharge formalities when he heard two sounds ringing in his head. Holy shit, the system is also a bit considerate and over the top, isn't it? When he heard those two sounds, his entire body froze. The house car and everything has been given ready. Mercedes-Benz business car landing full payment down, how to say also have a 70 to 80 million it. Not to mention a set of real estate in Starlight Bay. To know that this is the Magic City And Starlight Bay is still quite close to the center of the city, the property how to say this set of tens of millions of dollars. He had just graduated and was worried that if he wanted to take Lin Shuer out, he would have to find a house to rent in advance. Now so anxious, even if you want to find a house there is no place to find I didn't expect the system to deliver it directly to my door. Now, Gu Bai didn't have to worry anymore. After quickly completing the discharge procedures, he directly took the baby and Lin Shuer out of the hospital. Gu Bai and Lin Shuer came to the door holding a baby each. Standing in front of this Mercedes-Benz car that the system had just gifted. Gu Bai, did you order a car? Lin Shuer glanced at this Mercedes-Benz before turning her head back to Gu Bai. Gu Bai smiled. Reaching out, he pointed at this Mercedes commercial vehicle in front of him. This is our car Chapter 5 This house, is it also yours? Sitting on the Mercedes-Benz and looking at the scenery flashing by the window, Lin Shuer was still shocked. She remembered that Gu Bai should not have much money This Mercedes-Benz should cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Until the car turned into a neighborhood, originally shocked Lin Shuer, now even more wide-eyed. Gu Bai, in fact, there is no need to rent such an expensive house After all, there were still two babies to raise, so renting an ordinary house would be fine. This is Starlight Bay. The price of a house would be over $10 million anyways. Even if it's a rental, it would cost at least $10,000 a month. Gu Bai had just graduated and hadn't even found a job yet. His family wasn't very rich. It would be too difficult for him to spend so much money a month on renting an apartment. Let's go up first. Listening to Lin Shuer's words, Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth, a faint smile on his face. It looked like Lin Shuer had misunderstood, and he wasn't in a hurry to explain. Putting the babies in the stroller, he then helped Lin Shuer up the stairs together. Starlight Bay here was a large flat floor and had an elevator into the house. Their house was on the 8th floor, and the elevator had only just opened when they saw the exquisite decoration inside. This was obviously a new house that had never been lived in yet, but the decoration was already done. Gu Bai helped Lin Shuer along to the master bedroom, then patiently placed the babies in the nursery. Babies, this is your new home, do you like it? After placing the two little babies, Gu Bai squatted down and spoke with a smile. Mumu and Cheng Cheng acted as if they understood, their little hands waving in the air and their mouths babbling. Both babies were open, their big black eyes darting around, seemingly sizing up this brand new place. In the bedroom, Lin Shuer sat on the edge of the bed, also surveying the home at the same time. Gu Bai had really put in the blood this time. To be able to create such a good living environment for her and the baby, it was really so heartwarming. At this time, Lin Shuer's line of sight landed on a red book on the dresser surface. Wasn't this the real estate license? Could it be that the landlord had lost it here? Propping her hand on the edge of the bed, she stood up and picked up the real estate license, and sat back down on the bed again.
Turning to page 1.
The word Gu Bai was written in large black letters on it.
When she saw the name, Lin Shuer thought she had misread it.
Rubbing her eyes again, she confirmed that the name written on the real estate certificate was indeed Gu Bai. This time, the bottom of her eyes were even more filled with shock.
What's wrong? What's wrong with Shuer?
Gu Bai had just put the 2 babies to sleep. He returned to the house just in time to see Lin Shuer with this surprised look on her face.
Gu Bai, I just saw this, is this house really yours?
Lin Shuer incredibly picked up the real estate license to see, to Gu Bai's eyes have changed.
A freshly graduated college student. How could he afford a house like this without relying on his family's help?
She was now sincerely shocked.
Yes, this will be our house from now on. Gu Bai nodded his head and spoke in a light-hearted manner.
The fact that he was calm was even more shocking to Lin Shuer.
Didn't you just graduate not long ago? Where did you get the money to buy such a house?
Lin Shuer suddenly felt as if she knew Gu Bai for the first time. I've done some investing before and made some money, so I've got the car and the house all ready to go.
Gu Bai smiled lightly, having already thought of a reason. So it is so, then you are also too powerful it.
At those words, Lin Shuer once again sucked in a breath of cool air. This was a mansion in Starlight Bay, plus a Mercedes business car.
How could it add up to tens of millions of dollars? Gu Bai had only just graduated from college and was able to earn so much money. The future is unlimited. It's a real treasure. I'll give my parents a call and talk to them about the baby and you.
Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer's so shocked little face, and once again lightly smiled as he rubbed her hair. Then he went to the living room to call his mom.
Son, you graduated over there is not something,
Mom picked up the phone, her tone was full of worry.
Mom, I want to tell you, I have a child. Gu Bai just finished hearing his mom's shocking exclamation.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good look at this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good look at this.
When did you get a girlfriend? The baby has been born? I'll be right there. Gu Bai's mom's side was also excited.
The neighbors' kids are all getting married, but Gu Bai just graduated and hasn't heard anything yet. I didn't expect this to escalate from marriage to baby holding in one fell swoop.
The first thing you need to do is come over here, Mom. It's a twin, and I can't take care of it.
Gu Bai can't explain so much to his mom. He gave an address directly, intending to come over when said. The mother's side is not idle. After hanging up the phone, immediately began to pack things, intends to rush over. Just after the phone call, the baby's cry came from the nursery.
Why are the babies crying again? Are they hungry?
Lin Shuer's body is still a bit weak, so she can only sit on the bed and be anxious.
It's okay, it's just a stinky odor, so I can give them a bath today.
Gu Bai went directly to the baby room to check out, which is relieved to explain to Lin Shuer.
Can you really take a bath?
Lin Shuer is not unwilling to believe Gu Bai, but after all, both people have little experience.
Don't worry, you look at the side is good to supervise the work.
Gu Bai said with a smile, then picked Mumu up first. He moved gently to wipe the baby's body. It was as if his hands were magical, and in his hands, the babies immediately became non-crying.
Ding, first time bathing a baby, rewarded with culinary proficiency. Look, now both babies have become fragrant.
After giving both babies a fragrant bath, Gu Bai smiled and spoke to Lin Shuer.
You're really good, did you do so much homework?
Lin Shuer was stunned. The baby's body was so soft, she didn't dare to exert any force at all, and even shivered when she picked it up.
I didn't expect Gu Bai to be able to bathe the baby so skillfully.
You're really too strong, but I really have no competition. I can't even feed the baby with rations.
Thinking about this, she sighed again. Didn't I say? I have a way to restore your rations.
After Gu Bai settled the babies down, he slightly hooked the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to speak in Lin Shuer's ear.
Afterward, Lin Shuer's face instantly burst into red. Is this really going to be like this? Chapter 6 Massage Rations Technology is too bull.
Yes, this is an old Chinese doctor gave me a book inside the law written, most of the partial prescriptions are very useful.
Gu Bai smiled and opened his mouth.
Although it still felt awkward and shy, the babies didn't have enough rations now, so this definitely wouldn't work.
Alright then, let's do as you say.
Lin Shuer could only nod her head as well. The technique of massaging rations had long since passed into Gu Bai's head now. He directly began to massage Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer's face was already red hot when a pair of large palms covered it. She was so flustered that she didn't know what to do, so she had no choice but to bite her lower lip and wait for the massage with her eyes tightly closed.
Each of Gu Bai's acupuncture points was quite precise, and although his movements were gentle, they had inches of strength.
Every moment made Lin Shuer feel a sensation as if her blood was being unblocked, and even her body became a lot lighter. This was the first time the two had been in such close contact. She hadn't expected it to come so quickly, and even more so, she hadn't expected it to be in such a way. But it seemed that Gu Bai hadn't gone overboard in any way, and was just concentrating on his massage. Understanding this, Lin Shuer was also more at ease, and at the same time, there was even more of a strange feeling that ran through her heart. She really hadn't misjudged this man. The massage lasted close to half an hour in total. Gu Bai finally put away the movements, and Lin Shuer also felt her body become much more relaxed. It was already done. Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth and spoke in a low voice. Really? Lin Shuer felt that this kind of massage was too amazing for you. Is it possible to have a reaction after just one massage? But it seemed like she really had a bloated feeling. This was a feeling that had never existed before. The baby should be hungry too, so if you don't believe me, just try it first and give the babies some rations. Gu Bai laughed lightly and directly picked up Moo and placed him in Lin Shuer's arms. Although she still felt shy in front of Gu Bai, I guess, but now she was also eager to prove the matter. Straight away, she started feeding Moo his rations. Small children were already hungry very quickly, plus Lin Shuer's rations were relatively small, the babies could rarely eat them, and painfully spent most of their time eating milk powder. This time Moo was really eating a pain in the ass, and when she ate and burped, Lin Shuer was still feeling bloated. Apparently there was more. After feeding Moo and then Chung Chang, both babies ate their fill, revealing satisfied smiles. Lin Shuer watched the two babies lying on the cot with full stomachs and contentment. Her whole body was stunned. Oh my god, this is too good. She couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Before Gu Bai's action, Lin Shuer had been skeptical about it, and had thought that it might just be lip service, and definitely couldn't be that good. As a result, she had never thought that it would be so effective. She now this ration is definitely enough for two babies to eat for a day, and also more than enough. Although it was rather embarrassing and shy, but this effect was simply absolute. Although the effect is relatively quick, but this massage should at least adhere to a week, otherwise the follow-up will have no effect. Gu Bai laughed lightly and explained. Although Lin Shuer still felt shy, she nodded vigorously. Anyway, it had already started massaging, so even if it was once or for a week, it didn't make any difference. Otherwise it would only work for so many days, and then wouldn't the baby still have nothing to eat? After all, this effect was all in her eyes. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Gu Bai. Lin Shuer shyly glanced at Gu Bai, then hurriedly retracted her eyes. She was simply too shy to meet Gu Bai's eyes right now. Your business is my business, how can I say it's trouble? Not to mention it's our baby. Gu Bai was still smiling lightly, and although his tone was calm, it managed to make Lin Shuer feel extremely warm. With such a reliable man by her side, even if there was more trouble, it seemed like it wasn't that scary anymore. The babies were already sleeping soundly in the stroller. Lin Shuer's complexion, however, suddenly became a bit odd. She looked at the babies and then at Gu Bai, as if she wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she ended up swallowing it back down. You can just say whatever you want to say, there's no need to be polite with me. Gu Bai also noticed Lin Shuer's blush at this time, so he simply took the initiative to speak. That. Lin Shuer's cheeks were all suffocated red, and her eyes, even more so, were fluttering. She had been inhaling deeply, seemingly psychologically building herself up. I want to make it convenient. After doing half a day of mental work, only then did Lin Shuer finally weakly open her mouth. Her voice was simply even tinier than a mosquito fly. Still, Gu Bai instantly understood it in seconds. Right now, Lin Shuer's body was still relatively weak, and she needed to be supported when she walked, especially when she sat down. Wanting to make things easier for herself was definitely a lot harder. I'll take you over. Gu Bai directly got up and helped Lin Shuer step by step towards the bathroom. You go out first, wait for me outside. When she reached the bathroom, Lin Shuer became even more shy, her face and even her neck became red. Good, call me if you need anything, I'll wait outside. Gu Bai could also tell that Lin Shuer was definitely shy, so he simply went out first. However, after waiting at the door for a while, he heard Lin Shuer's weak voice coming from the bathroom again. What's wrong, Shuer? Gu Bai went in again. He saw that Lin Shuer was standing in front of the toilet bowl in tears.
I can't use my strength. She was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Gu Bai had no choice but to wait inside. Gu Bai, can you close your eyes and don't look?
There was a man beside her. Lin Shuer felt uneasy to sit still. She could only ask weakly.
Wait for me.
Gu Bai first let Lin Shuer hold the sink next to her and flew back to the bedroom himself. When he came back again, he was still holding a steam eye mask in his hand. He put on the eye mask and then the earplugs before extending his hand.
I can't hear or see now, so give me your hand and I'll hold you up. Gu Bai opened his mouth indifferently.
Lin Shuer glanced at Gu Bai, who was already neatly equipped, and was touched in her heart. Only then did she finally put her heart down. When it was over, she tugged on Gu Bai's cuffs again. Only then did Gu Bai take down the blindfold and help Lin Shuer back into the room. After experiencing such a scene, Lin Shuer was now ashamed and helpless.
She felt like she really didn't have the face to face Gu Bai anymore. Chapter 7 Heirloom Treasure all taken out.
Lin Shuer was helped to sit on the bed by Gu Bai, while Gu Bai himself sat on the chair next to her. The distance between the two wasn't very close, but they could see each other when they looked up.
Lin Shuer didn't even know what to say.
The doorbell rang at this time, startling her again.
I'll go open the door. Gu Bai directly got up and went to the door to open it.
What's wrong with this child of yours? You don't even tell me when you're having a baby, you wait until the baby is born to tell me, and then you're in such a hurry, so I don't have time to prepare a gift or anything.
By the way, where are your daughter-in-law and the baby? Let me take a look. The person outside was Gu Bai's mother, Lin Ji.
Since she heard her son's call, she didn't even have time to clean up and rushed over. It's a good thing she lives not too far away, just 2 hours by high-speed train. She obviously bought the earliest ticket, full of thoughts of coming to see her daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, simply could not wait.
Mom, why are you coming so soon? There's no need to be in such a hurry.
Gu Bai was shocked when he saw his mom. Although I knew when I called that my mom would come over as soon as possible, I didn't expect her to come on the same day.
This is not a small matter. How can I wait, and you have no experience, in case you cannot take good care of the wife and baby, how to do?
Lin Ji glared at Gu Bai as she spoke. Gu Bai cried and laughed as he took his mom to the baby room, where Lin Shuer sat on a chair. Next to her in the crib lay the two little babies Moo Moo and Chung Chang. You are Shuer, right? You look really pretty. How did you lose your eyes and fall in love with Gu Bai? Just now, after Gu Bai hung up the phone, he also gave his mom a brief introduction for fear that she would be too embarrassed when she came over. I didn't expect my mom to be so familiar with me. After coming in, she directly took Lin Shuer's hand, and then praised her, which is absolutely satisfied. Auntie, I think Gu Bai is very good, and also take care of me, really great it. How can I call you auntie, now you two are already a family? In the future, call me mom, this is the change of name fee you accept. Lin Ji had already prepared for this. The red packet was directly shoved into Lin Shuer's hands. This was even more of a surprise to her, but she felt very warm.
This was the feeling of being accepted.
It directly swept away her original worries and fears.
Thank you, Mom.
Lin Shuer blushed and spoke in a small voice. This was a very strange feeling, having two pairs of parents, and both of them loving her so much. She even felt like she was the happiest person in the world at this instant. Lin Shuer had felt nervous about meeting her mother-in-law for the first time, but as a result, she was also impressed by Lin Ji's enthusiasm like this.
But why is your face so red? It can't be a fever. Why don't you go to the hospital? You're in your monthly period now, you can't get sick.
Lin Ji said worriedly, and rummaged through the cupboard to find a thermometer, insisting on taking Lin Shuer's temperature. This can put Lin Shuer to shy bad, she blushed, or because just convenient thing it. A flurry of tossing down, to the end of the two people completely Gu Bai to hang out to dry on the side. After confirming that Lin Shuer was fine, Lin Ji then turned her attention back to the baby carriage.
Shuer, it's really hard for you, you should let Gu Bai take good care of you. Are you guys renting a room now?
In fact, his father and I have discussed this time before coming here. We have saved up some money in the past half of our lives, enough to give you a down payment, then you can pay off the monthly payment. As a parent, of course, it is impossible not to care about the child.
Chatting and chatting soon came to this topic.
This time, it turned into Lin Shuer being puzzled.
Auntie, isn't this Gu Bai's house?
She tilted her head and asked with some confusion. This time it became Lin Ji who was surprised.
Son, what's going on? When did you have the money to buy a house?
Tell me honestly if you lie to the other girls, our family can't afford a house like this, but the money on mom's side should be able to buy you a smaller house as well. Lin Ji, without saying a word, hurriedly pulled her son to the side, and then asked worriedly. This is Starlight Bay. She was shocked when she first came over. With such an expensive house, she didn't know if her son could afford it. Gu Bai also knows that mom is really scared, and hurriedly explained to Lin Shuer those words, and mom said again.
So, this is really your house?
Lin Ji heard this explanation and quickly believed it, but still found it unbelievable. A while ago, when she and her friends were gathering, someone was still showing that her son had bought a house and a car, but they were all just bought in more remote places. At that time, she couldn't even get into the conversation. I didn't think that before the turn of the eye son actually made a fortune, all of a sudden bought such a luxurious house.
Yes, don't worry, Mom, just keep your money, I don't need you to pay for it. Gu Bai nodded again, confirming the matter.
Only then did Lin Ji feel relieved to rejoin Gu Bai back into the house, and then hurriedly pulled out a brocade box from her bag again.
Shuera, what Gu Bai this kid said was really too sudden.
There is no time to prepare too good a gift for you, this bracelet family heirloom, this will be given to you.
Lin Ji said while opening the box. Inside is a texture looks quite transparent jadeite bracelet.
This bracelet didn't look particularly good, but at least it should have a price of $200,000 to $300,000.
Moreover, it was a family heirloom. The significance is priceless. It was too expensive.
Lin Shuer was shocked, not expecting her mother-in-law to give such an expensive gift all of a sudden. You'll be our daughter-in-law from now on, this was supposed to be yours, so in the future, you and Gu Bai, you two live well. Lin Shi couldn't help but shove this brocade box to Lin Shuer.
This is also considered to be recognizing this daughter-in-law.
Lin Shuer glanced at Gu Bai again, and only after seeing Gu Bai nod, was she moved to accept the box.
Right, Shuera, you see there is time for you to call your parents too, let's have a good chat, and then we'll get the marriage done.
The two of you already have a child, this marriage is definitely to be married, but also cannot be wronged you, we will certainly make a big ceremony. After receiving the brocade box, Lin Shi brought up this matter again, which made it even more difficult for Lin Shuer. This matter is a bit sudden, my parents are also temporary business trip, I'm afraid it will take a while to come back, after coming back, I let them the first time to come over. She casually and weakly made up an excuse, and hurriedly and secretly sent a message to her mom for help. Mom, you this dusty over first rest, tonight I cook, show you a hand.
Chapter 8 School Peanut Baby? The alumni group blew up. Gu Bai, do you really want to cook? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it.
Lin Ji was shocked to hear Gu Bai say he wanted to cook. He didn't even know when his son had learned to cook, and he didn't know if he could eat. Lin Shuer had just given birth to a child and then went to sit in the moonlight, so there was no room for error. She is already worried. Mom, you can take care of Shuer first, let me do the cooking.
Gu Bai smiled lightly and went to the kitchen.
The system has already given him the cooking mastery skill, from washing and cutting vegetables to frying, he is now doing it all as smooth as running water.
After just half an hour, Gu Bai directly made 4 dishes and a soup on the dining table.
Lin Shuer and Lin Shi both looked at each other and both saw shock in the other's eyes.
Oh my god, Gu Bai, you're too strong, aren't you?
Looking at the several dishes in front of her that were full of color and flavor, Lin Shuer couldn't help but gulp. She had even thought about ordering some takeout if she really couldn't eat it, but she didn't expect to see such a stunning few dishes appear.
Since I have to take care of you guys, I definitely can't not learn something. Let's try it first, if it's not to your liking, I'll make something else. Gu Bai said with a smile.
Lin Shuer put a chopstick in her mouth, then the deliciousness instantly exploded. She couldn't help but stare at Gu Bai with wide eyes and a surprised expression.
Oh my god, this is too delicious.
Lin Ji also hurriedly took a taste when she heard this and was instantly dumbfounded. This dish was definitely comparable to a 5-star chef. Every dish was rich in flavor and was to die for. During this meal, Lin Ji and Lin Shuer had already eaten until they were full, and they couldn't even stop. Gu Bai's level of cooking had really surprised them. After dinner, Gu Bai felt that his cell phone suddenly started vibrating non-stop. He was a bit puzzled and took his phone out of his pocket, only to find that there were already hundreds of messages from the WeChat group alone.
This was an alumni group that hadn't chatted much for a long time, why had it suddenly exploded?
He was a little curious to point and open the group's chat records.
Did you guys hear about this?
Lin Shuer gave birth to Gu Bai's child, and it's still twins.
I don't know, really? Didn't Lin Shuer reject so many people?
When she confessed to him before, she was clearly high and mighty, but now she's doing something like this.
Gu Bai's family is not much money. I think it's just a picture of the schoolgirl's property, and I don't know how in the world the schoolgirl looks at him.
The group was frantically discussing this matter, and even a lot of boys started to slander Gu Bai. At this time, the two good brothers, Ma Tong and Wang Bo, being Gu Bai's roommates, had been frantically debating with people. Gu Bai scrolled down a bit and realized that the two of them, Ma Tong and Wang Bo, had been sending themselves quite a few messages as well.
Ma Tong, brothers, this is really false. What happened? Wang Bo, damn, so big things do not tell the brothers? What's going on? Wang Bo, where are you? Ma Tong and I want to go over and take a look.
Ma Tong, hurry to send the address to us. We have a little money, although it is not a lot, but at least can solve a pressing problem. He made friends in the school is not much, and Ma Tong and Wang Bo, two people, are considered his two best. He has been in the same dormitory for 4 years, and this relationship is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Gu Bai looked at the words of the two brothers. The heart is also a burst of moving. He directly sent the address to the two brothers.
After less than an hour like this, a knock came from the door.
The two babies had just woken up, and while Lin Shuer and her mom were teasing the babies, Gu Bai went to open the door.
Do you still think of us as brothers?
The child has already been born, and did not tell us.
Such a nice house, it's not cheap for a month, is it?
This is the pocket money that we have saved up for a while. You can take it to take care of the child first, and then return it to us when you have the money. We are not in a hurry.
Gu Bai had just opened the door when Ma Tong and Wang Bo came in.
Wang Bo took out a thick envelope from his pocket and shoved it directly into Gu Bai's hand. There must be at least $10,000 in this envelope.
No, you too money, you hurry to take it back.
Gu Bai is very clear in his heart. Wang Bo and Ma Tong, two people, although the family is not too bad, but it is a well-off family, two people, and just graduated from college, have not yet found a job. The two have just graduated from college and have not yet found a job. They can save up 10,000 yuan, which can simply be said to be from the teeth out of the
The time of trouble see true love.
He has firmly put the two brothers in his heart.
Is it really okay?
You can now take care of the school flower. The school flower family is good with us is not the same. There are still in the future to spend it. You first accept this money it.
Ma Tong and Wang Bo opened their mouths again.
Both of them are also single-mindedly thinking about their friends. Don't worry, brothers, I made some investments, and now I still have some money on hand.
Gu Bai briefly explained to the two again.
Are you sure? It costs a lot of money to raise a child. If you don't have enough money, you must tell us. Under Gu Bai's repeated assurances, the two good brothers finally believed in this matter.
By the way, where is the baby? Let's meet the baby, we've never seen a newborn child before.
Mentioning a child, both of them also looked quite curious.
Gu Bai directly led the two people to the baby's room.
Seeing the schoolgirl in her housecoat taking care of the baby, the two instantly froze there. The schoolgirl was really good looking, even if she hadn't applied any lipstick, her skin was just as creamy and beautiful.
The two of them couldn't help but look dumbfounded at this moment.
I really don't know where in the world Gu Bai this kid got his good luck. Directly can let the school flower give him a child, and at once or two babies. By the way, Gu Bai, this is the two of us to the child package of red packets. This can be set, to accept, is considered our point of small mind. The two of them took out the other two red envelopes. This time Gu Bai did not refuse, directly accepted the red packet. The two men teased the children again, stayed at home for a while, and then hurriedly left. Gu Bai had wanted to send them off, but the two directly refused, not allowing it at all.
After all, they still have to take care of the baby, but also have to take care of the school flower, which still left time to come out.
They originally came over to see Gu Bai, surely cannot add to the trouble. Looking at the direction of the two good brothers left, Gu Bai will be this brotherhood has been completely remembered in the heart. And now he still has to take good care of the baby.
Chapter 9 Continuing Massage. By the evening.
After a long day, Mom and Lin Shuer had gone back to the house. Gu Bai, on the other hand, still had to put the baby to sleep. The two babies had just eaten their fill of rations at night, and were now very happy. Especially when they saw Gu Bai, they were babbling and stretching their little hands.
The two babies couldn't be more adorable.
Mumu Chang Chang, it's already nighttime, you two need to go to sleep.
Gu Bai skillfully sang a lullaby to the two babies.
At first the two babies were obviously still very rowdy, however not a moment later their eyelids had already started fighting, obviously sleepy.
10 minutes later, the two babies fell asleep.
When Gu Bai came to Lin Shuer's room, she was directly startled. Why did you come over? Having only just moved into this house, and actually not having been assigned a room yet, Lin Shuer didn't even know where exactly Gu Bai was going to live. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about living together, but she felt that it would be too shy. But the moment she saw Gu Bai walk in, Lin Shuer actually felt a hint of anticipation in her heart. I'll come over to give you a massage, at least 2 times a day, so stick to it for a week and you'll be almost there. Gu Bai slightly hooked the corner of his mouth faintly opened. One sentence instantly pulled Lin Shuer's thoughts back. So that's how it is, then I'll trouble you. Although knowing the reason, Lin Shuer was slightly disappointed, but as soon as she thought that she would be massaging again soon, her heart began to thump uncontrollably again. Even though she had already been massaged once, such intimate contact, coupled with the fact that it was evening again, only the table lamp was left to reveal its brilliant light.
The atmosphere seemed too ambiguous. It was even more so than in the morning.
Gu Bai was approaching step by step and soon came to Lin Shuer's side. He started the massage as usual. After having the experience of the first time, the acupoints were now found more accurately, and it was still an organized way to follow the method given out by the system before massaging.
Your heart is beating a bit fast, is it somewhere uncomfortable?
Gu Bai, while massaging, felt the heartbeat of Lin Shuer. It was even faster than during the day, so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out anytime, anywhere.
He couldn't help but be worried. How to answer this kind of question? Lin Shuer's delicate little face was already red. It's fine.
What else could she say? Could she say that she was too nervous and shy because Gu Bai was too close?
This word also really can't be said.
After half an hour like this, the evening massage had also come to an end. Lin Shuer even felt that her entire body was now red hot, as if she was a boiled shrimp. A little more massage and she would not even be able to breathe.
However, there were still at least 6 more days to come.
But the thought that this massage from Gu Bai really worked well, and that the first time it would directly allow the babies to eat light for a day, was something that left her with no way to refuse it at all.
Gu Bai, Mom came over today, that room.
After the massage, Lin Shuer suddenly remembered this problem. This house was a 3-bedroom. There was one that served as the baby's room, which contained nothing but a crib and toys for the baby. The other guest room was now occupied by Lin Ji. And she was staying in the master bedroom.
Then wouldn't that leave Gu Bai with no place to stay all of a sudden? If it was usual, it would be fine, but after all, Gu Bai's mom was still here, so it wouldn't make sense to let Gu Bai live on the sofa. Gu Bai is also a little bit of contemplation, a little difficult. If you can't do it, you can stay here.
Lin Shuer's little face was red when she said this, as a girl taking the initiative to say this kind of thing was really too shy. But it was also true that there was no place to stay now, and Gu Bai had already done his boyfriend duties to the best of his ability. It was clear that both of them hadn't even gotten a license yet, but he was still willing to spend money and energy to take care of the baby and himself. She really felt touched.
Couldn't even bear to let Gu Bai live on the sofa. That's fine, then we'll stay here for tonight. Gu Bai thought about it, and that was the only way.
Looking at Lin Shuer shyly giving up half of her bed, he also found it adorable. He had to say that Lin Shuer was really good-natured and good-looking, and her body was also excellent, so there was no downside to this at all. However, it was still the time of the month, and Gu Bai definitely wouldn't do anything about it. Lying on the bed at the same time as the person, but there was some distance in between.
This was how the night went on.
When he woke up on the morning of the second day, Gu Bai realized that Lin Shuer had shrunk into his arms at some point. Her long hair felt a bit numb and itchy on her face, but it was very comfortable. Originally, he wanted to get up and make breakfast, but since Lin Shuer was sleeping so well, Gu Bai didn't want to wake her up. He simply kept the same position and let her sleep in his arms.
Knock, knock, knock. Gu Bai, Shuer, get up and eat breakfast.
It wasn't until the sound of her mom knocking on the door came from outside that Lin Shuer slowly opened her eyes, and then she saw Gu Bai's face that had been enlarged countless times. Her eyes suddenly enlarged, and 2 red hues immediately flew onto her face.
I didn't mean to do it. She usually sleeps with dolls, however, this time there are no such things. I didn't expect to directly embrace Gu Bai. What's wrong with that? You've got a baby, so you're still shy about it?
When you get out of the month, we'll get the license, and then we'll be an old married couple. Seeing Lin Shuer's face, Gu Bai let out a giggle. He smiled and spoke. Although Lin Shuer was shy, she still nodded slightly. She raised her watery eyes and locked eyes with Gu Bai.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Buckle up. Still not up yet? Hurry up, breakfast will be cold later.
At this time, the door once again sounded a rhythmic knock on the door, as well as the voice of the mother urging.
Gu Bai and Lin Shuai, two people, only then suddenly remembered that mom is still waiting outside.
Only then did the two men hurriedly get up. Gu Bai directly helped Lin Shuai, step by step, to go outside.
You youngsters should take it easy, Shuai, is now the time to recover.
Lin Ju looked at Gu Bai and Lin Shuai with an odd expression on her face, both of which were slightly red.
Suddenly uttering such a sentence.
In an instant, Lin Shuai directly choked on her own saliva and started coughing non-stop, and even more so, she felt her stomach hurting like hell.
Chapter 10, Lin Shuai postpartum depression?
Even Gu Bai was forcing a smile on his face. He really didn't expect his mom to be so open.
This sentencer Lin Shuai to shy bad. The two of you hurry to eat breakfast, if you don't eat it, it will get cold.
But fortunately, the mom did not want to continue to follow this topic.
After changing the topic, the blush on Lin Shuai's face finally slowly faded. After the three of them finished eating breakfast together,
Gu Bai went to give the babies a bath, and then rubbed some skin toning powder on them. Ding, first time rubbing toner on a baby, rewarded with scar removal technique. This reward did make Gu Bai freeze for a moment, but it was a reward given out by the system anyway, so free stuff is definitely something to keep. Lin Shuai hurried to feed the baby rations again. Previously, it was clear that there weren't enough rations, but after Gu Bai's massage in the recent past, she realized that the babies were really eating whatever they wanted. Now she really didn't have to worry about not having enough rations anymore, and she had to say that the massage was really good.
She couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration.
She didn't realize that Gu Bai really had this kind of ability, and that it was too strong. When it was almost noon, Mom went to buy food, and Gu Bai stayed behind to take care of Lin Shuai and the babies. The babies are now full of food and drink, and one by one, they have played enough. Finally, lying in the crib, slowly fell asleep. However, Lin Shuai's face looked a little strange.
What's wrong? Shuai?
Gu Bai had already sensed that Lin Shuai's mood was quite low throughout the day, and especially at night, her mood became even lower.
He sat beside Lin Shuai with concern and asked gently while gently rubbing her hair.
Gu Bai, I feel like I'm so fat right now. I've never been so fat in my life, and my stomach is all covered with ugly stretch marks, just like a centipede. It's really disgusting. I hate myself right now. I shouldn't look like this. The more she talked, the sadder she became, and bean-sized tears fell from the corners of her eyes one after another. After giving birth to the baby every day to supplement nutrition, after all, but also to feed the baby rations, if you do not supplement, the words itself is not enough, then the baby even more cannot eat. She was originally 1.67 meters tall, just more than 90 pounds. But now it had actually reached close to 120 pounds, which was an unprecedented weight. This was unacceptable to her. But on the contrary, she was unable to lose weight now.
So it's because of this. Shuai, it's been hard on you after giving birth to two babies. But you are not fat at all now. I think this figure is so good.
As for the stretch marks, in fact, I think that all of these are merit, but if you don't like it, it's okay, I'll help you solve it.
Gu Bai hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort.
He was able to understand Lin Shuai's huge gap right now.
Originally, she was a goddess.
Nowadays, she hadn't actually gained much weight, but it was still hard to accept for Lin Shuai, who had always been the star of the show.
Really can?
But I heard that there is no way to completely remove this thing. Lin Shuai had already done a lot of homework on the internet during this time. He was not able to find a good method for so long. If this continued, she was going to break down, and really didn't want her stomach to be covered in such unsightly scars in the future.
Good girl, just leave it to me, don't be afraid.
Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth. Although he spoke in a light tone, it carried a promise. Although it felt like Gu Bai was simply comforting himself, Lin Shuai couldn't help but be angry with a hint of anticipation in her heart.
This was Gu Bai.
This man had created impossibilities in front of her too many times. She felt that if it was someone else who said such words, she definitely couldn't believe them, but if this person was Gu Bai, I'm afraid it would be a different story.
Good.
Lin Shuai nodded with teary eyes. Even though she still felt worried, Gu Bai's assurance still reassured her a lot, and even vaguely had some expectations. Gu Bai had gotten the scar-clearing technology given by the system right then and there, and it came with a small sample. However, he didn't give it to Lin Shuai right away, but delayed it for a few more days. Only when Lin Shuai had almost forgotten about it did Gu Bai take out the small sample that the system had given her.
What was this thing?
Lin Shuai had only just finished feeding her baby the rations when she saw a tiny box sitting in Gu Bai's hand. She looked up with some curiosity and looked at the man in front of her, wondering what was inside. "This is a scar removal ointment, try it, if it works, I'll get you some more."
Scar removal ointment?
Lin Shuer repeated the name again, a strange feeling flashing through her heart. She had indeed recited this matter in front of Gu Bai, but it never occurred to her that this man had kept it firmly in his mind, and had even directly researched this scar-clearing ointment for her.
Yeah, also a course of treatment or so would be about right. Gu Bai nodded again.
He still gave Lin Shuer massages every day these past few days, and Lin Shuer's rations had been quite sufficient lately. With this one technique alone, this had already made her feel convinced that there was nothing Gu Bai couldn't do as long as he was Gu Bai. Right now this scar removal ointment had been placed in front of her, so she was even more vaguely looking forward to it. She hurriedly took the ointment and lifted the hem of her nightgown with some shyness. The original white and smooth skin now had many more densely packed lines that looked like earthworms.
This was something that every mother would experience.
She felt sad every day just by touching her stomach. Now holding this scar removal ointment given by Gu Bai in her hand, Lin Shuer was nervous and excited. She hurriedly unscrewed the lid and dipped her index finger into some and smeared it on her scar. It was felt cool and refreshing, and the ointment also emitted a faint fragrance. I don't know if it was her own illusion, Lin Shuer felt that the stretch marks on her stomach had a numb and itchy feeling, as if the place where she was injured on weekdays was re-healing. She hurriedly applied all the stretch marks on her stomach before carefully putting away the rest of the ointment.
Do I need to do something else?
She raised her head and blinked her eyes, asking with a puzzled expression. No need, apply it twice a day and stick to it for a week or so.
Gu Bai smiled and shook his head.
However, Lin Shuer already had some impatience. She couldn't help but lift her stomach and take another look.
Chapter 11. Can you close your eyes?
Oh my god, why do I feel like the stretch marks on my stomach have already started to fade? Lin Shuer exclaimed incredulously. It wasn't as if she hadn't used a scar removal ointment before, and the effect was minimal or even close to nothing. Even with Gu Bai's massage making her rations plentiful now, she felt that this ointment would at most only make the scars lighter, and it was definitely impossible for them to disappear completely. But right now, she had only just used it for the first time, and the scar was already much lighter.
If she continued to use it, wouldn't it really disappear?
Lin Shuer's entire body was dumbfounded, directly frozen in place, unable to believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes again and took another look at her stomach, and those scars had indeed become much lighter. Hold on for a week and the scars will disappear, don't worry, there won't be any problems.
Gu Bai looked at this Lin Shuer's shocked and excited appearance, revealed a faint smile and said with a smirk. Oh my god, Gu Bai, are you an immortal? How can you research something so useful? Lin Shuer felt shocked to death even now.
This thing was truly too magical, she had never seen something with such immediate results. This is also something from that book before, I actually made it for the first time, I didn't expect it to be so useful.
Gu Bai was still speaking faintly.
Lin Shuer suddenly had a flash of light at this time.
If this is the case, then can we not directly mass produce it, and go to sell it at that time?
I bet that there's no such good scar removal medicine on the market right now, and once this ointment is mass produced, it'll definitely cause a sensation. As a girl, occasionally there will be some bumps and bruises that leave scars, which is simply fatal to them. Even though there were already a lot of creams on the market to remove scars, none of them could be completely trace-free. The more Lin Shuer thought about it, the more she felt that this was a good idea. If this could be developed in bulk, then Gu Bai would definitely become the idol of thousands of women.
No problem, wait to find an opportunity to develop it, but now more important is definitely still to take care of you and the baby.
Gu Bai nodded his head, also had this idea, but definitely not now. Although he had the technology, he needed to find someone to mass produce it, and it would still take some time. Not to mention Lin Shuer, which is still in menstruation, the two babies are even so small as in need of someone to take care of, simply cannot leave.
Good. Lin Shuer, satisfied, nodded. Now some time ago the gloom has been swept away, the rest is full of desire.
She was now even looking forward to time moving faster, so that she could hurry up and get rid of these damn scars herself.
After placating Lin Shuer's side, Gu Bai immediately heard the sound of the babies crying. Did the babies miss their daddy? Daddy's coming. Gu Bai hurried to the nursery.
The babies had just finished eating and were definitely not hungry, so the first thing he did was touch the babies' diapers. Sure enough, the diapers of both babies were heavier than usual, so it looked like they were booing. Gu Bai patiently helped Mumu and Cheng Cheng change their diapers one by one, and then used baby wipes to wipe their little butts. After drying their little butts, They even patted a layer of toning powder on them before changing into brand new diapers. Their bodies became dry and refreshing, and the two babies instantly stopped crying. They even babbled and waved their hands towards Gu Bai. The way it looked was adorable. Gu Bai's heart was about to be melted by the two babies. He played with the babies for a while, and then waited until the evening to give Lin Shuer a massage, but Lin Shuer's face looked a bit odd today. She didn't wait for the massage as usual, instead she looked at Gu Bai with a tangled face.
What's wrong, don't you need a massage today? Gu Bai also had some curiosity and wondered what was going on. Gu Bai, I think I don't need a massage today, but there is another thing. Lin Shuer hesitated, as if she was thinking about whether to say it or not.
We are already an old married couple, so if there is something you can just say it, there is no need to hide it. Gu Bai knew at a glance that Lin Shuer must have something to say, otherwise it would be impossible to be so entangled.
Gu Bai,
Lin Shuer did have something to say to Gu Bai, but she felt too shy to know how to express it. This time Gu Bai didn't continue to push, but patiently waited. Lin Shuer seemed to be doing her own thinking for half a day before she finally opened her mouth leisurely. I have been feeling bloated for a while recently, it seems to be a little too much, I don't know what to do.
After all, it is the first time to be a mom.
There were many things that Lin Shuer seemed very raw and stiff. Especially when faced with this kind of thing, she also felt extra shy. So it was because of this When he heard this reason, Gu Bai basically understood it in seconds and immediately had a thoughtful nod.
Do you know how to fix it? After 2 times, the current Lin Shuer already trusted Gu Bai very much. No matter what happened, her first thought would always be to go to Gu Bai immediately.
She felt that as long as she had this man, she would have a bottom line and would definitely solve the problem.
Now it was the same.
Even if it is very shameful, but still choose to find this man.
No, Gu Bai that is well versed in nursing knowledge.
After learning that what Lin Shuer had been obsessively worrying about was this matter, he immediately knew how to solve it.
That's really great, please help me. I've actually felt bloated for the past 2 days, but it's especially noticeable tonight.
Lin Shuer had been having a hard time for a day, she had just been forcing herself to endure it, and now she could only ask for help when she really couldn't bear it anymore.
You wait for me for a moment.
After Gu Bai finished speaking, he went to get something he had already prepared before and then came back in front of Lin Shuer. Looking at this strange thing, Lin Shuer froze for a moment. I'm going to help you put the extra rations in the container first, otherwise you'll be uncomfortable all the time.
Gu Bai took the container and spoke indifferently. It was only in that instant that Lin Shuer realized what these things were. Is this really the only way?
Her small face instantly swelled red.
Yes, this is the best way, and the rations can still be given to the baby. Gu Bai nodded again, this was already considered the most scientific method. Then can you close your eyes? Chapter 12 Gu Bai, you hate it.
This kind of thing is also too embarrassing. Even when Gu Bai massaged her normally, he stood behind her. But squeezing the rations into the container was different.
This was a face-to-face squeeze.
Just thinking about this, Lin Shuer behind her directly found a hole in the ground.
Okay, I'll get another blindfold or as usual. Gu Bai laughed softly and opened his mouth, taking another eye mask from the drawer.
He first came in front of Lin Shuer before putting it on rather skillfully. I've already put on the blindfold, now help me put my hands in the right position, I can't see anything, so you don't have to worry. After putting on the blindfold, Gu Bai lightly opened his mouth, however such a sentence instead made Lin Shuer even more shy. It was surprising that she still had to put it on. But Gu Bai had everything ready, and it was also really for her to be more comfortable. She had to say that this man was indeed very considerate, and every time he helped her solve her problems, he wouldn't go overboard again. Thinking about this, Lin Shuer took the initiative to take Gu Bai's arm and put it on, even though she still felt very shy. Gu Bai had already gone to look up the method of consumption before this, so his movements were quick and skillful. In just 10 minutes, Gu Bai had already helped Lin Shuer with this. Why don't you tidy up a bit first, tell me when you're done and I'll take off the blindfold. Gu Bai was still quite considerate on his side. Even after he had taken care of it, he didn't take off the blindfold immediately, instead he was still taking Lin Shuer's feelings into consideration. Gu Bai was so close that even though he was wearing the blindfold, his voice could be heard clearly. Lin Shuer's face was so red that it was about to drip water. Okay. She quickly organized her clothes. Only then did she whisper. How is it? Do you feel more comfortable now? After Gu Bai removed the blindfold, the first thing he did was ask with concern. His pair of eyes were filled with worry and questions, while Lin Shuer nodded slightly. It was already much easier. She was on the verge of dying of sadness from that swollen feeling for the past 2 days, but it turned out to be instantly different after having Gu Bai's help. She was now experiencing that feeling of having nothing to worry about again. That's good, go to sleep. Gu Bai nodded his head as if he were beside Lin Shuer at night, and although the two of them were a little far apart, Lin Shuer's mischievous hair would still scrape against his face from time to time. In this way, Lin Shuer also finally slept a relaxing sleep. When she woke up on the morning of the second day, Gu Bai was no longer beside her, and she even felt a bit uncomfortable when she felt a burst of coldness beside her. Although it had only been a few days, she had already gotten used to the feeling of seeing Gu Bai's handsome face magnified by several 10 times every time she woke up. There was still a bit of emptiness in her heart at this moment. Lin Shuer got up and simply cleaned up and put on a jacket before walking out of the bedroom.
Gu Bai, why are you making breakfast today? Where's Mom?
On weekdays, Lin Ji got up early, and every time she didn't wait for them to get up, she had already finished making breakfast. In fact, Gu Bai had said several times that it didn't need to be so troublesome, but Lin Ji simply couldn't be bothered.
It's strange that Gu Bai is cooking for once today.
The family side of a bit of a thing. Mom has to go back to a trip, right? Before leaving, Mom said to find an opportunity to meet with your parents. After all, the baby is also slowly growing up. Gu Bai smiled softly and opened his mouth. Between the words he came to Lin Shuer's front, then hung his head. The distance between the two people instantly shortened. At that moment Lin Shuer even felt like this man was going to kiss up in the next second. But she didn't feel scared at all. Instead she was vaguely looking forward to it, and even slowly closed her eyes. A moment later, she felt her face being pinched, and then heard Gu Bai's low smile again. It was then that she snapped her eyes open and realized that Gu Bai seemed to be the one who was forcing a smile.
You hate it.
Only then did Lin Shuer realize that she had been tricked. She opened her mouth in shame and anger, embarrassment written all over her pretty face.
Where is it annoying?
Gu Bai raised his eyebrows, looking at Lin Shuer's cute appearance. He suddenly had a feeling of wanting to tease her.
He deliberately asked more. Anyway, it was annoying.
As expected, Lin Shuer's little face reddened again. She couldn't say that she thought Gu Bai was going to kiss her, so she closed her eyes. This made it sound like she was disappointed if she wasn't kissed. Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer's flushed little face, and had already been unable to stop himself from laughing, so he directly let out a giggle.
Gu Bai, I have something I want to tell you.
Chapter 13 Lin Shuer admired. Gu Bai is really powerful.
Gu Bai froze.
Lin Shuer had always said what she had to say on weekdays. There were a few times when she blushed at things that were more difficult to talk about, but even so, when it was time to talk, she did so. This time, since she didn't blush, then by the looks of it, it shouldn't be something very shy, so how can she still be so nervous?
How can you still be so nervous? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Gu Bai laughed lightly and opened his mouth with a big grin.
Lin Shuer swallowed her saliva again, obviously with great determination, before slowly raising her eyes to Gu Bai.
I contacted my parents' side, and they said they could come over today.
She still felt nervous even now. It is true that Mom and Dad are coming over soon, but I don't know if Mom has taken care of Dad.
Is that so?
That's good, but my mom just went back, otherwise she would be very happy. Immediately to see the mother-in-law and the old man, Gu Bai did not feel nervous. After all, even the baby has got married. That is only a matter of time, now is just waiting for this Lin Shuer out of the month just. Gu Bai, my mom is very good, but my dad's sometimes relatively bad to get along with. Immediately don't be angry.
Lin Shuer remembered her dad's stubborn appearance, felt a headache.
Usually it was fine to stay away, but now that he had to come over, he really didn't know how to deal with it at all.
That's for sure, this is my future mother-in-law and old husband, how could I get angry with them?
Gu Bai then realized that Lin Shuer's nervous face just now turned out to be worried about this. He hurriedly comforted her softly and took Lin Shuer in his arms again, gently patting her back to relax her emotions a bit. Well, hurry up and drink some pig liver porridge, I just boiled it for you, I'll go take care of the babies.
It's been half a month since the babies were born.
They still look tiny now, but they don't have the wrinkled look they had before. Their skin has become quite smooth, as if they are as cute as peeled eggs.
Moo, Chung Chang, what do you see here?
Gu Bai took out 2 small dolls of different colors, which were here to play with the babies, but also for the babies to train their eyesight. The 2 babies were instantly attracted to Gu Bai's little dolls. Moo preferred the pink color, while Chang Chang preferred the black color. Both babies' eyesight moved in the direction that Gu Bai's hand moved. Playing until later, even babbling, they both revealed smiles. Ding! First time playing with babies rewarded with an imperial green jadeite jade bracelet and a bottle of pink gold Mao Tai. Gu Bai was playing with the babies when he heard the familiar voice in his head again. Imperial green jadeite jade bangle and pink gold Mao Tai, these two just happened to be good enough as gifts for mother-in-law and old man. I have to say that this system came as really sweet. Mother-in-law and the old man would have been so anxious to come over, he has not had time to prepare things, the results did not expect the system has long been given ready. Wow, did the babies just laugh? Lin Shuer had just finished her porridge when she was caught by the babies' laughter. She hurried over to see Gu Bai playing with the babies and having a great time. Can the babies play with these little toys now? I thought it would be a long time before they could. She was still a bit incredulous when she came over. She hadn't looked into these things before, and had always thought that babies could play with these little things only when they were older. I didn't realize that it had only just been half a month before they could. In fact, they didn't know the concept of playing yet, they just needed to use these things to help them test their dynamic vision and such. Gu Bai was well versed in nursing after all. He was also very patient and explained it to Lin Shuer. You're really good. Lin Shuer nodded her head as she seemed to understand, and when she looked at Gu Bai, there were a few more points of admiration in her eyes. It looked like Gu Bai had really done a lot of homework, otherwise how could he know so many things? She didn't even know about it at all. After all, to take care of you and the baby, you definitely need to know more about this knowledge. Gu Bai laughed lightly and opened his mouth. Before he could finish his words, he heard a knock at the door. When this sound appeared, Lin Shuer instantly sucked in a breath of cool air and her entire body became tense. It should be my parents coming, why don't I go open the door? She had been carefully taken care of by Gu Bai every day, and now fighting had long since ceased to be a problem, and it didn't hurt as much as it had before. However, Gu Bai definitely couldn't agree to it. You wait here obediently for me, I'll just go. He directly told Lin Shuer to sit down, while he himself got up and went to the door. The door had only just been opened, and outside stood an elegant and kind-looking beautiful woman and a stern-faced man. You're Gu Bai, aren't you? You're really quite handsome, it looks like our family Shuer really has a good eye. The beautiful woman had a smile on her lips when she saw Gu Bai, obviously still very satisfied. However, the man with the stern face next to her looked much more serious, and even frowned as he looked Gu Bai up and down. Humph, what kind of good partner can a young man find just by looking at his face? I think it's just empty skin. Chapter 14, do you call this not preparing with care? Old husband Lin Guoli's words simply didn't leave any room for error. It's obvious that he meant what he said. Gu Bai, don't mind him, he's just got this temperament, even if he's really satisfied, he can't say he's satisfied. Xiao Xiaoxia felt helpless. When she came over, she had already done half a day's thinking for her husband, so that he wouldn't scare other people's children. But I didn't expect that he would still be like this after coming here, always with a stern face, as if others owed him millions of dollars. Am I wrong? You guys are so young and you have a child before you're even married, this is unseemly. Lin Guoli once again snorted coldly, the corners of his eyes were full of anger. Just from this simple contact, Gu Bai had already understood the character of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mom and Dad, let's go inside first. He remained calm and relaxed as he directly opened the door and led Lin Guoli and Xiao Xiaoxia into the house. Right, where are my grandson and granddaughter? Xiao Xiaoxia had just entered the house and couldn't wait. As an old man, I can say that I have no resistance to children. They're in the nursery, and Shuer is there too, I'll take you there. Gu Bai directly took the two old men into the nursery with him, and now the two babies were already asleep, while Lin Shuer was sitting on the chair next to her. She was completely weak, she didn't dare to look at her dad, and when she did look at her mom, it was all on the sly. Lin Shuer, you are now really bold, now such a big thing dare not tell us a word, directly on their own to give birth to the child, who gave you the courage? As soon as he entered the door, Lin Guoli questioned with a strong tone of voice. Lin Shuer couldn't help but shrink her neck a little, looking weak. But at the same time, she also raised her head. Dad, I've grown up, not a child anymore, can dictate my own life. Although she still had some instinctive fear when facing her dad, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Lin Guoli was about to say something else when Xiao Xiaoxia looked directly at the babies. Egu, this is Mumu and Cheng Chang, right? The two cute babies instantly attracted Lin Guoli's attention. They seemed to recognize their grandparents, their round little eyes couldn't help but look over. Their little hands were still clawing around in the air.
Did this want grandma to hug them?
Xiao was completely adorned by the two little babies and directly picked up Mumu in her arms, not to mention how much she liked it.
You should hug one too, or else Cheng Cheng will be unhappy later.
While teasing Mumu, Xiao hurriedly urged Lin Guoli next to her. He still had an extremely stiff expression on his face, but his hands couldn't help but reach for the stroller.
Slowly picking Cheng Cheng up. Did Dad not take care of me at all when I was little?
This posture is also too stiff. Lin Shuer couldn't even help but yell as she watched her dad's posture from the side.
It's really too much.
It's still Gu Bai who's good, always learning how to take care of babies, and so patient when taking care of them. By the way, Mom and Dad, you didn't have much preparation for your sudden arrival this time, so I've only prepared some small token of appreciation for you,
Gu Bai said while going outside to get a gift. What kind of goodies can there be? What's with the sudden arrival? Do you really want to spend the rest of your life without seeing us? I think it's just insincere.
When Lin Guoli heard this, he immediately began to nitpick. He spoke directly and nonchalantly, eyeing to put Gu Bai down for nothing.
Dad, what are you talking about? You didn't want to come over on your own. It's good enough that Gu Bai prepared gifts for you guys. How can you dislike it?
Lin Shuer was going to be furious when she heard this.
Dad's mouth had never heard anything good.
She was just being careful because she was worried that this would scare Gu Bai. If it wasn't for Lin Ji's side wanting to meet the parents, there was no way she would have called her dad over.
Am I wrong?
I've introduced you to a lot of nice young men and you don't want to look at them. You have to find this kind of man. I think he's just soft food material in the future. As Lin Guoli was talking, Gu Bai came in with the 2 rewards the system had just given him. Xiao hurriedly glared at Lin Guoli again, and only then did he stop.
Dad, this is a gift for you. Mom, this is a gift for you. Gu Bai gave the 2 gifts to the 2 old men.
Wow, the color of this emerald is really good, Gu Bai, you kids really went through a lot of trouble. Xiao directly exclaimed out in shock when she saw this jadeite. They often mention accessories when their noble ladies gather, and as for this kind of jadeite, it's a regular feature on their lips. Gu Bai sent her this time, but this is a good emperor green jadeite. The value should be at least $1 million or more. Lin Guoli also opened his own gift.
Pink gold Mao Tai.
Even Lin Shuer froze. She had certainly seen this kind of Mao Tai at home. It was at least $500,000 a bottle. The 2 gifts added up to a couple $1 million. And the gifts were all Mom and Dad's favorite things. Lin Shuer is really dumbfounded. What do you call this is not prepared by heart?
Chapter 15 Kiss Me, Give Me Strength.
Not only Lin Shuer but even Xiao and Lin Guoli froze. I've heard my daughter say that although Gu Bai is very nice, his family is quite ordinary. Xiao didn't expect to receive much in the way of gifts when she came over, and even pondered how she could put in a good word for her son-in-law.
As a result, I never thought that my son-in-law would be so generous. A meeting gift, directly is $1 million to start. This also want to say that there is no time to seriously prepare. What do you mean by serious preparation? This is already very attentive, and this bracelet is exactly what I like. Gu Bai, you really have a heart.
Xiao is really in love with this bracelet.
It's not just about the price anymore. Just the thought and the rarity of it could give her a good talking to over a group of sisters.
Previously, he was worried that his daughter was indeed too young to recognize people, and that she would just look at a skinny guy and directly commit herself for life. But this time Xiao also slowly had a change of heart.
Isn't it just a little bit more expensive? This is even if you have a heart?
Lin Guoli's side is still cold face. It does not look like, because of this bottle of Mao Tai, admitted Gu Bai. Instead, Xiao glared at him.
You are usually not the favorite Mao Tai, and this powder gold Mao Tai is not so easy to find. You should stop holding on to the other children have this heart. How rare ah?
Xiao is genuinely speaking for Gu Bai. The kids didn't just spend money, but also put in the effort and chose things they liked. Just the thought alone was rare.
At this time Mumu suddenly wailed. What was going on with the children?
Lin Guoli, after all, as a grandfather, was definitely still very attached to the babies. After seeing the babies cry, he immediately panicked. It was rare for him to have a slight sense of urgency in his tone. Lin Shuer was actually slightly flustered as well, but it was Gu Bai who hurried over unhurriedly.
Mumu baby, this is a stinky ah. I'm going to change your diaper for you, so be good, it'll only take a moment.
After Gu Bai finished, he hurriedly changed Moo Moo's diaper and wiped it very clearly with a baby tissue. After wiping his little butt clean, he put on baby powder and then changed into a brand new diaper.
This series of operations could simply be said to be smooth and flowing, making Lin Guoli look dumbfounded.
Xiao Xiaoxia's eyes are even more satisfied, the corners of her mouth are hanging full of smiles.
Look at Gu Bai, he's much better at taking care of babies at a young age than you are. What a good son-in-law.
Xiao Xiaoxia quickly became very satisfied with Linli.
She couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, Mom and Dad, during the weekdays Gu Bai is at home again to take care of the baby, but also to take care of me. He cooks all the meals at home, and he cooks really well. You guys see, I've gained 30 pounds since I got pregnant, and I've been thinking about losing weight in a hurry for a while now. But this time Lin Shuer was also frantically speaking in favor of Gu Bai. Lin Guoli's expression had eased quite a bit compared to earlier. But it was only easing, he still had a big problem with Gu Bai. Gu Bai, this young man could still cook? That's really great.
Xiao Xiaoxia was surprised again after hearing this. It was important to know that the current Lin Shuer's bank card had been suspended, so she couldn't get much money out of it. This also meant that Gu Bai was able to come up with such an expensive gift and also used all his own money. Such a young man could earn over $1 million on his own, and even cook and take care of his children.
This was simply the perfect man. Yes, Mom and Dad, you guys are exhausted from the trip over, so take a rest first and I'll cook and eat for you. Gu Bai nodded slightly. He was the one who did all the cooking at home on weekdays, and he had long gotten used to it. This time was naturally the same. It was best not to make a bunch of meals that couldn't even be eaten. Lin Guoli once again coldly hummed. You can pull down, you even cannot eat things cannot be made, hurry with me to wait in peace. Xiao Xiaoxia said nonchalantly. Watching the interaction between the two people, Gu Bai also couldn't help but giggle and found it very interesting. At this time, Lin Shuer hurriedly pulled Gu Bai along with her in the kitchen. Sorry, my father, this person is like this. In fact, sometimes he may have already recognized you, but just a cold face, pretending to be a high and mighty. Lin Shuer sighed helplessly. After being in the house for so long, Dad's personality never changed. He had always spoken harshly, and it was even more rare that he would take the initiative to acknowledge a person. But Dad's attitude towards Gu Bai was actually equivalent to recognition, or else he wouldn't have even said 2 more words. She had originally imagined it to be even worse than that, and now she was already shocked. It's okay, after all, I've abducted his dearest daughter, it's understandable. Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. He didn't take those reactions from Lin Guoli just now to heart at all. It's still mainly not that necessary, right? By the way, my dad actually likes to drink a lot, so if I can have a drink with him at night, I guess he'll be able to approve of you. Lin Shuer's eyes gurgled as she thought of this idea. I'm afraid this is also the only way to loosen up Dad's side. But my dad's drinking capacity is really great, so you have to take it easy. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat, don't lose your temper. As she spoke, Lin Shuer sighed again. She was able to easily get Gu Bai drunk back then, could she really do it this time? Like this? I don't have a good drinking capacity. Gu Bai furrowed his brows and looked a little torn. That would be bad, this is the only way I can think of. Lin Shuer also dropped her head, looking very disappointed. Why don't you come and help me out a bit? At this time, Gu Bai suddenly raised his eyebrows, causing Lin Shuer to freeze for a moment and hurriedly beat her head up with a bewildered look on her face. How can I help you? After all, it was impossible for her to personally take on this drinking thing. Other than this, Lin Shuer really couldn't think of a way she could help. Give me a kiss and give me some strength. Gu Bai said with a smile. It was obviously so casual, but it felt so serious. Lin Shuer's little face swished red. This isn't the time for jokes, my father's drinking capacity is really strong. She shyly hit Gu Bai's chest and said somewhat nervously. Yeah, this isn't a joke, why don't you quickly give me some strength? Chapter 16, Drinking the Old Man Down? Gu Bai's expression was just too serious. So much so that Lin Shuer became even more shy, but still stood on her tiptoes before dropping a soft kiss on his lips. Was this really okay? She felt as if Gu Bai was joking about this. Of course, I'm feeling all energized right now. Gu Bai nodded heavily, then rubbed Lin Shuer's hair again. You go rest first, wait for me to cook, I'll shout for you to eat when I'm done. His tone was very gentle. I'll join you. Lin Shuer stood still, wanting to give Gu Bai a hand, at least some help that she could. You're on your monthly cycle, this is when you need to rest, how can I let you join me?
Good girl, you go and keep mom and dad company, I'll cook. Gu Bai directly pushed Lin Shuer out of the kitchen, then closed the transparent glass door and started cooking by himself. Lin Shuer, who was outside the door, watched Gu Bai's hasty appearance and felt warm and fuzzy in her heart. She watched for a while before she went to accompany her mom and dad at ease. Gu Bai was very fast and had a set of moves that flowed smoothly. Even if he had to cook for 4 people today, it only took him more than half an hour to finish. At this time, Lin Shuer was chatting with her mom and dad when she suddenly smelled an aroma coming from outside.
Is this the end of cooking?
Xiao Xiaoxia was shocked for a moment when she smelled this fragrance. This could totally be said to be an aroma comparable to that of a star hotel chef. They often had to socialize and entertain on a regular basis and were used to eating in hotels, but they were still amazed when they smelled this fragrance.
Gu Bai couldn't have ordered takeout from a hotel, could he?
Even Lin Guoli was attracted by the scent.
Even so, he didn't want to believe that Gu Bai was this good. Of course not, Gu Bai is really good, he cooks so well every day, I've watched with my own eyes. Lin Shuer didn't miss a single chance to praise Gu Bai. She was practically beaming as she talked about it. If she didn't eat so well every day, how could she have gotten this fat? It's time to eat, mom and dad. Gu Bai directly had already set out 4 dishes and a soup. Although it wasn't a lot, the portions were all large and definitely enough for 4 people to eat. After he finished, Xiao Xiaoxia couldn't wait for Lin Shuer to come out together. Lin Guoli stood at the end, but when he saw the steaming hot dishes on the table, he was still secretly shocked. Gu Bai, you're really great at such a young age, your cooking skills are so good.
Xiao Xiaoxia couldn't help but stick out her thumb in admiration before she even sat down. Everyone took their seats and started eating.
Lin Guoli moved his chopsticks first, followed by Xiao Xiaoxia.
The food was put into their mouths, and the flavor instantly exploded on their tongues. Originally, Lin Guoli was still a bit disbelieving, feeling that even if it was for the sake of fragrance, it might just be spices added too much. The real flavor was a low-grade fragrance. Never thought that this would be such a high-level fragrance, and a dish was able to taste different levels. Even in the highest-class hotels, you may not be able to eat this kind of flavor.
Yeah, I was also stunned the first time I ate it, the flavor was really too good.
Lin Shuer's side also nodded her head repeatedly. Lin Guoli was the only one with a stern face, looking out of place. At this time, Gu Bai took out another bottle of Maotai. Although it wasn't pink gold Maotai anymore, this bottle was at least going to start at tens of thousands of dollars.
Dad, I want to thank you for raising Shuer, and I will definitely take good care of her instead of you, so that she can have a happy and warm family. Gu Bai said as he filled his own wine glass with wine and then went to pour wine into Lin Guoli's glass. His tone sounded low and firm. It was something he had never said before in the past, giving Lin Shuer that instant feeling of belonging. Just with you, what happiness can you give her? Lin Guoli snorted coldly. I can assure you that I will make Shuer happy every day, and turn her into the most relaxed and cozy woman in this world. As he spoke, Gu Bai directly dried the glass of wine. Instead, it was high count Maotai. Drinking a cup like this, even Lin Guoli had to slow down a little. However, Gu Bai still looked so calm. It was as if he had just drunk a cup of plain water. This really impressed Lin Guoli. Since you dare to say such words, then today the 2 of us will have a good drink, and if you are able to drink past me, then I will recognize you. Lin Guoli directly said coldly. Although he still had the same attitude as before, both Xiao Xiaoxia and Lin Shuer knew that he had given Gu Bai a chance. It was only a matter of needing a step. There was no problem. Gu Bai directly agreed in one bite. The 2 of them then began, drinking from one cup to the next. You 2 slow down a bit, do not just focus on drinking, also come to eat something, otherwise the stomach will be uncomfortable. That's right, you're an old man, what's the point of fighting with young people? Lin Shuer and Xiao Xiaoxia looked at these 2 men, you a cup and I a cup to drink are helpless. However, the 2 men were sort of standing on their hearts, and these words didn't work for them at all. Gu Bai was still drinking along with his old husband. Shuer, you do have a good eye, I didn't expect Gu Bai to be able to drink back and forth with your father. Watching the 2 drink back and forth, Xiao Xiaoxia couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Lin Guoli's drinking capacity was quite good, and he had never been able to surpass him at the drinking table for such a long time. He could also be said to be invincible. This time, however, it was a true encounter with an opponent. Initially, Lin Guoli did nothing more than want to give the young man some color, but when he drank later, he found that something was wrong. Even a little bit of head feeling, but Gu Bai is still as usual calm,
and even the face of half a bit of redness or not. The two of them drank a whole bottle of wine, and later Lin Guoli had become dizzy, and finally fell asleep directly on the sofa. However, Gu Bai was still 10 points sober, only slightly blushing.
Geez, Gu Bai, how come you're so good?
This is the first one that was able to beat my dad. I thought you were bound to lose, but I didn't expect you to win. Lin Shuer looked at her dad, who had collapsed on the bed, and Gu Bai, who was standing there, with a shocked expression. In that instant, she couldn't even believe her eyes.
Didn't I say that? As long as you give me the strength, I can do it.
Gu Bai laughed softly and wrapped Lin Shuer in his arms.
Chapter 17. The old husband is really drunk. After all, he drank most of the bottle of high-count white wine.
Even if Gu Bai possessed a system, it was impossible for this to be completely without half a reaction. He simply talked to Lin Shuer for a while and also went back to his room to sleep.
He slept like this until the morning of the second day.
When Gu Bai woke up, Lin Shuer was already up. This was one of the rare times that he woke up later than Lin Shuer. He was still slightly uncomfortable because of his hangover. Luckily it was a good wine, otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up at this time.
After simply tidying up a bit, Gu Bai then walked out of the living room.
Lin Shuer and Xiao Xiaoxia are gathered around the living room sofa, tangled in worry.
Gu Bai, you can finally wake up. You see how this can be done? My father has not yet woken up it.
Lin Shuer frowned slightly when she saw Gu Bai, a look of worry and nervousness on her face. Yesterday, when the two of them slept over, although it was already nighttime, it had already dawned early this morning. Dad didn't usually sleep a lot, so it seemed strange that he hadn't woken up until now.
This won't be something, right? The two of them had been worried for half a day. Dad hasn't woken up yet?
Gu Bai also froze for a moment when he saw his old husband, who was paralyzed and asleep on the sofa. Originally, he thought that when he got up, his father-in-law should have gotten up as well, so he could continue to chat for a bit. Who would have thought that his old husband would still be sleeping? He also looked a little embarrassed now. It can't be that he drank too much, right? A moment of no control, directly to the old father-in-law to drink down. Yes, have been sleeping all night, but now still in a deep sleep, do not know exactly what is going on, will not be really drink too much it, you say, with no need to send to the hospital? Lin Shuer's side is also a face of worry. In that case, I will drive to the hospital.
Gu Bai thought about it and nodded.
It's not a good idea to keep falling asleep like this, and as a son-in-law who directly drank his old man down on the first day of meeting, Gu Bai really felt quite embarrassed. He was thinking about how he could salvage his image, or at least not make his old husband feel too bad about himself. I lied to you, but I'm just drunk, it doesn't matter.
To be honest, I was shocked.
Ever since I can remember, my dad has never been drunk, and this is the first time I've seen him drunk.
It's the first time I've ever seen him drunk. You're really worthy of being my husband, you're really too good.
After realizing that Gu Bai had fallen for it, Lin Shuer then let out a giggle and even laughed her head off. She had uttered such an epithet without thinking.
However, Gu Bai was still keenly aware of it.
What did you just call me?
Gu Bai directly took Lin Shuer's hand and asked with a smile.
I didn't say anything, you must have misheard me, I didn't say anything just now. Lin Shuer was shy at this moment, her eyes lowered, sweeping around vainly, not daring to meet Gu Bai's eyes at all. She was too excited just now, all of a sudden she called a husband, this is too shy, and both of them haven't even gotten a license yet. I've heard it all, and it's only a matter of time, come and call again. Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth, looking at Lin Shuer's nervous and shy appearance, felt very satisfied. He spoke directly and lightly. As he said, the child is already there, the license is just a matter of water, in fact, it will not take a few days to get a license. Only should be shy, then certainly still shy. I didn't say anything just now, anyway, you heard wrong.
I'm hungry, Gu Bai.
Lin Shuer's side of her face was red as hell. She hurriedly touched her stomach and changed the topic. Although Gu Bai wanted Lin Shuer to scream again, he certainly couldn't let his wife get hungry. Okay, then I'll go cook and make some sobering soup for Dad on the way.
Gu Bai lightly laughed and put down Lin Shuer's arm, turning to go to the kitchen.
You two youngsters are really in love, getting up early in the morning and showing it off in front of me, the old man.
Gu Bai had only just left when Xiao Xiaoxia started to directly flirt.
After the past few days of contact, she also felt that Gu Bai was indeed a worthy object of trust, and it looked like her daughter's choice was not wrong. However, she was really surprised when she suddenly got a mouthful of sugar this early in the morning.
Mom, you're the best, you must go to persuade the dad. I really worried that his side is still not willing to agree, I don't know how he really think.
Lin Shuer heard her mom's words, he smile, while shaking his arm, while pouting like open.
Don't you understand?
Your dad is willing to drink with Gu Bai. That means he has already given this opportunity, and Gu Bai did grasp it. Don't worry, it will be fine. Xiao Xiaoxia's side of her face also revealed a faint smile. Her words had deep meaning, and Lin Shuer instantly became excited after she said it.
Mom, are you telling the truth?
I've never seen my dad accept anyone, although he recommended a lot of noble men to me before, but I don't think he's ever really accepted anyone. Lin Shuer remembered this matter to can't help a burst of spit. Dad is really high vision, and usually also particularly arrogant, never can say good words, most people in front of him have to be scared. Other than that, Gu Bai was really great, and he was still so calm in front of his boss, and he didn't even squirm at all when he drank. That's just right, too, just how Dad likes it.
What are you talking about?
Lin Shuer was chatting with her mom when she heard a low and serious voice. She was really startled, and immediately got weak, and hurriedly piled up a smile on her face.
Dad, you finally woke up, but seriously, look at you this time, or drinking into what kind of, I see you next time, or simply do not drink it.
When she saw her dad's face, she couldn't help but open her mouth and flirt with him.
This kind of opportunity is rare, definitely have to grasp, or when the next time to appear still do not know it. Nonsense, have you so talked to your father?
Lingually, this is also the first time to drink himself directly to the broken tablets. Although he spoke with a cold face, he didn't have the same kind of aura as before.
This was also something that made Lin Shuer couldn't help but snicker. Dad, Gu Bai is making you a sobering soup.
Lin Shuer pointed in the direction of the kitchen again, and Gu Bai was making sobering soup just as he had finished. He came out with the soup and saw that his old man had also woken up, and came over a little relieved. At least he didn't drink his old man out of the problem, so it's fine.
Dad, drink some sobering soup, I'm going to make some dinner. Gu Bai said, went back to the kitchen. Chapter 18, Negotiating Marriage.
Looking in the direction Gu Bai left, Lin Guoli's face eased up quite a bit. Everything Gu Bai cooked was according to the standards of a monthly meal. After all, he possessed the culinary mastery skill, so he could think of all sorts of recipes in his head. A table full of meals was soon ready. Lin Shuer had felt a little nervous when she brought her dad and mom over for dinner. After all, Dad had always been a good face. But this time, Gu Bai had directly drunk his dad down, which was simply a public embarrassment for him. In such a situation, it's good that Dad didn't lose his temper.
But if he does lose his temper, what will he do then? What should we do then?
Lin Shuer's side can be said to be quite cautious, and also looks a bit nervous.
Gu Bai.
Dad had just sat down and spoke directly, which instantly made Lin Shuer look even more worried.
Is it hard to believe that this side is really angry? Then what should be done?
Find a time for your parents to come over, both parents meet and finalize your marriage. While Lin Shuer was worried, Lin Guoli said the latter. This time Lin Shuer directly froze in place, unable to believe her ears.
Dad, are you telling the truth? Are you really willing to accept it? She couldn't help but gulp, and asked one more time because it really felt too unbelievable. You don't believe your dad that much?
Lin Guoli's side narrowed his eyes slightly and asked rhetorically. His expression didn't look like he was half joking, and it was simply impossible to joke about this kind of thing on a normal day. It was only then that Lin Shuer was certain that her dad had truly accepted this man. This was simply a huge surprise to her.
No problem, I'll go make a call to my parents' side. Gu Bai nodded slightly.
Mom and Dad had already said that they wanted to meet both parents, so that they could also think about the marriage in the future. It was only that Lin Shuer's side of the family had been busy and hadn't agreed. Now that he took the initiative to mention it, then he definitely had to do it as soon as possible. After that, he directly went to the mom's side to make a phone call.
Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I'm in such a hurry.
Don't worry, I'll be right there. Lin Ju was supposed to go home to deal with some things. In fact, the past 2 days have been dealt with almost. I didn't expect Lin Shuer's parents to come over at this time. She bought a ticket without saying a word, intending to come over to talk about the marriage.
There is no need to be in a hurry. When Gu Bai heard his mom's eagerness, he also found it funny.
Anyway, since Lin Shuer's parents said they wanted to meet, they would definitely wait a little bit, and he didn't even think there was any hurry.
Look at what you're saying, how can this not be urgent?
Alright, Mom and Dad will go over right away, just don't worry, we'll take care of these things. After saying this, Lin Ji did not even wait for Gu Bai's reaction, directly to hang up the phone.
Mom is a little too anxious. Hearing the beeping sound on the other end of the phone, Gu Bai couldn't help but sigh.
Only after hanging up did he return to the table. My parents will be here soon, tomorrow at the latest.
Gu Bai smiled and opened his mouth. That's great, we also want to see our in-laws this time.
Xiao Xiaoxia nodded her head with a smile, looking very happy. In this way, this meal was also considered to be a happy one, and it was many times easier than at the beginning. After the meal, Gu Bai went to change the baby's diaper. At night, Mom and Dad finally came over. At first Lin Shuer felt a little worried. As a result, after opening the door, she instantly relaxed. In-laws finally meeting. Linji came over smiling, while Qiu Xiaoxia also had a smile piled up on her face, nodding her head repeatedly, not to mention how happy she was.
Yes, it was indeed busy for a while before, but now it's already better, and we've been thinking of hurrying up to meet each other.
Xiu Xiaoxia and Lin Ji are both very familiar with each other, and have directly taken their hands, just like sisters.
It's just that we have a good chat today, also talk about the two people, the child's marriage. This kind of thing certainly cannot be delayed, and Shuer even into our family door, then we have to give her the best of everything.
Lin Ji sighed. Even before Qiu Xiaoxia opened her mouth, she spoke very proactively.
What kind of parent doesn't want their daughter to be loved?
These words were right up Qiu Xiaoxia and Lin Guoli's alley.
When are you planning to get married?
Although Lin Guoli's tone still sounded a bit angry and not that gentle, it was already better than before, by an unknown amount. When he asked this, he was clearly still carrying some hint of testing. Words could be said by anyone, but whether or not they could be done was another matter. Shuer is still in her monthly period. I have already made plans, waiting for her to come out of her monthly period immediately after the first to receive a license. I definitely want to give her a grand wedding, although there is a baby, but the wedding can never be too simple, so I still need some time to prepare for the wedding after the license. Gu Bai's side had already thought of everything a long time ago, so he also seemed quite relaxed when he answered.
He knew exactly what he should do when.
Whether it was the wedding or the license, or anything else, it was all arranged properly.
There were many things that even Lin Shuer herself hadn't initially thought about. She had also never bothered to actively ask Gu Bai.
Now, after hearing about these plans from Gu Bai's mouth, she suddenly felt really happy. With such a great husband, there were many things that could be solved without having to think about them on her own. I didn't expect you youngsters to be quite delicate in your work.
Since you have so many ideas, we can rest assured, don't you think so?
Xiao Xiaoxia was also very satisfied with this answer, and even gave Lin Guoli another smug look, proving that he really didn't look at the wrong person either.
It's useless to talk nice, I want to see the result.
Lin Guoli was obviously satisfied with Gu Bai, but still spoke arrogantly.
Gu Bai, you do not pay attention to him, he is this character every day, will not say something good to anyone is like this.
Xiao Xiaoxia hurriedly explained, and glared at Lin Guoli.
In-laws, come on, let's hurry to talk again, leave the time for their young.
Xiao Xiaoxia hurriedly dragged Gu Bai's father and mother to the next room,
leaving Gu Bai and Lin Shuer alone. Chapter 19. The baby is so naughty, will be pampered.
Gu Bai, you will not be angry, right? My father is really that, usually also cold face, not to mention is to you, to me are the same. Although the attitude of the father's side has been much better, but after all, the character is so. Even if he has changed his attitude, it's still not very good.
What's wrong with that?
You're his dearest daughter.
I kidnapped you. I can understand. Gu Bai smiled and spoke. By the way, have you continued applying the ointment recently?
2 days ago, Lin Shuer was depressed because of the scar on her stomach, and he had always kept this in mind. The ointment given out by the system happened to be a course of treatment, and it had only just been used twice now. This ointment is really too good. I really did not expect these scars can be completely disappeared, only just 2 times have already disappeared almost. Bringing this up, Lin Shuer was in awe again. She was already shocked from the first time she used it, and she didn't expect the second time she used it to be even more effective. Those ugly scars that were originally there were now almost restored.
That's good. Gu Bai nodded slightly. This ointment was originally meant for Lin Shuer to use.
Since it was useful, there was no problem.
You really don't want to sell this?
I think it's possible to live. This market is just too much in demand. Lin Shuer had already suggested this for more than the first time.
She probably wasn't that into these things before she had the baby.
Since giving birth, she realized that there are so few of these things, but there is a real pressing need for them. I've already contacted the factory and started mass production in the recent past. Gu Bai could also tell that Lin Shuer really recognized this, otherwise she wouldn't have proposed it again and again. He himself had adopted this suggestion, although he hadn't figured out where to sell it yet. But with the product there is certainly no worry about where to sell it. After all, the thing is here, this quality is certainly unquestionable.
That's good.
Lin Shuer's side was still a bit anxious, but hearing Gu Bai say that also put her mind at ease. The two hadn't chatted for a while when they heard the baby's cries coming from the bedroom.
Gu Bai, you quickly come over to take a look at it. These two babies do not know what happened, suddenly began to cry, and cried for half a day. How to coax is useless.
Lin Ji was helpless. How to say that he is also the baby's grandmother and has had so much experience in bringing up children, it should not be like this. Not to mention Xiao. The two of them coaxed one baby each, but there was no way to coax the baby well.
I'm coming. Gu Bai heard the two old men asking for help and hurriedly went to the baby's room. Sure enough, both babies were crying, and their little hands were scratching around in the air in a cute and heartbreaking way. Moo, Chang, Daddy is coming over. Gu Bai first checked to see if the two babies had pooped. He found that the diapers were all clean and dry, and the two babies' little butts looked especially fresh, so they didn't look like they had a bad odor at all. Are you two hungry?
He was coaxing the babies and chatting with them at the same time.
Definitely not, just now we all gave the babies milk powder, and the babies didn't like it at all.
Lin Ji's side frowned. Suddenly, there was a feeling of helplessness. On weekdays she was still very good at taking care of the baby, but she didn't expect to fail this time. It looked like the baby wanted a hug.
Gu Bai's side puffed out a laugh.
When he first came over, he was worried if something was wrong with the babies. As it turned out, there was no hunger and no pooping, so there was obviously only one problem left.
What was wrong with these two children?
They were crying non-stop. Xiaoxia's side was all tense, and even Lin Guoli was frowning in a rare moment, with a touch of worry on his face. As elders, they really have no resistance to babies, fearing that something will go wrong with them, and their hearts are all tugged at. The babies are being pampered, they just want to be cuddled.
Gu Bai said with a smile while picking up Moo and Chang.
Now he could only hold one in each hand as well. Originally, Xiaoxia and Lin Ji were still a bit unconvinced. What did the baby know at such a young age? As a result, they didn't realize that Gu Bai had just picked up the two babies, and they instantly stopped crying, and there was even a mimi smile on their little faces.
This is really God, the babies at a young age even learn to be pampered.
Xiaoxia couldn't help but sigh. As for Lin Ji, he was even more satisfied. He was worried about the son, after all, he was still young and inexperienced. Suddenly having a baby, he didn't know if he could take good care of it, but what if something went wrong with the baby? But these few days of observation had really put Lin Ji's mind at ease. Gu Bai was a good father, and was even more comfortable taking care of the baby than she was. Even things that their older generation couldn't think of, Gu Bai could think of very quickly. It really looked like he had gone to a lot of trouble and effort to take care of the baby. Lin Guoli also took all of this in. He was also becoming more and more satisfied with this son-in-law of his. Why do I feel like the babies are relying on you more and more now, and I as a mom don't have much of a sense of existence? Lin Shuer couldn't help but feel a little jealous as she watched the babies' reactions from the side. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be jealous of the babies or Gu Bai.
These two babies were even more pampered than herself, and the key was that Gu Bai really loved the babies too. How could that be? The babies definitely still loved their mom the most, right? Gu Bai cried and laughed when he heard Lin Shuer's jealous words. After coaxing the baby, Gu Bai rushed to comfort his wife. After half a day of coaxing, he finally coaxed the baby and his wife back to their senses. Both parents saw all this in their eyes and were more than satisfied. They directly went to the living room with smiles on their faces. They left the baby in the hands of Gu Bai and Lin Shuer. I want to go out for a walk, Gu Bai.
When mom and dad had gone to the living room to chat, Lin Shuer looked at Gu Bai pitifully. Ever since she gave birth to the baby, she had been sitting in the moonlight, staying at home and not going out yet.
It's just too hard to stay at home all the time. There are still half a month to go before the month is over, should we not wait any longer? Gu Bai could also understand Lin Shuer's urgent mood. After all, it's been such a long time and hasn't been out much. I really can't help it, why don't we go out for a walk today? Just a simple stroll downstairs can also be Chapter 20 Mother-in-law shocked, this son-in-law strong Lin Shuer really has never been so pitiful, not to mention that I have never thought that I will have to worry about going out one day. But it's been so long, it's really hard to stay inside every day.
That's fine, but only in the neighborhood downstairs. Turn around, cannot go too far away. Oh.
Gu Bai originally did not want to let Lin Shuer go out, after all, the menstrual period must be well protected.
But when he saw her pitiful appearance, he finally softened his heart.
Good.
Lin Shuer nodded her head vigorously in excitement.
Even if it was downstairs in the neighborhood, it was already very happy for her. Mom and Dad, you guys rest first, I'll take the baby and Shuer downstairs for a walk in the sun. Gu Bai didn't forget to talk to both parents about this before he left.
After saying that, he pushed the stroller and went downstairs with Lin Shuer. Now that it was early summer, the weather was getting warmer and warmer, and as soon as they left the house, the warm sunlight shone on their faces. It's been a long time since I've seen sunlight. Lin Shuer even had some trouble opening her eyes.
Today's weather is really good.
She couldn't help but sigh, her tone filled with the joy of going out for a walk.
Even the babies giggled.
Ding, the first time you take your baby out for a walk, rewarded with a 10x cashback card for spending.
Right at this moment, this familiar voice reappeared in Gu Bai's mind.
He froze for a moment. He didn't realize that bringing a baby out would be rewarded, and that a 10x spending cashback card would be a good thing.
Right now, he was afraid that the money in his hand added up to about 3 million, which meant that when he opened this consumption cashback card, the money in his hand would immediately become 30 million. A tenfold increase. Gu Bai smiled.
Only now he was accompanying Lin Shuer for a walk, so he definitely couldn't go spending, not to mention that this cashback card could be used whenever he wanted, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Shuer pushed the two babies to walk slowly in the neighborhood. This neighborhood is considered to be a relatively upscale neighborhood, the inside is quite safe, and the quality of the owners are also very high. Occasionally passing by a few owners, when they saw the twins, they couldn't help but stop their feet and were attracted by the cute appearance. After a while like this, Lin Shuer, who hadn't exercised much for a long time, was already panting a bit.
Alright, let's go home. Gu Bai also heard Lin Shuer gasping for breath.
She was still on her monthly cycle, so it was normal for her to be physically weak right now.
Although she was a bit reluctant, Lin Shuer followed Gu Bai back.
I'll cook something for Shuer today.
I'll make some chicken soup for Shuer today. This is the ground chicken I brought from my hometown, it's very nutritious.
When Lin Shi saw the two of them coming back, she hurriedly opened the refrigerator and took out the chicken that she had brought here.
This chicken has been simply processed before it came, and now it's just a matter of starting to cook it directly.
Mom, in fact, you can buy these things in the market, you don't need to bring them here.
Mom is still sitting in the car holding a big bag of things must be especially troublesome. Gu Bai doesn't want his mom to be so troublesome. This is a domesticated chicken, how can you buy something with such a high nutritional value in the market?
Besides, this is the soup I made for Shuer to replenish the nutrition you can eat that is also stained Shuer's light. Lin Ju was not polite to her son, and in a few words, she made Gu Bai feel helpless. Lin Shuer felt especially warm when she heard this, it was like having two mothers taking care of her at once, she was really happy.
Shuer, see you so happy, we are also relieved, this time your father we can also rest assured back.
Xiao Xiao has also been paying attention to Gu Bai's family's attitude towards their daughter over the past 2 days. Originally, when she came here, she was a little worried that her daughter would be a little too hasty in getting married so early. As a result, she has been completely relieved by the attention she has received over the past 2 days.
Gu Bai is a rare good boy, and the family really loves their daughter, this alone is enough. Are you leaving so soon?
Originally, Lin Shuer was reluctant to let her mom and dad come over, just because she was worried that they wouldn't want to recognize Gu Bai, but she didn't expect everything to go so smoothly.
But I didn't expect mom and dad to leave so soon, it looks like Gu Bai is really like Yes, the company still has some things to deal with, this time is to put things off over to see you.
Xiao Xiaoxia nodded her head and called over Lin Guoli, who was chatting with Gu Zhanyang.
By the way, Gu Bai, Shuer, since you two are already getting married, you should move in at home then, it's not a good idea to keep renting a house outside. Anyway, we're both busy at work and don't spend much time at home on weekdays, so we won't bother you too.
After hesitating for a while, Xiao Xiaoxia still brought up this matter. She felt that Gu Bai had only just graduated and had made some investments on his own, so it was already great that he could afford a gift of such high value. But right now the house must be worth tens of millions of dollars anyways, and they rightfully felt that it must be rented. At night, she and her husband also discussed it, and felt that it would be better to let the young couple have a stable place to live. Hearing this, Gu Bai first froze for a moment, then heard laughter from Lin Shuer.
Mom, did I forget to tell you about this? This house is what Gu Bai bought. Ah.
She slapped her head, not realizing that she had forgotten such an important thing. But she couldn't blame mom and dad. After all, when she first saw the real estate license, even she herself felt it was unbelievable.
What? This is your house?
Xiao Xiaoxia instantly froze when she heard this news, and even Lin Guoli, who is usually always unperturbed, was shocked. You should know that Gu Bai had only just graduated from college. To be able to buy a house worth tens of millions of dollars at this age was truly unbelievable.
This could no longer just be described as outstanding.
Yes, mom and dad, the house and car are mine, and although I'm not able to let Schwer live in a villa as big as the one she used to have right now, I'll definitely work hard to make her the happiest woman I can.
Gu Bai smiled and nodded.
If one were to say that when they heard such words in the past, they felt that Gu Bai was either bragging or just talking casually. But now, Xiao Xiaoxia and Lin Guoli really believed it.
More than 20 years old.
At this age, you can purchase a car worth over $600,000 and a house worth $10 million, and even when you give gifts, the value is already over $1 million.
Gu Bai was an ultimate potential stock.
Whether it was Xiao Xiaoxia or Lin Guoli, the way they looked at Gu Bai was instantly different.
Chapter 21. Old father-in-law starts showing off his son-in-law.
His daughter is fine, and his son-in-law is doing great things. Now Lin Guoli and Xiao Xiaoxia were really satisfied and went home. It just so happened that there were guests at the door right after they got back, so Lin Guoli directly placed the pink gold mitai in the most conspicuous place of the cupboard and went to greet the guests.
Old Lin went to buy pink gold mitai. This thing is not easy to find. I have been looking for a while. Really is a bottle hard to find. It's not about the price anymore.
More than 500,000 yuan of wine for them is not unaffordable, but whether they can buy is another matter. This pink gold mitai was limited to 100 bottles. Now the remaining is even less and less. Leaving behind can be all the boutique in the boutique which take out directly can cause a gasp.
Yes, this is my son-in-law scent. His gift selection is also on the heart.
Although Lin Guoli still did not move to say, but next to the Xiao Xiaoxia already cannot help but laugh. If it wasn't for the guests here, she really would have been unable to hold back her laughter. Lin Guoli chatted with the guest for a while longer, and the two of them even opened the mitai, but only drank a small sip. This was impossible for the Lin Guoli of the past. However, it could also be seen that he was really fond of the pink gold mitai. Simply love it. After chatting briefly for a while, the guests left, and Xiao Xiaoxia let out a giggle. You always pretending not to care what obviously so like this wine. Honestly, son-in-law, this gift is really very hard, even I think it is very good.
Where has Lin Guoli been so attentive to a bottle of wine on weekdays?
This time is not only placed in the most dazzling position, and even not moving to say it to old friends.
This is not old, Lu asked me? I just answer a sentence.
Lin Guoli heard his wife's words, some uncomfortable, gently coughed. He even averted his eyes in a rare moment of weakness. Gu Bai, this young man is really good, our daughter's vision is quite good, you just admit it, obviously you also feel the same, why are you always so twisted?
Xiao Xiaoxia really can't stop laughing.
Just now, the guest's eyes, obviously hoping that Lin Guoli can pour more wine. Usually Lin Guoli is very generous, this time when the pouring of wine that careful look really cannot afford to drink a little. He also emphasized that this was a gift from his son-in-law. It has come to this point, the mouth has to say what not to accept the girl to see this look, obviously is more than anyone like
I cannot.
Lin Guoli cleared his throat again. This time Xiao Xiaoxia also no longer say anything, anyway, Lin Guoli are showing clearly On the other side, Lin Ji had just finished the chicken soup and made 4 more dishes.
Where are the in-laws?
She just came out to find the living room empty. Gu Zhengyang was looking at the babies, and the in-laws were all gone. Mom, my parents had to go home to take care of something temporarily, so they left first. Lin Schwer's side hurriedly explained.
What's so urgent? I just stewed the chicken soup and said I would let everyone drink it together.
Lin, she couldn't help but sigh. She said that the company has some urgent matters to deal with, and that she will definitely have a good chat with you after she finishes those matters at hand. Lin Schwer's side also feel a little awkward. Dad and Mom hurried over, not waiting long before leaving again. But since she was a child, she has slowly gotten used to this kind of life. So is this okay, then you hurry to drink some chicken soup, Schwer, you must drink more, this is a nutritional thing. Lin she could also understand, being busy at work was just very sudden.
She nodded slightly and spoke with a smile.
When the meal was over, Gu Zhengyang was also going back. Gu Zhangyang was a university teacher. This time he had come over on a Saturday and Sunday vacation, and now that school was about to start, he definitely still had to go back to class. As for Lin Ji, she stayed here to help take care of the baby. At night, Lin Ji went to bed, while Gu Bai accompanied Lin Shuer to feed the baby rations. After this period of time with the massages, plus spending so much time together, Lin Shuer was already able to feed the baby's rations directly in front of Gu Bai. Although it would still feel shy, right? But this was the baby's father after all.
Mumu, Chung Chang, isn't it time for a nap after you're full?
Lin Shuer asked gently after she finished feeding the rations on her side. However, the two babies appeared to be quite awake, with no intention of going to sleep at all. Shuer, you go to sleep first, I'll go give them both a bath and put them to sleep.
Gu Bai looked at the time.
Lin Shuer should be resting at this time on weekdays. But the babies would go to bed a little later, and each time they had to wait for him to tell a story before they could do so. I'll join you, I also want to learn how to bathe the baby. Lin Shuer suddenly realized that ever since she had the baby, Gu Bai was the one who did everything, and instead she was like a shirker who couldn't do anything.
How could she be like this as a mother?
She hurriedly took the initiative to open her mouth, hoping to learn about taking care of the baby as well. At least she couldn't make this mom look so useless.
Gu Bai looked at him with this expectant face and didn't refuse. Then I'll bathe Mumu, and you can wash Ching Chang.
He said this while holding the baby in his arms. Gu Bai was now very skilled at holding the baby, and even knew exactly where to place his hands to make the baby most comfortable. Lin Shuer was quite rusty in comparison. She was recovering her body before, and spent most of her time lying on the bed feeding the baby rations, rarely getting up to hold the baby. So much so that up until now, every time she held the baby, she felt that her hands were too soft, afraid that she would accidentally break the baby. Gu Bai prepared 2 baby bathtubs to bathe Mumu himself while teaching Lin Shuer. Although Lin Shuer looked rusty, her movements were gentle enough, so Chung Chang not only didn't cry, but even babbled. Normally, Gu Bai would bathe the 2 babies alone for more than 20 minutes, but after adding Lin Shuer, this time it took more than half an hour. By the time the bath was over, Lin Shuer felt like she was about to be exhausted.
Gu Bai, you're really good.
One person can take care of 2 babies with ease.
Of course, I must protect you. By the way, I haven't weighed the babies since they were born, so it's a good idea to weigh the babies. Chapter 22 Rewarding a Mother in Baby Store. The family had already prepared a special weighing scale for babies. Gu Bai wiped the 2 babies down, put on the monk's clothes, and did this series of things before finally weighing the babies. Both babies were already almost a month old, and this kind of grew compared to when they were first born. Mumu was surprisingly already more than 8 pounds, Chung Chang are more than 9 pounds. The 2 babies were twins after all, so they were definitely still slightly lighter than when they were first born. At that time, Mumu only weighed more than 4 pounds, and Cheng Cheng only weighed more than 5 pounds. It's only been less than a month, and he's already grown so much. Ding, the first time you weighed your baby, rewarding a mom and pop store. Gu Bai heard this familiar voice in his head again at this time, then froze again. I didn't realize that weighing a baby would also be rewarded. And the reward was still a mom and pop store. He used the system to briefly look at the store right then. It was a very large store, and it was about 500 square feet. This store was considered to be a relatively famous one, not to mention that the location was still in the center of the city. Even after deducting all the expenses, the monthly profit alone would be over $300,000. This also meant that the system had directly given him a mother and baby store with a profit of over $300,000 per month. After briefly looking at the store's information, Gu Bai became even more excited. What the system had given him before was basically a one-time thing, and although he had money in his hands now, after all, there was a time when the money would run out. This kind of physical store was different. After owning a store, it meant that he now had a stable income of more than $300,000 every month, which was at least $3 million a year. Although it was a bit less valuable than a house and a car together, it was better than stability. It had to be said that what the system had given him this time was really 100 times better than before. Just seeing this reward alone made Gu Bai grin directly. Wow, it's great, the babies are growing up hard, it feels like it won't be long before they become little adults. At this time, Lin Shuer also hurried over to look at the weight of the 2 babies, then couldn't help but sigh. In just a month's time, both babies had grown quite a bit, and they looked even more adorable than before. This change really happened bit by bit. Gu Bai, the babies are growing up now, we need to save more money in the future, or else it won't be so easy to give the babies a better life. Lin Shuer mentioned this inside.
She believes that Gu Bai, because Gu Bai's ability to be here, a young age already have a house and car, this ability to make money is undoubtedly. But all investment is to have the risk, surely cannot always make money But where the risk is encountered, and how to be good. Every time she thought of this, Lin Shuer felt her head was too big. She was truly worried that Gu Bai's earnings were unstable. Maybe he could make a lot of money at once, but he could also lose a lot of money at once, so what if he lost it all? If we just invest, will there be any risk? We should do something else. She couldn't help but open her mouth and suggested. In fact, there is no other meaning, is really want to let Gu Bai side to reduce some risk. Gu Bai also knows what this means. Of course, he was making money and had a system, so he didn't have anything to worry about and was very calm when facing anything. But Lin Shuer was different. She was unaware of the whole system thing, and Gu Bai certainly couldn't have said anything about it. It was only natural that she would feel worried in such an unequal information situation. If he had to say it, Gu Bai didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, and instead, he felt very warm. Lin Shuer was worried about him, that is, she was thinking about him. Gu Bai just hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled gently. Actually, I also have a baby products store of my own, which I only just invested in. He never wanted to hide it from Lin Shuer, not to mention that there was nothing to hide about such a large store. Since the system had rewarded it now, he would simply say it directly. What? A mom and pop store? As expected when she heard about this store, Lin Shuer couldn't help but be shocked for a moment with her instantly wide eyes. She had never heard of Gu Bai having his own store. If there was a physical store, it would be completely different from investing. Yeah, there's a mom and pop store, it's not a big one, but it can make some money every month. Gu Bai nodded again. This instantly attracted Lin Shuer's attention. What kind of store is it? It's about time for the two babies to get some new things. I want to go and see if it's okay, or let's go and have a look around now. She was so curious this instant. I didn't realize that Gu Bai even had a store. Anyway, it was a lot of relaxation, but even more want to go and take a look. After all, she herself hadn't gone out much in a long time. Aren't you on your monthly cycle here? I'll take you over there to take a look after the month, but right now it's definitely better to feel at ease and nourish your body. Gu Bai smiled on this side and hooked up the corners of his mouth as he spoke lightly. He had already guessed that after he finished saying this, he would definitely attract Lin Shuer's attention, and that it was a certainty that he would want to go over and visit. However, he had also already thought about it long ago, and it was definitely impossible to let Lin Shuer go out so quickly. Now at this time at most, he would go downstairs and simply turn around. If he really wanted to go outside, it was still a bit too early. But whenever something goes wrong, it's not that simple. Then, knowing that she can't immediately go over to take a look, Lin Shuer muttered her mouth in aggravation, but she could only nod her head in resignation. Good girl, I'll go over there in the next 2 days, and I'll take a few pictures for you to see. Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer in such a pitiful state, and hurriedly reached out and rubbed her hair, then comforted. Good, good, you must take more pictures, take more detailed pictures, I'm going to die of curiosity. Hearing this, Lin Shuer instantly came into the spirit. Although she couldn't be there to see it herself, but having pictures was better than not seeing anything at all. She couldn't wait to get out of her month now. Now she could only quench her thirst with photos for the time being. Okay, it's late, hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow I'll go over to sign the documents and take some photos for you. Chapter 23. Is this the new boss? Too young. After comforting Lin Shuer, Gu Bai then coaxed the babies to sleep together before returning to his bedroom to sleep. After a night. When Lin Shuer woke up in the morning, it was already cold by the window, and Gu Bai had long since disappeared. She got up and simply cleaned up and went out to see Lin Ji. Shuer, you're awake? Gu Bai said that he had something to go out today, saying that he was taking pictures of a store, and he didn't know what it meant. But breakfast is ready, hurry over and have some. Lin Ji hurriedly pulled over after seeing Lin Shuer and explained again. He told me yesterday that he invested in a mom and pop store, so today should be about taking pictures of that store. I'll be able to see what the store looks like then. After hearing this, Lin Shuer understood almost immediately, then said with a smile, even with some anticipation. After all, there was no way to go over there herself right now. She was genuinely curious to know what this mother and baby store actually looked like, how big of a store it was, and how much money it would make then. After all, these all affect the future development, and the baby side of the child can be waiting to feed it. What kind of store? Why haven't I heard that Gu Bai already has a store? Lin Ji blinked her eyes and looked slightly puzzled after hearing this. In fact, I just found out last night that Gu Bai has invested in a mother and child store. It sounds like it's not a small store, so he'll be able to have some regular income by the time he gets there. Lin Shuer didn't expect Lin Ji to know, so she hurriedly gave a brief explanation. But after all, she herself doesn't know a lot, so it's just a simple explanation. That would be great. I'm still worried that that kid only engages in investment every day. In case something goes wrong, it will be hard to do then. After hearing this news, Lingji also felt relieved a lot at once. The heart that was originally raised can finally be put into the stomach. At this time, Gu Bai had already arrived at the entrance of the mother and baby store. This place was really just like the system photo, quite luxurious and expansive. The store was still very large, with 500 square feet. It was still morning when Gu Bai came over, and although there weren't too many customers, there were customers coming in and out all the time, so the flow of people was pretty good. Plus its own address is in the downtown area, which is a prime location. Inch by inch. This is not just a question of money, even if the money may not be able to buy. It's true that the system give out something is very unusual. Gu Bai just took a cursory look at the place and already felt very satisfied. He had only just walked in when he saw Lena, the store manager. Most of the people here were either pregnant women coming over or families coming over. Suddenly seeing a young man come over, and obviously not for these mom and pop products, Lena now began to guess, can it be that this is the new boss? After all, the new boss agreed to come over at this time. But seeing Gu Bai at this age as well as this appearance, it really didn't feel like the boss. Hello, may I ask if you're here to browse the store? Eventually Lena came over and asked cautiously, and with curiosity written all over her face. I'm here to sign a contract. Gu Bai lightly opened his mouth with a sentence that once again shook Lena. This was really the future boss. But this boss looked too young, didn't he? You have to know that this store is in a prime location, and the monthly turnover is not low. She didn't even dare to think about the big price for such a store. The Gu Bai in front of her looked too young to be able to come up with so much money to invest directly. Scary as hell. The boss documents had already been prepared a long time ago, as well as this was the store, where the monthly running bills were. This momentary Lena even couldn't wait to be shocked and hurriedly made all the handovers she had at hand. As the store manager standing beside Gu Bai, she was still terrified. This store had always been run by her, but she didn't know what the new owner's side was thinking. Gu Bai briefly looked at the bill, and sure enough, it was similar to what the system had written. I guess this Lena didn't dare to lie. Moreover, this store was under Lena's management, and now the water flow was considered to be of a very good kind. Although he knew at a glance that a lot of places could still become better, but there was no need to change the owner. Very well, in the future, you will still be in charge of this store. As for the salary, as long as the store's turnover rises, you will also be given a raise. Gu Bai put down the document in his hand after reading it and then said lightly. The wages will be raised. This is definitely a temptation that no one can resist, no matter for which person. Lena's side of her heart instantly reverted to her new boss's side. Boss, don't worry, I'll definitely work hard and create more benefits for our store. She was practically patting her chest in assurance, and her tone was quite serious when she spoke. After signing the contract on Gu Bai's side, he briefly went around the store again. These were mainly to take pictures of Lin Shuer. He had already said that he wanted to show her the current state of the store, so he definitely had to take pictures a little more carefully, so he couldn't let her be filled with curiosity. Gu Bai specially stayed here for a while longer, and after taking pictures of Lin Shuer, he briefly observed the flow of people in the store. The flow of people here was a bit higher than he had imagined, and the customers were generally still very satisfied with the store's stuff. After a brief look, Gu Bai went home. How's it going? Did you get any pictures? Lin Shuer had already waited impatiently, a pair of eyes to look at the door from time to time, but whenever there was any movement, she had to look twice. Finally seeing Gu Bai come back was a surprise to her, so she hurriedly stood up and asked curiously and nervously. At this time, Lin Ji also came out of her room and came over with an expectant face. Of course she wanted to know how much money her son had made and what progress he had made. That's for sure, I've said I'll take pictures to show you, how could I not? After hearing this, Gu Bai also let out a giggle, then took out his cell phone and spread out the photos for Lin Shuer to see. From the photos to the video, he had taken dozens of them before and after. Other than that, at least this entire store had been turned around, and it was also clear how the exact situation inside the store was. Wow, is not it? When she saw these photos, Lin Shuer directly couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Chapter 24 Girlfriends Seeking Help. This store is also too big. Although she had thought that the store that Gu Bai had invested in would definitely not be small, she hadn't thought that it would be this spectacular.
Lin Schwer personally froze. I've got 2 babies at home, so if the store isn't too big, how can 2 babies use it? Gu Bai's side was still smiling and looked quite calm.
This store did look quite good, it looked like the babies wouldn't be short of anything in the future.
Lin Ji's side also saw the store and felt very satisfied. That's right, now I want to go and take a look even more.
Lin Schwer was full of joy and anticipation. She had originally felt worried, fearing that Gu Bai's investment had gone awry. Since she now had a physical store as a guaranteed income, there was really no need to be afraid.
There's still a week left to go out, so wait another week, good girl, I'm with you.
Gu Bai rubbed Lin Schwer's hair and looked at her expectant face, and couldn't help but giggle.
Alright then, after I get out of the month, I'll be sure to go over there as soon as I can.
Lin Schwer was really dying of curiosity and especially wanted to go and see it with her own eyes. Of course then, but right now you still need to get well, I'll go cook first. Gu Bai prepared many more ingredients, most of which were body tonic. These were all prepared for Lin Schwer, mainly to supplement her nutrition. After all, you have to feed the baby rations every day. If you don't have a little nutritional supplementation, you can't keep up with the nutritional needs of the baby, you're going to have problems. The most important thing for him now was to take care of Lin Schwer and the baby, so he was quite careful and vigilant in everything he did.
Gu Bai was busy in the kitchen by himself, and soon made 4 dishes and 1 soup. After eating, Lin Chi couldn't wait to take care of the babies. As the baby's grandmother, she really had loved the babies to the bone and couldn't stay away from them at all times thinking about them. And it also gave the 2 of them, Lin Schwer and Gu Bai, a chance to spend time together. Originally, Lin Schwer was about to say something, but the phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, Xue Mengyao.
This was her best friend that she had played with since she was a child. Ever since she got pregnant, the 2 of them hadn't been in contact for quite some time, and seeing her best friend suddenly call, Lin Schwer was still a bit puzzled. Still, she didn't even think about it and hurriedly picked up the phone directly.
Schwer. On the other end of the phone was a weak woman's voice. This was a far cry from the usual Xue Mengyao. What happened to Mengyao? Why are you so drained?
Lin Schwer was really startled to hear this voice. Normally, Xue Mengyao was always lively and lovely, and never had anything to say. It was the first time she heard Xue Mengyao's voice so weak.
Schwer, do you have any money? Can you lend me some?
Xue Mengyao's voice was still as weak as ever. If she didn't put the earpiece close to her ear, Lin Schwer was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to hear this voice.
Of course I can, how much do you want? And in the end, what happened, you first tell me. Maybe we can solve it together. A good girlfriend for many years, suddenly became this way. Lin Schwer was anxious to death.
She didn't even think about it and directly agreed to it. I've been cheated, I'm penniless, and I'm $3 million in debt.
Schwer, I really am desperate.
Xue Mengyao couldn't help but sob again when she mentioned these things. Although her family is not particularly rich, but also belongs to the well-off family, also did not think that I will one day actually fall to such a point.
Now even with the best girlfriends open to borrow 3 million.
Just say these words, he himself feels sad, even do not know how to face Lin Schwer.
This is not a small amount of money. A full $3 million.
Lin Schwer sucked in a breath of cool air when she heard this one amount.
You first do not worry,
the money aspect as long as slowly put together will definitely have, I now a moment although I cannot take so much to, but I also try to find a look. Lin Schwer although family superior, but 3 million that is not to say that you can take out. Moreover, even if you go with your dad to borrow well, this is definitely not a momentary matter. Especially looking at Xue Mengyao so anxious, she is also with anxious round and round.
Thank you Schwer, I'll think about it again.
Xue Mengyao was still sobbing and felt touched again.
To have such a good friend, this life is really worth it.
It is a pity that I was cheated, or else I must repay my best friend.
You should not be anxious first, anyway, there are problems that we can solve together, there is still me.
Lin Schwer's side also do not know what to do, can only keep going to comfort Xue Mengyao.
The 2 talked for a while before hanging up the phone. But after that, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What happened?
From the moment Lin Schwer picked up the phone just now, Gu Bai realized that something was wrong. On weekdays, Lin Schwer hadn't been in such a hurry, and this time something was obviously wrong. He couldn't afford to see his wife in a hurry, not to mention that this was still the menstrual period, when emotions should be stabilized, and it would be even worse to be in a hurry at this time. Gu Bai, just now my best friend called me and said he was cheated and is now directly in debt of $3 million. I may have to go home and talk to my dad about this. It's best to fill this $3 million hole first, otherwise I think Meng Yao's side is really desperate.
Lin Shuer is anxious.
Although she knows that even her father may not be able to come up with as much as $3 million at once, she certainly can't leave her best friend unattended.
3 million? Gu Bai froze for a moment after hearing this figure.
He just happened to have about $3 million left on hand right now, and there was also a 10x cashback card.
This was definitely a good opportunity.
If he could use this $3 million on Shui Mengyao, it would solve the immediate problem and make Lin Shuer stop worrying.
At the same time, you can also get a cashback. It's definitely a 2-for-1 deal.
3 million, I don't know what the hell that girl did. Anyway, now it's definitely necessary to solve this first. Lin Shuer is so anxious that she's jumping out of her skin.
Don't be anxious, there must be a solution. I will help you to think together. Gu Bai first comforted his wife, then hurriedly opened the system again. And inquired, if it is borrowing money counts as consumption, can you get 10 times cash back? This is definitely the best solution if you can get cash back.
Chapter 25 Open 10 times cashback, wildly earn 30 million.
However, the answer is no. Gu Bai had actually guessed this ending at the beginning.
The system has always been more rigorous. If you want to spend money, that's definitely the only way to spend money. As for borrowing money, naturally does not count, which is normal.
Only in that case, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to lend out this money. He also slightly frowned.
Gosh, Meng Yao had even started auctioning off the family's antiques already.
It looks like this money is really urgent. I have to go over immediately. During this time, Lin Shuer opened WeChat again and looked at Shui Mengyao's circle of friends.
When she saw that Shui Mengyao had put the link to the auction in her circle of friends, she even sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but sigh.
Shui Mengyao auction is a vase.
In fact, the price wasn't very expensive, it was only $300,000. This figure was simply not enough for Shui Mengyao to meet her immediate needs, and was even completely insufficient. But she is now at her wit's end, and in her desperation to get some money together is some money.
Auction? Gu Bai's eyes lit up after hearing this.
Yes, she looks like she really has no way to come up with the money, so she's already auctioning it off, but this kind of thing may not be able to raise the money at a moment's notice, not to mention the possibility that the auction may even lose money. Lin Shuer nodded helplessly.
I didn't realize that the current Shui Mengyao was desperate to this point. Gu Bai, I really can't sit on the moon anymore, I must make a trip home, right now.
Lin Shuer in this instant directly made up her mind to go home, definitely want to borrow some money from mom and dad, absolutely can't watch their good girlfriend step by step down.
The first thing you need to do is to go back to your home.
Gu Bai once again hooked up the corner of his mouth, a Lin Shuer in his arms. He spoke faintly, his voice still as low as ever. But right now, Lin Shuer was just too anxious to feel at ease.
Gu Bai, now that the situation is special, I really can't stand by and watch my best friend go on like this. Don't worry, my body is fine now.
Lin Shuer felt that Gu Bai was just worried about her body, that's why she wasn't willing to let herself go. She was working hard to prove to herself that she was fine now. It was mainly to go and help her good girlfriend. Yet Gu Bai still shook his head and had no intention of letting go.
Gu Bai, this matter is really important to me. I absolutely can't just watch my best friend go step by step into the abyss.
Lin Shuer even felt a little disappointed at this moment. She had always felt that Gu Bai was a man who knew how to love people very well. Since the two had been together for so long, she had also always been loved and protected. But this time, she felt that this man had suddenly changed.
Such an important thing was unexpectedly unwilling to let her do it. She was really getting disappointed. I don't mean this.
Gu Bai knew that Lin Shuer must have misunderstood, so he spoke with a light smile.
Then what does it mean? Why aren't you willing to let me help her?
As expected, Lin Shuer still felt very confused. She didn't know why Gu Bai, who had always been so nice, had suddenly become so stiff and even so cold. It was obvious that his best friend was suffering and was almost on the verge of going crazy. This kind of unwillingness to help when he needed it the most. Because I don't think I need you to make a trip home for this matter to be resolved by me.
Gu Bai smiled once again.
He spoke lightly, his tone quite calm. However, these words caused Lin Shuer's eyes to widen in shock.
Really, really? She took an incredible breath backwards, then couldn't help but be certain.
This was a full $3 million. And it was still the kind that had to be taken out directly. Even her father might not be able to come up with it all at once. Although Gu Bai had been engaged in investment, he had only been doing it for so long and was still very young.
Could it be that he could really come up with $3 million at once? Her entire being was dumbfounded and simply couldn't believe this.
Well, I calculated that I can come up with $3 million on hand now, and I already have a store, so I'm not afraid of running out of money.
Gu Bai nodded slightly.
Right now, he only had about $3 million in his hand.
If he wanted to take out more, he didn't have any more.
But he had a 10x cashback card in his hand. This $3 million itself was to be spent at some time. At best, it was just a difference in where to spend it. If there wasn't this matter, Gu Bai was also planning to find an opportunity to take Lin Shuer along for a good shopping trip, buy some more things, and directly spend the $3 million. And now that he could have such an opportunity, it was even much simpler, and he didn't even need to waste any more time.
This is definitely 100 benefits and no harm to him. It's just as well that I can directly purchase her collection. Gu Bai smiled and opened his mouth.
Lin Shuer then nodded her head as if she had come to a realization.
If it was a matter of directly calling the money over, then Xue Mengyao's side would definitely feel embarrassed.
But if it was putting the money over in such a way, it would be completely different.
Fine, then let's do it as you say.
Lin Shuer couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
She directly sent this link to Gu Bai.
On Gu Bai's side, he first turned on the 10x cashback and then immediately chose to pay. Ding, 10x cashback is now in use, rewarding 30 million. After the successful payment screen popped up, Gu Bai heard that familiar voice in his head. It's really the system, this efficiency is simply unbeatable. And to casually buy a painting or calligraphy and directly be able to reward 30 million, it's taking off directly, okay?
Ring ring ring.
Gu Bai had only just succeeded in making the payment when Lin Shuer once again heard the phone ringing.
It was Xue Mengyao calling again. Shuer, what the hell happened just now?
This product should have been auctioned by you. I don't think there's anyone else besides you who can auction a useless item for 10 times the price.
Xue Mengyao's current state was already much better than earlier.
She had been overwhelmed by the $3 million debt before, but now that the debt had been alleviated, her mood was immediately different. Actually, it was my husband who took the picture. I originally wanted to find my dad to borrow money, but it just so happened that he had it on his side, so he took it first. Lin Shuer's side also felt especially proud when she said it. Her own husband was able to pull out so much money at once, she definitely had a glow on her face. She even felt that Gu Bai was even more mysterious this time.
How much more money did this man have? How many other things did she not know? Chapter 26, Occasionally Earn Some Money? This is 3 million. Hearing Lin Shuer's words, Xue Mengyao also froze.
As her best girlfriend, she also knew that Lin Shuer already had a boyfriend and a baby. To be honest, this matter had shocked her greatly. Especially after learning that Gu Bai's identity was just an ordinary family man, she was even more shocked and even felt that Lin Shuer was simply crazy. After all, Lin Shuer herself was a golden girl. If these two people had to talk, their relationship wasn't equal.
How can be together?
As a result, this time things really let Xue Mengyao stunned.
You're not talking about Gu Bai, are you? Isn't he an ordinary family?
I've heard that he doesn't have much money either, so how could he possibly afford something so expensive? Xue Mengyao couldn't help but gulp, and even wondered if she was missing out on something, otherwise how could she feel that it didn't make sense anywhere? He actually has his own job, and as early as when he was in school he had already started investing, so he still had some savings on hand. Lin Shuer knew that her best friend would definitely ask this question. She snorted out a laugh, and felt really especially proud of herself when she said this. Although the two of them hadn't gotten a license yet, but this was still her boyfriend being her baby's father anyways. She had already recognized this man in the past, but at that time, saying it would always be met with a lot of denigration or questioning. And now, I'm afraid that there will never be any more questioning, and no one will ever dare to say anything negative again.
Because Gu Bai is awesome. The ability is here, and that alone makes him invincible, okay? Gosh, I really didn't expect you to be so discerning. This is a potential stock for you to catch. Xue Mengyao couldn't help but gulp down her saliva, feeling like she really had been shocked to the core.
The previous Gu Bai was also considered a school grass-level character in school. However, there was still a bit of a gap between his family's situation and a few other boys. So it wasn't that prominent, right? I can only say that occasionally there would be those girls who were obsessed with their appearance who couldn't help but come over to confess their love. Never would I have thought that this would be a great potential, and it was even firmly grasped by Lin Shuer. Yeah, right, you should hurry up and pay off your debt first. You don't even know how worried I was this time when I suddenly called over, afraid that something would happen to you. Lin Shuer's side also did not continue to talk to Xue Mengyao about these things, but could not help but remind again.
I'm afraid it's hard to be in debt.
Now that the money has been obtained, the first thing to do is to pay off the debt. Of course, I've already transferred the money just now, so I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Shuer, really thank you, and also really thank Gu Bai. If it wasn't for you guys, I feel like my life is ruined. Xue Mengyao was completely thankful and didn't even know what she should say other than gratitude.
She had originally thought that her whole life had been ruined, but luckily it was Gu Bai and Lin Shuer who had appeared and were able to save this life. Don't worry, I'll definitely work hard to make money and return it to you guys when the time comes, but it might take a little longer. Mentioning this, Xue Mengyao sighed deeply again. That was a full $3 million. Being cheated was indeed quick, but wanting to slowly earn $3 million with her own strength was simply as hard as heaven for her. It was because of this that she admired Gu Bai even more. Obviously, like herself, her family background is relatively average, but as a result, she can even earn more than $1 million by virtue of her efforts, and even come up with $3 million to lend to herself, and I'm afraid that's more than enough. You know, having $3 million and having the capital to lend $3 million to others is definitely not the same. The fact that she could casually take out $3 million and lend it to her directly meant that Gu Bai definitely earned more and owned more. She couldn't even begin to imagine what Gu Bai had done to earn so much money in such a short period of time. It was simply a miracle. Xue Mengyao thanked her half a dozen times in a row again before she finally hung up the phone. This time you don't even know how much Mengyao thanks you. If it wasn't for you, I don't even know if Dad's side could come up with so much money at once. After putting away the phone, Lin Shuer also turned her head to look in Gu Bai's direction.
Gu Bai, I feel like you're really amazing. You can give me surprises and accidents every time. Just how many other things do you have that I don't know about?
Doubts filled her eyes. After this period of time, Lin Shuer realized that instead of understanding him, she seemed to have become less and less understanding. After all, I'm in the investment business, and I can make a little money occasionally.
Gu Bai laughed again.
He was still speaking lightly, not boasting at all. He even treated this as an extremely natural thing. He had already bought such a luxurious house, and had also bought a car worth at least $600,000. These alone do not know how much money to spend, in this case even can casually $3 million to.
And to call this just making a little bit of money every now and then?
Even Lin Shuer, as a rich girl, was speechless when she heard Gu Bai's words.
Isn't this a bit too modest?
Lin Shuer was about to say something else, but the baby suddenly started crying. After Gu Bai heard the baby's cries, he didn't even think about it and went straight over to coax the child. Instead, Lin Shuer quietly watched from the side, suddenly feeling marvelous. Even though this man was a powerful man outside and could make so much money, he was still at ease helping to take care of the baby. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was practically unbeatable awe. She quietly watched Gu Bai coax the baby from the doorway, a gentle and happy smile on her face. I have to say, Gu Bai is really a good man. For the next 2 days, Gu Bai still put all his energy into taking care of the baby and Lin Shuer. It was finally the last day before Lin Shuer left the moon.
Am I going to be able to go out for a walk tomorrow, and I'll be able to see that store tomorrow, right?
She couldn't help but blink with excitement, and the more she talked about it, the happier she felt. This one is the first offline store. Even if it was Dad's company, with some nice business, she had never been this happy.
Yeah, tomorrow will be fine, so endure the last day today again.
Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer so happy, and also smiled and nodded. His face was full of tenderness.
Great, I really can't hold it in anymore. Chapter 27 Lin Shuer's BFF came.
This was not the first time Lin Shuer had said this, and this time it was even more heartfelt an exclamation. After all, it had been such a long time. It was not easy to have reached the time of the door. As long as she survived today, she would immediately be able to go out for a walk, and she could also just go out and play, which was simply a fatal attraction and temptation for her.
Good girl, it's already the last day. Gu Bai tenderly touched Lin Shuer's soft hair again.
He was now familiar with comforting Lin Shuer. After all, every time he temporarily wanted to go out, he had to rush to comfort her for fear that something would go wrong. Lin Shuer's beaming mouth was obviously trying to use pouting to escape the last day and go outside to have some fun. As a result, before the words were even spoken, he heard his cell phone ringing.
It was Xue Mengyao again.
Seeing her bestie's familiar name, Lin Shuer hurriedly picked up the phone, afraid of missing any important information. It would be bad if her bestie's side was short of money again, or if there was something else that hadn't been resolved.
Shuer, where are you living now?
I want to go and see you guys and the baby at the same time, but of course, I also want to thank you. Now Shui Mengyao's voice has been restored to the previous full of vitality, compared to 2 days ago that lifeless feeling, simply a world of difference. Just from her voice, she could tell that she should have recovered more or less.
What is there to thank? Anyway, we are all good friends, and I am also willing to believe you.
Although Lin Shuer said so, she still told her best friend the address. After all, she hadn't seen her best friend for a long time since she got pregnant. This time, it was also a way for her best friend to come over and see the babies.
I know, you guys should be fine today, right? Wait for me, I'll be right over.
Shui Mengyao's side was still worried that if she went over, she would disturb the baby's rest, but since Lin Shuer had already said the address, she shouldn't be worried about that.
She couldn't help but ask one more question before she left.
After she heard the confirmation from Lin Shuer's side, she was able to set off with peace of mind. Lin Ji had returned to her hometown 2 days ago, and there were still a lot of things to do in her hometown, and since Lin Shuer was about to give birth, she didn't have to continue to help take care of her.
It was just her and Gu Bai at home now. Gu Bai, today Mengyao is coming over to see the baby. I haven't seen her for a long time, I'm really looking forward to it.
She had just hung up the phone and couldn't help but speak with a look of anticipation. She just hung up the phone and said with a look of anticipation. That's good, it's just that you two haven't seen each other for a long time, so you can catch up this time.
Gu Bai gently nodded his head.
Taking advantage of the fact that her best friend hadn't come over yet, Lin Shuer fed the babies enough rations first, which was mainly because she was worried that it would be a bit awkward when her best friend came over. She was now already different nowadays for its rations to come, can be said to be very simple and fast, and rations are even more adequate to the point of death. Even every other day need to let Gu Bai help themselves to squeeze, otherwise it is so awesome. It had to be said that this massage skill of Gu Bai's was really powerful. She hadn't even thought about the fact that she wouldn't need to continue massaging after such a long time, and that she could keep her rations so full all the time.
Mumu, Chung Chang, you two are full, do you want to sleep and sleep now?
After feeding the rations, Gu Bai and Lin Shuer both worked together to coax the baby to sleep. However, it wasn't long before they heard a knock at the door. This time Lin Shuer has been a little impatient, so actually want to go to open the door, but still be Gu Bai to stop.
You just wait here, I'll go over and open the door. Anyway, people have already come over, you are not bad this moment. Gu Bai couldn't help but laugh lightly and opened his mouth. Gu Bai couldn't help but laugh softly.
Lin Shuer nodded and sat back in her chair.
Gu Bai, on the other hand, got up and opened the door.
Standing at the doorway was a woman with a colorful and very bright look. This woman looked like she could even be described as a bit of an enchantress, and the kind that would make it hard to forget at a glance straight away. If one had to say it, this was completely different from Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was like a lily, pure and beautiful, and although she had a beautiful figure, she was still mainly the type that would make people feel sweet. The woman in front of her was completely different. Angel's face, devil's body, although the makeup is not very thick, but this natural strong face is already enough to charm.
Gu Bai simply glanced at the woman, but there wasn't much expression on his face.
This is Lin Shuer's best friend, no matter what she looks like, it doesn't matter much to him, he only has a wife and child in his heart.
You should be Gu Bai, right? Shui Mengyao blinked her eyes on this side and asked with some curiosity.
While speaking, these deep beautiful eyes of hers were also looking up and down at the man in front of her. Although it had already occurred to her before coming over that Lin Shuer's eyesight was definitely not bad, and that this Gu Bai was definitely a handsome man, she hadn't expected that he would be handsome to this extent. Gu Bai's handsomeness was different from some of today's fresh meat, but he looked quite tough, and with a height of over 1.85 m, it made him look like a walking clothes rack. Even if he was simply dressed, there was no way to hide that domineering temperament.
Yes, Shuer is in the house. Gu Bai nodded his head slightly, and after he finished speaking, he sidled over to let Shui Mengyao come in, then closed the door again. Lin Shuer had already been impatient to come out of the house. The two girlfriends had not met for a long time, and this time the meeting was even more full of smiles. Shuer, I really want to die. You did not expect a few days to see you. Even the baby was born, this time I really was. You fell far off. Shui Mengyao couldn't help but open her mouth and sigh. Although Lin Shuer is not a school, but the two are also their respective schools to sit at the top of the school flower, but also from childhood to a good girlfriend. Originally thought that Lin Shuer should be the same as herself, there is still a long period of time will find a boyfriend,
but did not think that she actually so soon have even the birth of the baby. You don't even know how cute the baby is, hurry over and take a look. Lin Shuer also immediately pulled Xue Mengyao into the baby's room and the two of them started chatting excitedly. Gu Bai's heart was also very clear, the two little sisters hadn't seen each other for such a long time, they would definitely have something to say in their hearts. As a man, if he joined in the private conversation between the sisters, I'm afraid it would be a bit embarrassing for the two sisters.
Chapter 28 This man is simply perfect.
Therefore, Gu Bai was very considerate to help the two people close the door, and he himself went to the kitchen to prepare food.
Wow, is this the baby of the two of you? It's really cute and looks so fleshy. Only just entering the door, Xue Mengyao saw the two little babies lying in the crib. These two babies were really cute to the extreme. Both babies were white and chubby, and their eyes were so big that just a glance would make people feel like they loved them. The two babies weren't asleep yet, and they didn't recognize Xue Mengyao at all when they saw her, and even stretched out their little hands and babbled. The two of them were just interacting with you, even though they couldn't speak, the two babies actually knew everything.
Lin Shuer also nodded her head cynically.
Is that so?
Gosh, this is too cute. Xue Mengyao was directly adorable, she couldn't even take her eyes off the baby. She also couldn't help but tease with the baby there for a long time. After a while the babies were already drifting off to sleep, she then hurriedly lowered the volume and went directly to the master bedroom with Lin Shuer.
Gu Bai was still cooking.
The two sisters opened up their conversation even more this time. Shuer, should I not say, your husband is really handsome. I was still thinking about what kind of person can so easily capture your heart.
But after seeing your husband, I immediately understood, I have to say that this can be a really handsome man.
She had actually wanted to say this when she first entered the door, but was worried that Gu Bai would be embarrassed to hear it, so she had been holding back.
That's for sure, how could it be a very bad man if he can get into my eyes?
Hearing her girlfriend praise her boyfriend, Lin Shuer also felt sincerely proud. She had always been very firm in her choice, believing that Gu Bai was the right man to go hand in hand with her to the end of her life. Even though she had been denied by so many people, Lin Shuer had never once denied herself, much less this relationship. Seriously, your husband is also too powerful, that is 3 million although I called you, but in fact I think I have no hope. Mentioning this, Xue Mengyao was again a burst of fear. She really did not think that her things can be solved. Before even feel that this life has been ruined, even if Lin Shuer is willing to help, and how is it possible to come up with so much money at once? In fact, not to mention you, even I did not think that he could directly take out 3 million to lend you.
Lin Shuer is still shocked by this matter even now. No way, he's the one who's going to be your husband soon, don't you know how much money he can make?
Hearing this, even Xue Mengyao was stunned. Other than that, the two of them even have a baby now, for the body of the family also have to know some right. He is mainly engaged in some investment, and is really very powerful, from the time of school has been making money, I feel like every time as if reacquainted with him, do not know his strength in the end where. Lin Shuer said in a serious manner. Xue Mengyao was even more shocked by this. Geez, I've always thought that your vision is wrong, after all, Gu Bai doesn't seem to have anything else besides being handsome, but now I suddenly feel that it's my vision that's wrong. This Gu Bai is also too good, right? This is not to say anything else, just this age can have this kind of behavior, or already let a person dare not believe. Xue Mengyao was now filled with admiration and shock.
Because this husband of Lin Shuer was really too powerful.
This was her lifesaver.
It could be said very clearly that without Lin Shuer's husband, I'm afraid she really wouldn't have survived. Why don't you just thank him personally?
Lin Shuer thought about it, this was something that Gu Bai had done, and the money was also paid by Gu Bai.
It's a bit hard to thank all of them on your own. I think so.
Only then did Xue Mengyao go out of the bedroom with Lin Shuer. It was at this time that Gu Bai had finished cooking, and the table was already set with 4 dishes and 1 soup.
Wow, it really smells good. Where was this cooked? Shuer, are your neighbors so good at cooking? Then this is too much for you, you have to be attracted by such an aroma every day.
Only just going out, Xue Mengyao smelled this pungent fragrance, and then couldn't help but exclaim. This flavor is simply unbeatable, even more so than those top hotels. She didn't eat after coming over, and it happened to be noon, so the smell was too attractive.
This you do not know it, in fact, these are all Gu Bai cooking, I smelled this fragrance for the first time is also stunned, did not expect him to be so good at cooking.
Mentioning this, Lin Shuer laughed even harder, and even raw pride it is also called out.
Gu Bai's greatness could not just be reflected in the aspect of making money. No way, are you serious? Xue Mengyao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, unable to believe her ears. Just by virtue of being able to make money, Gu Bai was already powerful enough. It never occurred to me that in addition to making money every day, Gu Bai had even recognized the duty of cooking. What the hell doesn't this man know how to do? You guys came out just in time to come over and eat, the babies are sleeping. When Gu Bai saw Lin Shuer and her best friend come out together, he pointed to the fragrant meal on the table. Lin Shuer ate such delicious meals every day and was now used to it, but Xue Mengyao was different. The aroma had already reached her nose and was making her water run down her face. She couldn't wait to sit on her chair, and even forgot to thank Gu Bai for the meal. Then I won't be polite, I'll try it first. After she finished speaking, she directly picked up a mouthful of food and put it in her mouth, and then the flavor directly exploded in her mouth. It's so delicious. She couldn't help but widen her eyes were filled with shock and surprise at the same time. Then you should eat more. Lin Shuer watched her best friend eat and also let out a giggle. She knew that this would definitely happen, anyway, it wasn't once or twice, and she had even gotten used to it a long time ago. Originally, Xue Mengyao wanted to say something else, but it turned out that her mouth was already stuffed with things, bulging like a hamster. She had been so busy eating right now that she didn't even have time to talk anymore. Chapter 29, From now on, the paycheck card goes to the wife. Xue Mengyao was a foodie. Lin Shuer wasn't the first day she knew about this either. However, seeing her best friend's stuffy eating face still made her feel very funny. At the same time, she felt satisfied. After all, his own husband is so good, where that is envied. Everyone ate this meal happily, especially Xue Mengyao. Ever since she owed money, she hadn't eaten anything this good. This time, it was an unexpected surprise for her, and it was too delicious. Until she finished eating, Xue Mengyao was still a little bit tired of it. Mengyao, why don't you stay here today? There's still an extra room in the house anyway. After finishing the meal, Lin Shuer chatted with Xue Mengyao for a while longer. It was already getting late, so she reluctantly opened her mouth to stay. After all, both of them hadn't seen each other for a long time, and as little sisters, it could really be said that they had endless topics to talk about. Even though they had been talking for so long, they hadn't finished talking. It can even be said that it is directly open the box, which can talk about things become more. I will not live down, there are still some things to do it, today is mainly to come over to thank you, really fortunate to have you guys, otherwise my life is considered to be ruined. Xue Mengyao gently shook her head. She was still full of gratitude in her smile. Anyway, this time she came over mainly to say thank you, and the most important thing to do had already been accomplished, so she could also leave happily. That's fine, but in the future, if there is anything else, you can just come to us directly, don't be so outgoing, we've been in a relationship for so many years. After all, Lin Shuer still has to take care of the baby, so she definitely can't stay too much, since Xue Mengyao doesn't have this intention, then she also nodded her head. You don't have to see me off, you still have to take care of the baby is more important, don't let anything happen. Xue Mengyao saw that Lin Shuer wanted to send herself out, thus hurriedly opened her mouth. She directly let Lin Shuer stop at the door, while she herself left in a hurry. Gu Bai, honestly, I don't even know how much money you've made, it feels like you're becoming more and more fuzzy as if I don't have a way to guess you through no matter what. After returning, Lin Shuer found Gu Bai and couldn't help but speak. The reason why she said this was actually because she had just chatted with Xue Mengyao about this. Even if they hadn't gotten a license yet, it was only a matter of time before the two of them did, so it could be said that they were husband and wife, right? As a result, in such a situation, she was surprised that she didn't even know what Gu Bai actually did or how much money he could make each month. She suddenly felt as if she knew absolutely nothing about Gu Bai as a person, nothing at all. Such a feeling made her very uncomfortable. Didn't I tell you, I just do some investments like stocks and stuff like that, and as for making money, there's actually no way to go into these things and specifically say how much money I make. After all, depending on the investment, occasionally you can earn a little more, and occasionally you will earn less, these are very normal. However, this matter is indeed that I did not think enough about it, and I didn't even tell you about it. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he directly pulled out a bank card. This really made Lin Shuer freeze for a moment. What does this mean? Her round eyes were filled with surprise, not knowing what was going on or what Gu Bai was trying to do. Tomorrow after we get out of the month we'll go and get a license, this is my salary card, from now on it will go directly to you. I have no way to determine how much money I can make, but you can determine this matter later. Gu Bai opened his mouth with a smile on his face, and when he spoke, it was as if he was talking about an extremely simple and ordinary thing.
However, this matter was not ordinary at all for Lin Shuer. She had not thought of taking charge of the family's finances before, but only until Gu Bai needed to invest. But since Gu Bai needed to invest, he would definitely need money from time to time, so he didn't think about it anymore. If Gu Bai delayed his investments because he was in charge of the money, that would be really bad.
She definitely couldn't let that happen.
But she didn't expect Gu Bai to take the initiative to give his bank card to himself.
But don't you need to invest?
You're going to need money from time to time, so you're going to have to take it yourself. In fact, Lin Shuer just want to ask clearly, at the same time to see their own, and then the position of Gu Bai's heart only.
After Gu Bai's answer, he has completely put down his heart, but also completely happy.
As for whether or not to take this bank card, this is not very important.
How could that work? Of course the bank card should be held for his wife.
Gu Bai said with a smile and directly put this yen card into Lin Shuer's hands. The corners of Lin Shuer's mouth had curled up behind her ears as she held this card.
Good.
She nodded heavily, her face was full of smiles. It was already late, so after Gu Bai had pacified Lin Shuer, he hurriedly went to put the babies to bed again. He had only just gone to the nursery when the two babies Moo Moo and Chang Chang started crying.
Why did the babies suddenly cry when their father came?
When Gu Bai saw the two babies crying in a pitiful manner, he couldn't help but cry and laugh for a moment. On weekdays, these two babies were obviously very clingy to themselves, and when they came over, they even reached out their hands for a hug. This time, I don't know what happened, but they cried so sadly, as if they had been wronged. Lin Shuer was attracted by the sound of crying, originally intended to go to sleep, but now cannot sleep, simply a piece of the baby room.
What's wrong with the babies? Why did they suddenly start crying? They are usually quite obedient, aren't they? She was also full of goodness and heartache. I don't know what happened to the babies. It's fine, you go back to sleep first. Gu Bai said that and picked up Moo Moo first.
Sure enough, he had just held the baby in his arms, and the baby instantly stopped crying, and even cracked his little mouth open, giggling.
Where was this half a bit of crying? Oh my god, the baby is not intentionally trying to attract our attention, right? The little child is too smart. After seeing the baby's reaction, the two of them also understood. Lin Shuer couldn't even help but sigh.
Obviously, the babies are still so young now, and they've already learned to be pampered.
If they grow up, how can they do it?
Chapter 30, Lin Shuer is so excited to get a license. After confirming that the babies were just being pampered, Lin Shuer was able to rest assured and go to sleep. Gu Bai, on the other hand, patiently put us all to sleep before he finally returned to the house.
The night was dreamless.
When Lin Shuer woke up on the morning of the second day, she found herself lying in Gu Bai's arms.
Gu Bai's 1.85 m plus height directly wrapped up Lin Shuer's small body.
Feeling the warmth and hardness of his body, Lin Shuer's small face instantly turned red. She felt as if she had rarely gotten up earlier than this man, and this was a rare occasion. This time, she finally had a chance to take a good look at this sleeping man. Although his eyes were closed, his long eyelashes still seemed like fans, and his handsome features were like a ghostly work of art.
Really handsome, ah. Lin Shuer couldn't help but sigh.
This man was simply a treasure. She now felt really glad that she had made that judgment at that time and had directly chosen to give birth to this child.
Why are you secretly praising me behind my back?
Just at this time, Gu Bai, who was originally sleeping, even slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth, and there was also a bit of flirting in his voice.
You didn't fall asleep, ah?
Lin Shuer's face instantly turned red at that moment as if she was a boiled shrimp. Especially when she thought that she had just seemed like a nymphomaniac, looking at Gu Bai and couldn't help but let out that kind of exclamation. She couldn't wait to hurry up and find a place to drill in.
Yes, I'm just resting. Gu Bai nodded slightly, then smiled even more.
I wasn't awake just now, I was talking in my sleep. After Lin Shuer said this, she was more than eager to bite her tongue off directly.
Didn't this mean that she would dream about this man in her sleep?
The more it was said, the more ambiguous it became.
So that's how it is. Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer's shy appearance and spoke with interest.
After saying that, he nodded once again. Alright, hurry up and go clean up, I'm going to take you out today. Although he felt that Lin Shuer's look was quite cute, Gu Bai didn't want to make her that embarrassed. Therefore, he directly changed the topic.
Can we finally go out? Where are we going?
When Lin Shuer heard the word go out, she instantly became excited, and even the whole person was directly energized. It had been such a long time, and she hadn't left the house except for a walk in the neighborhood. She is now very eager for the outside world, and even can't wait to go out.
Not to mention that there are so many things to do after going out. Of course, it's to get a license. Didn't we agree on that? Waiting for you to get out of the month after the first to get the license.
Gu Bai looked at this Lin Shuer so excited, are a little crying and laughing. It looks like she was really overwhelmed by the good news that she could go out, and now she doesn't even remember what arrangements she has next.
Right.
Lin Shuer smiled and slapped her forehead heavily before revealing a look of sudden realization.
How could I almost forget such an important thing? The account book is ready, then you wait for me, I'm going to go and draw beautiful makeup.
Ever since she got pregnant, for the sake of the baby's safety, Lin Shuer hadn't worn any makeup for a long time. After all, as an exquisite school flower, she was the star of the show on weekdays. Since she hadn't worn makeup for such a long time, it was actually a great torment for her. It's just that this time, the situation was different.
This is about getting a license.
And she'll definitely need to take pictures when she gets the license. This was a lifetime memory, she didn't want to leave any regrets.
Good, hurry up and go.
Gu Bai's side also got up and simply cleaned up, and was soon ready, while Lin Shuer's side was still working hard on her makeup. It was only once in a lifetime, so she could be said to be very careful.
Even if she didn't say anything else, she definitely wanted to keep a good memory for herself anyway.
Gu Bai specially called his mom back again today. After all, it is to get a license, the two of them will probably be very busy at that time, not necessarily have the time to be able to manage the baby.
He definitely couldn't joke about the baby's well-being.
In such a situation, Gu Bai could only let his mom come over to take care of the baby first.
Since the two of you are going to get your license today, let's have some fun outside on the way. Hasn't Shuer wanted to go out for a while?
Today, you have the time to take Shuer out to play. Gu Bai had only just left the house when Lin Ji couldn't help but speak in a serious tone on her side. She also heard Lin Shuer's yearning for the outside from time to time. What's more, as a woman, she also knew how torturous it was to not be able to go out all the time during pregnancy. It was so hard to go out, so naturally, she also wanted to let her son take her daughter-in-law out for a good time. Mom, don't worry, I'm definitely going to take Shuer out for a good time today. Gu Bai nodded his head, and had already thought about taking out a whole day to go out and have a good time today. Before his words fell, Lin Shuer had recently come over wearing a white shirt and black pants with exquisite makeup. I think it's okay for me to dress like this, I remember that they all seem to dress like this in their ID photos. She asked Lin Ji and Gu Bai with an excited face. After all, it was the first and at the same time the last marriage in her life.
She really didn't want any mistakes to happen. Of course, there's no problem. Gu Bai nodded.
He himself was dressed similarly, a simple white shirt with black suit pants. Although the two of them hadn't specifically discussed it, they wore it as a couple's outfit. Mom, the child will trouble you to help take care of it, we'll leave first. Before leaving, Gu Bai said with a smile. Lin Ji's side don't mention how happy, directly watching the two of them leave.
I'm so nervous, On the way, Lin Shuer tightly held Gu Bai's arm, then couldn't help but open her mouth.
She felt as if she had never been so nervous in her life.
It's okay, I'm here.
Gu Bai used his broad palm to hold Lin Shuer's catkin tightly, giving her great strength in that instant. She had been feeling very nervous, but all of a sudden those feelings of nervousness seemed to have disappeared. Gu Bai drove directly towards the nearest Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau wasn't too far from the Starlight Bay where they were, so it took about 10 minutes to get there. Only after Gu Bai parked the car did he get out, and very considerately helped Lin Shuer open the car door.
Chapter 31 The rest of my life, please teach me more.
Then the two looked at each other, and then stepped firmly together to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Taking pictures and signing a series of things, like a cloud of water. By the time they reacted again, both of them were already holding a small red book in their hands. Lin Shuer lowered her head and looked at this brightly colored marriage certificate in her hand, then looked at this man standing beside her.
Honey, what are you looking at?
Gu Bai's low and magnetic voice made Lin Shuer blush again. Especially when she heard this originally unfamiliar title, she had a strange feeling in her heart.
Hubby.
Lin Shuer's voice wasn't very loud, but she still called out this title. She felt as if the entire world was different the moment she called it out.
You quickly raised the marriage license, I want to take a picture.
As she said this, she herself raised the marriage license to the sun. Gu Bai, which was following the example together with the marriage license and was very close to Lin Shuer. Only then did Lin Shuer immediately take out her cell phone and quickly took a picture. After taking a good shot, she also adjusted the color tone, and then contentedly edited the circle of friends.
The rest of my life, please teach me more. After editing this circle, Lynn Schwer directly posted it without even thinking about it. Don't go and give my friend's circle a like yet.
Only after posting it did she look in Gu Bai's direction, and then said with a smile on her face.
Gu Bai glanced at Lynn Schwer's friend circle, and after liking it he also sent a friend circle following his format. For the rest of our lives, we will always be together.
The two of them posted their friend circles at almost the same time, and the photos were the same. The friends inside the circle of friends were instantly shocked, especially those students who spread rumors before couldn't help but talk about it.
Am I looking at the wrong awe? Did the school flower really get a license? Isn't this speed a bit too fast? How on earth did you do it, Gu Bai?
Surprisingly, you directly abducted my goddess into your hands.
Damn, I really lost my goddess in a careless manner. Goddess, why can't you think of getting married all of a sudden? Aren't you happy being single? Even if you are married, look at me
Lynn Schwer's circle of friends underneath all are almost the same comments, and most of the men are basically in grief. Even if they know that they and Lynn Schwer are just classmates, and it's impossible for any sparks to come out, but seeing the goddess get married, they still can't help but be shocked.
And Gu Bai's circle of friends directly changed its style. Would they really let you kid to the school flower to hook up, bull bacha brother? When are you two going to have a banquet? I want to see the school flower wearing a wedding dress.
You guys, this speed is also too fast, right? God does not know the ghosts and ghosts, even the license has been received. Gosh, really envy you.
Gu Bai also looked at the comments and likes on his friend circle.
His friends were not particularly many, and on weekdays he would only post 3 or 5 likes on a friend's circle. As a result, the circle of friends even had more than 20 likes in just 10 minutes, and even the comments were more than a dozen.
What are you looking at, hubby?
Lynn Schwer couldn't help but ask curiously when she realized that Gu Bai had been smiling at his phone.
There's just something really funny about those words from everyone in the circle of friends.
Gu Bai said as he handed his phone to Lynn Schwer and then showed her the comments again.
Am I a little too good to chase? You did not even pay anything, efforts directly, and I got a license.
Lynn Schwer couldn't help but speak arrogantly after seeing the comments. She in any case that is also the school flower level character and before in the school there are even a lot of rich second generation or public confession. Only he always did not put those people in the eyes, and even every time is not even think about directly rebuffed.
Those are really things that don't matter to her.
Don't worry, in the future, I will take good care of you and the children, so that you can be happy. Gu Bai also knew that even though Lynn Schwer said such words, she was actually just joking. He directly opened his mouth with a smile. Of course, I've always trusted you. Lynn Schwer also nodded her head very hard. She had always trusted Gu Bai, otherwise she wouldn't have decided to marry this man so easily.
The facts proved that there wasn't any problem with her vision.
Gu Bai was a very trustworthy man.
Right, can we go out again today?
I really want to go for a walk, after all, it's been a long time since I've been out much. Mentioning this, Lynn Schwer once again revealed a face of longing. I could tell that she really wanted to go out, but she didn't have much of a chance to do so. Of course, in fact, today I've already thought about it. Besides getting a license, I'm going to bring you out to have some fun. Looking at Lynn Schwer with such anticipation, Gu Bai also let out a giggle.
Wow, really? That's great. Where are we going? I've always wanted to see what kind of place it is, and now I finally have a chance to go there.
After mentioning the mom and pop store, Lynn Schwer's eyes lit up once again, and her whole body looked quite urgent. She had been thinking about it for so long, and had never found a suitable opportunity, mainly because she couldn't go out.
Now that it was so hard to find an opportunity to go out, how could this be missed?
No problem, it just so happens that the mom and pop store is still quite close to here, so let's go there directly.
Gu Bai looked at the distance and then nodded his head.
He took Lynn Schwer and drove all the way to the entrance of the mom and pop store. It was obviously still morning, but there was still a lot of traffic at the mom and pop store.
There were quite a few couples or pregnant women coming in and out.
There were also many customers staying in the store, all of them carefully selecting things. Lynn Schwer stood at the entrance of this mother and baby store, looking at this huge store. She couldn't help but open her mouth wide.
Oh my God, was this store even this big?
She had already felt that this store was really big in the photos before. But she hadn't thought that it would actually be this big. It was much bigger than what she had imagined, and it could even be said that it had directly surpassed her imagination.
It's not bad, after all,
babies need more things, so investing in a bigger store will save you from worrying about buying things for your babies later on.
Gu Bai nodded with a smile.
The short sentence instantly made Lin Shuer feel even more surprised.
Chapter 32. Lin Shuer came to see the store.
The store in front of her was really ridiculously large, much larger than she had imagined. Lin Shuer couldn't wait to pull Gu Bai in with her, just to see what the inside looked like.
Hello boss, is this the boss's wife? She's really pretty.
The two had only just gone in when Lena immediately saw Gu Bai with her sharp eyes. Looking at the two of them being so close, she also instantly understood.
Well, you go and get busy.
Gu Bai had already been here once before and was now quite familiar with the place. This was, after all, he was bringing his wife around, so he definitely had to lead the way himself. Wow, I feel like this place is really well stocked and has everything, so the babies won't have to worry about anything in the future. Looking at the wide array of baby products in the store, Lin Shuer couldn't help but sigh once again. She even felt worried before. I'm afraid that the supplies for the babies in the future will cost a lot of money. The key was that she didn't know whether those things could be trusted or not, and it would be bad if she bought something bad. After all, it is for babies, must be careful. However, after my own family has a store, now there is really nothing to worry about. Yes, in the future, our babies can come directly to the store to get whatever they need, so why don't we just take something back today? Gu Bai was also thinking about the babies' things, which he had prepared before they were born.
It's been a month now, and he hasn't prepared anything new yet.
Although he didn't bring the babies with him on this rare trip, the babies' data had already been memorized by him.
It certainly wasn't difficult to choose.
Good, these clothes are very good looking, and diapers and other things should also be prepared. Now Lin Shuer really didn't lack anything in terms of food rations, and even had more than enough.
But the baby's little clothes and some other daily necessities must be ready at any time.
This time the two people also directly focus on these good-looking little clothes. Lin Shuer even couldn't take her eyes off of them. The two of them directly started a frantic buying mode, and in no time at all, they had already bought a very large number of clothes. In the beginning, Lin Shuer still had a little bit of restraint. But the later it got, the more she couldn't control it. The two of them shopped for a full hour, until they were already getting tired, and only then did they finally stop. When they stopped, Lin Shuer suddenly realized that the two of them had already chosen 3 shopping carts full of things.
Hubby, didn't I choose a bit too much? Just now is really too excited, a moment did not hold. Back this time Lin Shuer feel embarrassed.
I really did not expect that I would not be able to break just now. So many things, although also do not need to spend money, is still quite cool, but two people simply cannot take back.
This instantly became a great dilemma.
Favorably, all of them are the baby's things she also chose for so long, so no matter which one are not willing to put back.
Then let's take them all back.
Gu Bai hooked up the corner of his mouth. Lin Shuer must have wanted to prepare more things for the babies.
But can we take it back? There's too much to choose from just now.
Lin Shuer actually hoped that she could take it back. After all, she didn't want to go back to making choices. But she was worried that it would be hard to bring back so many things.
Delivery would be fine. Gu Bai nodded, not taking this to heart at all. Chapter 33. Wife jealousy is cute.
With Gu Bai saying this, Lin Shuer was instantly relieved.
This day today was really all spent on buying things for the babies.
Although it was tiring, Lin Shuer and Gu Bai both felt happy as well. In the end, the two of them chose home delivery. After all, there was just too much to buy for 2 people to hold.
I still think we bought a bit too much, the babies can't use so many things now. On the way back, Lin Shuer couldn't help but sigh. The babies really don't use too many things now. Mainly because of their young age, many things can't be used even if they want to. She could only say that it was because she had held it in for too long without going out, so she couldn't help but go on a buying spree. It doesn't matter if you can't use it or not, there's still room for it at home anyway. Gu Bai waved his hand and didn't care about it at all. Gu Bai then drove all the way back home with Lin Shuer. At this time, Lin Ju was putting the babies to bed, but it was clear that she was in a bit of a dilemma. You guys finally came back. We have been crying since just now, and have been crying for most of the day. I really thought my head off, and I don't know what to do. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law return, Lin Ji instantly felt much more relaxed. She really had a headache just now. These 2 babies didn't know what was wrong with them, they had been crying non-stop, and no matter how they were coaxed, they couldn't be coaxed well. Did it start again? Hearing Lin Ji's words, Lin Shuer sighed. This wasn't the first time this had happened,
she had long since become familiar with it and accepted it.
Was there something wrong with the babies? How was it starting again?
Lin Chi suddenly realized she didn't know as much about the babies after her trip back home. She frowned tightly when she heard this, a face filled with worry. Now that the babies were so young, if anything did go wrong at this time, it would be fatal.
She really couldn't bear to let anything go wrong with the babies.
No, Mom, don't worry, you'll understand later. Seeing Lin Ji so nervous, Lin Shuer hurriedly explained. This made Lin Ji even more curious. If there wasn't something wrong with the babies, then how could they cry for such a long time? The key was how they couldn't be coaxed. At this time, Gu Bai came to the babies' house with ease. The babies were still crying and fussing, looking pitiful, as if they had been bullied. Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene.
As long as those who don't know still think that I, as a grandmother, am bullying the two children, what do you think is wrong with these two children? Why are they crying like this? She really couldn't understand. However, right at this moment, Gu Bai first picked up Mumu, and after coaxing him in his arms, he picked up Cheng Chang. And as if these two babies had agreed, they immediately stopped crying in an instant. They even opened their little hands and waved them in the air, babbling in Gu Bai's direction. It was as if they were specially pampering Gu Bai again. The two babies looked so contented, whereas the previous appearance of having suffered a great deal of aggression. Lin Ji looked dumbfounded at the side. What was wrong with these two children? Obviously, they were still crying a while ago, but after being touched by Gu Bai, they changed directly. Lin Shuer beside her couldn't help but sigh at this time. I've gotten used to it, the two babies really are especially dependent on their dad. Anyway, as long as dad is around, they don't cry. I, the mom, can only have a little sense of existence when I'm feeding the rations, and the rest of the time I'm just ignored. Lin Shuer's side also completely understood. As a mom, it was really helpless to say such words. But the babies really did. She couldn't even help but be jealous when she looked at how the babies relied on her husband so much and pampered him at every turn. How could it be? The babies were just bored and wanted to be cuddled. Gu Bai had been taking care of the babies when he heard his wife complaining like she was jealous. Although the voice is not very loud, but the little mouth is obviously a face of aggression. This look was really cute. I really didn't think that one day, the schoolgirl would even be jealous with the babies. Even if you want to cuddle well, it is also want a dad's cuddle. As for me, this mom does not have a little sense of existence. Lin Shuer gagged again as she spoke. Listening to the young couple's conversation, Lin Ji finally understood. It looks like Gu Bai is taking care of the child quite well. In that case, we'll be able to save ourselves a lot of heartache. A kind smile appeared on Lin Ji's face. Before, she was worried that her son wouldn't be able to take care of the baby, but now she really didn't have to worry at all. Apparently, her son had already become a master at taking care of the baby, and he was even better than she was. Alright, you two can take care of the baby first, I have to go to bed after a busy day. Lin Ji gave the baby's room to the couple, and turned around to go back to the bedroom. Gu Bai's side also sped up, coaxing both babies to sleep. Only then did he return to Lin Shuer. Honey, still feeling unhappy? He had a faint smile on his face the whole time, and his tone was so gentle that you could almost hear the water. How have I ever felt unhappy? Lin Shuer arrogantly don't head, even if the heart has long felt sour, sour mouth is not at all loose. Can't really let people know that they are jealous of their children, it's not reasonable. You really don't feel unhappy? Then why did I feel as if I smelled a sour flavor just now? Seeing Lin Shuer's look of both emptiness and denial, Gu Bai even snorted and laughed. She was really bad at lying. She had already written her weakness on her face, so I'm afraid anyone could see it. What sour taste? I can't even understand what you're saying. The babies have all fallen asleep, so I'm going to sleep too. Lin Shuer's pair of beautiful eyes fluttered. As she spoke, she turned around in a hurry. Before even waiting for Gu Bai to say anything, she had already hurriedly slipped away to the bedroom, not intending to give Gu Bai this chance to speak again. Isn't this a typical ostrich mentality? The schoolgirl's reaction was really cute sometimes. Gu Bai was already laughing. However, he didn't want to continue teasing his wife. After all, this was his own wife, and it would be bad if she got really angry. Chapter 34 Preparing a full moon banquet for the baby. When Gu Bai returned to the house, Lin Shuer was already lying on the bed. She still felt weak when she saw Gu Bai. After all, she was really jealous with the babies, and as a mom, it was really shameful to say such things. But the babies were really too attached to Gu Bai.
She felt like she couldn't even stick it in instead.
Honey, still not happy?
Gu Bai slowly approached and then sat on the edge of the bed.
I'm not unhappy, the babies are so dependent on you now, I'm happy to be happy, I don't even need to waste any more time.
Lin Shuer pouted her little mouth and put her head aside.
This arrogant look is really cute. Good girl, aren't I by your side? Gu Bai directly wrapped Lin Shuer in his arms, then gently patted her back.
His low and magnetic voice was in Lin Shuer's ears. Originally still feeling a bit angry, Lin Shuer felt all the anger in her heart dissipate in that instant. By the way, the babies also happen to be full moon. Tomorrow we go out together to the babies to prepare a full moon feast. In fact, Lin Shuer is not sitting for a whole month. She also discussed with Gu Bai for a long time, only a week earlier, and now the babies are finally almost full moon. The full moon banquet definitely needed to be organized. It was also important. Good, but if it's a full moon feast, don't make it too grand, I want to simply invite a few of my friends over.
Lin Shuer's attention was also instantly diverted by Gu Bai.
The baby's full moon feast was indeed very important. But the babies were only just a month old, and they were still very young at this time. If too many people were invited at once, she was worried that something would go wrong on the baby side. This is natural, just invite some close friends over. The full moon feast is definitely to be held in a grand style, but not to invite too many people over.
Gu Bai agreed with Lin Shuer's idea.
In the evening, the two of them briefly discussed the matter before going to sleep.
Waiting for the second day early in the morning. When Lin Shuer got up, Gu Bai had already packed up.
Up? Gu Bai had just finished making breakfast, and when he saw Lin Shuer come out of the bedroom, he asked gently.
Yes, but why haven't I seen Mom?
Usually at this time of the day, Lin Ju would be taking care of the baby, but today she didn't come out. There's something going on at home, Mom went back, let's take the babies with us today, by the way, it's kind of like letting the babies wander around a bit.
Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth faintly said. So it's like this, that's fine, anyway, the babies really should go out for a walk.
Before the baby is still too small, now since they are almost full moon occasionally go out, sunshine is also good. Hurry up and have some breakfast, the food is already done, after eating I'll take you all out together.
Gu Bai nodded once again.
As he spoke, he also very considerately moved the chair out. While Lin Shuer sat down to eat, Gu Bai took those already stored rations and fed them to the baby.
Moo, Cheng Chang, did you miss Daddy today? While feeding the babies, Gu Bai had also been interacting with the two.
Although the two babies didn't understand the words yet, they had already started to learn to interact. Especially when they heard Gu Bai speak, the two babies always babbled in response. They looked so adorable. Gu Bai first fed the first baby and put it in the stroller before starting to feed the second baby. After feeding both babies, it happened that Lin Shuer had already finished her meal as well.
Hubby, I'm ready, shall we go over now?
The baby's full moon banquet was coming soon, and they had to hurry up and set it up in the next 2 days. Lin Shuer is also very clear about this, so she looks a little anxious.
Let's go, I think there's a restaurant in our neighborhood that's not bad. Gu Bai nodded slightly and then set off with Lin Shuer and the two babies. Since the restaurant they were going to was relatively close, they didn't plan to drive, so they directly walked there. Just after leaving the house, the two babies started to get even happier. All of them were giggling, and their little hands were also grasping towards the sun, as if they were trying to grasp the sun in their hands. Don't babies love to come out for a walk? This is still the second time they have come out.
Gu Bai couldn't help but start interacting again when he saw the two babies like this. I have to say, the two babies are really cute. No matter what time of day it looks like, people can't help but smile. Hubby feels that in the future we need to take the babies out for walks more often when we are not doing anything, they really like it outside. Lin Shuer couldn't help but sigh when she saw the babies smiling so happily. Originally, I was worried that the babies would be nervous when they came to the neighborhood for the first time and there were so many people on the road outside.
Instead of being nervous, the babies seemed to be very curious about everything. After all, these are all unknown worlds. Yes, we can bring the babies here more often in the future. Gu Bai also nodded slightly.
The two of them took the baby on a slow and leisurely stroll forward and soon arrived at the Royal Hotel. It could be said to be one of the best hotels in the neighborhood. And it was still relatively close to home. In that case, the babies didn't need to toss and turn too much, they could soon go to the hotel, and could even sunbathe with this piece.
Mr. Miss, welcome to the Royal Hotel, may I ask what you need?
Seeing two customers with such exquisite clothing and pushing a baby stroller over, the waiter hurriedly greeted them. While pointing out the way, she asked very considerately,
"We're having a full moon banquet, around 2 tables. What kind of banquets are available here?" Gu Bai asked indifferently from this side.
"Mr. and Miss, this side please, I will first take you to see our different prices of the banquet." The waiter took Gu Bai, Lin Shuer and the two babies to the private room. This private room is decorated in Chinese style, looks ancient and has 2 tables in total. "Sir, this is our Chinese style private room, used for the full moon banquet. I think it's the most suitable. Of course there are our different prices for the banquet here." As he spoke, the waiter handed the menu to Gu Bai again. Gu Bai opened the menu, and Lin Shuer on the side couldn't help but look at the prices. This was the Royal Hotel after all. The cheapest table of food also cost more than 30,000, while the most expensive kind of wine and food even directly cost 88,888. When she saw this amount, even Lin Shuer couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. Even Lin Shuer couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this amount. Chapter 35. Lin Shuer was shocked that a table wanted 88,000. Gu Bai briefly looked at a few levels of the banquet. Before he could choose, he felt the corner of his coat being tugged. Realizing that it was his wife pulling on his coat corner. Only then did he lower himself and put his ear to Lin Shuer's mouth. "Hubby, won't this banquet be a bit too expensive?" A table of food surprisingly cost more than 80,000 for 2 tables of food, plus some other things. How can we say that it will cost $200,000 to $300,000 when it's converted down? Even if Gu Bai was quite rich, this figure was still a bit shocking. The most expensive meal she had ever eaten on a regular basis was just $30,000 to $50,000. After all, it was the baby's full moon feast, so of course such an important day had to be organized in a grand manner. How could the babies be aggravated? "I didn't realize that Lin Shuer was actually worried about money." Gu Bai laughed and spoke seriously. After all, it was only once in a lifetime. Not to mention that there was a system in place, so as long as you took good care of your baby, you would definitely have everything you need. Therefore Gu Bai really didn't feel that spending money on the baby was a waste at all, and even couldn't wait to spend more. That was also right. Although Lin Shuer still felt that it was still too expensive to have a table of food that surprisingly cost more than 80,000 and close to $90,000, but listening to this Gu Bai's words also made sense. "Let's just have 2 tables of 88,000, we'll come over this Saturday." Gu Bai opened his mouth indifferently. Saturday is also the result of last night's discussion between the two. After all, their friends all had to work, so it was Saturday and Sunday that they could find some time to come over. The waiter's eyes instantly lit up after hearing this. Even though she saw at first that these 2 customers were dressed exquisitely, she didn't expect that they would directly ask for the most expensive banquet. Although there were only 2 tables, her commission would be enough for a long time. "No problem, sir, please leave your cell phone number, come over before calling us in advance, this side will help you get ready." The waiter's attitude became more cordial and friendly. Enthusiastically handle everything, there is no need for Gu Bai and Lin Shuer to bother. It was soon dealt with, and everything. Gu Bai had already paid the deposit. Only then did the 2 leave the hotel. "The babies, do you feel it? Look at how much Daddy loves you." Only just after leaving the hotel, Lin Shuer couldn't help but sigh. Gu Bai really loved the 2 babies, and whether it was spending money or taking care of them, none of it fell through the cracks anyway. She couldn't help but feel sour when she spoke. "I love babies, but I also love my wife." Gu Bai couldn't help it after hearing the sour words. He hurriedly took Lin Shuer in his arms and spoke seriously. "I have to say that having such a lovely wife is really helpless. After all, one doesn't know when it's possible to get jealous over the slightest thing." Even the baby's vinegar was eaten as it was, that alone was adorable. But fortunately, although Lin Shuer loved to be jealous, she was particularly good at coaxing. Every time she was jealous, she would be coaxed away in a couple of words, so she didn't have to bother at all. As expected, after hearing these words, Lin Shuer's face also instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. "Right, hubby, I heard that there's a park in this neighborhood that's quite nice, why don't we stop by on our way back?" She had also been holding her breath for too long this recent period of time. Even though she had already shopped at the baby store for so long yesterday, she still couldn't help but want to sneak around outside more now. But whenever she thought of a place to go, she wanted to pull this Gu Bai over. As she spoke, her sparkling eyes were already looking at Gu Bai with anticipation. Chapter 36. You are also my baby. Gu Bai looked at his wife's pitiful appearance, feeling that saying no was bullying her. "Of course there is no problem, it is just today out for a walk, go to a park to take a walk is also quite good. His wife had already said so it was definitely impossible for him to say no again. Besides, the babies seemed to be incredibly curious about the outside, this was a new unknown world for them. Although it was already summer, the sky was clear today, and there was a slight breeze that didn't seem too stifling.
It's the perfect time to go for a walk. Hubby is the best.
Lin Shuer said excitedly, and after saying that, she realized that this was on the street. Surprisingly, she directly shouted it out. She hurriedly darted a glance around and confirmed that no one had noticed before she breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them chatted one by one along the way, and soon arrived at the park. It was a modest park, and the flowers, plants, and trees inside were all at their most exuberant at the moment.
Just as they arrived at the entrance, they could smell the aroma of grass and the scent of flowers emanating from the air. Gu Bai and Lin Shuer pushed the babies together and walked to the park. It was still early and there weren't many people in the park.
But the appearance of Mu Mu and Cheng Cheng still attracted attention at once.
Are these twins? Is it a boy or a girl? The two babies were also too cute.
The two gods who were originally taking a walk came over. Seeing the babies with a face of love, not to mention how much they liked them.
Yes, a boy and a girl. Gu Bai also smiled and responded.
You two young people are really lucky, all of a sudden you have a dragon and phoenix child, a son and a daughter.
Isn't that so?
Both babies are still so cute, their little faces are so pink and tender.
The two aunts just can't get enough of the babies.
The babies hadn't had much contact with outsiders during the day, and originally Lin Shuer was worried that suddenly encountering outsiders would make the babies uncomfortable. As a result, she found that the babies were giggling and waving their little hands in the air. This witch has what shy look simply do not mention how generous, simply not afraid to be looked at even in that interaction it.
This baby even in the smile it, a small child how so understand things Our children when can I also hold grandchildren, that I really dream to wake up laughing. But it's true, you can see that the couple is really happy and fulfilled The two aunts talked about the baby for a while, and then chatted with Gu Bai and Lin Shuer for a while.
Although Lin Shuer is a relatively bright girl, but for this kind of strangers but also not too chat up, or feel a little shy. Especially listening to those endless compliments, but also let her face or smiling stiff, simply do not know how to deal with. Luckily, Gu Bai was around to solve her embarrassment, otherwise she felt like her head was going to explode. After the two aunts had left, Lin Shuer looked full of admiration, and even secretly extended her thumb to Gu Bai in admiration.
Hubby, you're too strong, I didn't expect you to know how to get along with everyone.
I feel as if it's awkward to say anything, if it wasn't for you, I really would have just frozen in place. She really admired it from the bottom of her heart. She also didn't expect Gu Bai to be so good at getting along with people. She felt that the more she got to know this man, the less she could find any flaws in him. This park is not far from home, and we are all neighbors in the future, so it's not likely that we'll run into each other at some point, so it's normal to have a chat every once in a while.
Gu Bai said with a smile. But just now everyone is too enthusiastic, I just don't know how to react, fortunately you are around.
Lin Shuer also felt that Gu Bai had a point. But that didn't stop her from worshipping Gu Bai. After all, anyone could say such words, but not many could actually do them. At this time, Mumu stretched out his hand again, and was babbling at the blooming flowers in front of him.
Is this the baby's favorite flower?
Gu Bai followed the baby's line of sight and looked over to the brightly colored flowers in bloom.
But this is a flower in the park, would it be bad if we pick it?
Lin Shuer also saw the delicate flowers and didn't think that the baby would even like flowers.
After all, it's not strange for a girl to like these things, right? She was just a little torn, the baby looks like she likes it so much, but if she picks it off, will it not be too good?
Go find a florist in this neighborhood and buy some for the baby, and don't pick the flowers in the park.
Gu Bai spoke faintly,
not intending to pick the flowers in the park from the start.
That would be good.
Lin Shuer also nodded heavily, and then the two of them left the park together with the babies, paying attention to the surrounding stores on the way home. They soon found a florist, and Gu Bai bought the same bright red roses for the baby that he had just bought in the park. At the same time, he bought a bouquet of lilies.
Wasn't that the same kind that the baby had just seen? Why did you buy so many?
Seeing this bouquet of lilies in Gu Bai's hand, Lin Shuer froze for a moment. The next second Gu Bai lifted the lilies and handed them to her. Since I've already bought flowers for the baby, I definitely can't forget, wife, this bouquet is for you. With a gentle smile on his face, he spoke in a doting manner. In that instant, Lin Shuer immediately became so surprised. Although two people have been married, but life is like pressing the accelerator button, these are really too fast, so did not have time to enjoy those processes. As for flowers, Lin Shuer had never received any. This was still the first time she received flowers from Gu Bai.
Thank you, hubby. It was actually just something very ordinary, but Lin Shuer treated it like a treasure.
When she held it in her hands, her face was always filled with a happy smile.
Especially on the way back, Lin Shuer was humming with carnal happiness all the way. Soon after returning home,
Lin Ji had also finished dealing with things at home and was now back on Gu Bai's side. After hearing the sound of the door opening, she hurriedly ran to the door.
I'm back, I've already made dinner for you, are the babies hungry?
Lin Ji came over and said kindly.
Mom, the things of the full moon banquet have been done, but the guest side still need to trouble you to come on.
Lin Shuer also kissed Lin Ji when she saw her.
After all, taking care of herself so well during her monthly period was really like being a second mom.
This mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship can be said to be quite harmonious.
Then of course, does it even need to be said?
Chapter 37. Lin Shuer moved, he still remembers this. Lin Ji's side directly patted her chest and took this on herself.
She had already started to step in and do it a long time ago. By the way, how much will this full moon banquet cost you guys? Tell me directly, let us pay for this.
Lin Ji opened her mouth faintly as if she suddenly remembered something. Although her voice wasn't very loud, it was particularly generous. They had also thought about it for a long time before they planned to do this. After all, the babies had just turned 1 month old, but as grandparents, it seemed like there was nothing they could give.
It's the right thing to do as grandparents to give the babies a full moon wine. You don't have to worry about the full moon wine, I've already arranged almost everything, and the money is all ready.
Gu Bai this sighed to hear the words of the mother, but also gently shook his head, directly refused.
The current hima now is not the same as in the past. Anyway, as long as you take good care of the baby, you can certainly make money, there is no need to worry about What's more, there is a lot of money on hand now. Want to give the babies a full moon banquet in style? That's not a problem.
As for mom and dad's side, this life is also hardworking, in fact, the money saved is not a lot.
How could he let his mom and dad spend money? How can that be? Your father and I as grandparents thought for a long time, in fact for the babies can do too little, spend some money, this is necessary.
Lin Ji's side frowned and once again spoke very seriously. Mainly, she still couldn't think of what the babies were lacking right now. Ever since there was a baby store, the babies could just go directly to the store to get whatever they wanted to use, they didn't even have to spend money, and the things were still safe to use. In this case, it is too difficult to buy something for babies.
Even if you are giving a gift, you feel that there is nothing you can use.
It would be better to just help the babies to have some full moon feast, which is more realistic. In fact, as long as you guys can come over when the babies have their full moon feast, that's already enough. Lin Shuer also felt that Gu Bai was doing the right thing, so she followed along and advised. She mainly felt that as a junior, she should spend the money.
That's good, but in the future, if you two have any difficulties, although we do not have too much money in our hands, but put together can certainly help you solve the urgent need.
Lin Ji this side of a little thought, since the son and daughter-in-law have been so insistent, then she also gave up.
Mom, the money you keep to spend on it, you have a happy life than what is strong, as for our side do not have to worry about it, and now your son can earn money, and you are not unaware of what is good to be afraid of. Gu Bai also laughed. Even Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh after he said this.
As long as it has been able to make so much money I can rest assured. As an older person, they definitely still like things that are less risky, and as for investing, the risk is just too great for them. They still hope that their son can have some more stable industry.
I know, Mom, you quickly go to see the baby play a day, the babies are thinking about you.
Gu Bai also knew his mom's thoughts, which could not be explained clearly in a sentence or two, so he simply nodded his head and agreed. Then he pushed his mom to take care of the baby.
There are still 2 days before the full moon feast for the babies.
In addition to taking care of the baby and preparing for the full moon feast, Gu Bai remembered another thing. Early this morning, Lin Shuer woke up and just cleaned up. He directly handed over the baby to his father and mother, and then took Lin Shuer out with him.
What exactly is hubby in such a hurry for? How to come out so suddenly?
Lin Shuer's side is still a bit unresponsive, and even because she did not wake up completely, her brain is confused.
She didn't know why Gu Bai had suddenly pulled herself out.
There was one thing she had forgotten to do before, and she definitely needed to make up for it today.
Gu Bai didn't say it outright, instead, he sold it, which instantly made Lin Shuer even more curious. What is it? You just tell me. She was already very curious, and the fact that Gu Bai hadn't said what it was all along made her more and more curious. You're in such a hurry? I'll find out in a minute. Seeing Lin Shuer's anxious look, Gu Bai still drove the car unhurriedly, and the car drove smoothly all the way. Lin Shuer looked at the scenery outside that was becoming more and more unfamiliar, and was also more curious. After about half an hour, Gu Bai finally stopped the car. She also got out of the car with it. When she saw this real estate trading center in front of her, she froze once again. What are we doing here? She was still in a state of confusion, but it was cute to look so dumbfounded. Gu Bai didn't even say anything and directly pulled Lin Shuer into the real estate trading center. The name of Lin Shuer was added directly to the real estate license. The entire process only took about 10 minutes. Sir, it has been processed for you now. The new real estate certificate will be processed within 20 working days. It wasn't until she heard the voice coming from the counter that Lin Shuer finally had reflected. Gu Bai had actually added his name to the real estate license. She had never thought about this before. Okay, thanks. Only after confirming that it was done, did Gu Bai take Lin Shuer and walk out of the real estate trading center together. As she walked out, Lin Shuer was even so moved that her eyes were already brimming with a little bit of tears. Why are you crying? Isn't this a happy thing? Gu Bai was really startled when he saw the tears in the corners of Lin Shuer's eyes. Ever since he met Lin Shuer, the imagery he saw was of her being full of energy, and even when she was unhappy, she wouldn't shed tears. This is the first time I've seen Lin Shuer almost shedding tears, right? I'm really quite worried. Hubby, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought that in the end it was going to be something. I didn't expect it to be this. Lin Shuer's pink fist gently pounded on Gu Bai's chest. Although she hammered on it, her tone was full of emotion and happiness. This is not to give you a surprise, not to mention that before you did not always say that you do not understand my property? Now all my property is also yours. Before that, Lin Shuer could not help but sigh because of her best friend's words. But she didn't expect Gu Bai to keep it firmly in his mind. She listened to Gu Bai's low voice and felt that her heart was full. Chapter 38, Baby starts receiving gifts. Until Gu Bai took Lin Shuer on his way home, she still felt like everything was a dream. That was because it hadn't even occurred to her that Gu Bai would do such a thing. This simply trumped all romance. Although the two had developed quite quickly before, there wasn't even much of an acclimatization process at all before they got married straight away. However, Gu Bai's actions had made Lin Shuer eliminate all of her worries and even feel that she was definitely the happiest woman in the world. After all, with a husband like this, what else is there to worry about? This whole day, Lin Shuer felt like she was in a state of excitement and was almost covered in pink bubbles. She was a woman in love. Gu Bai was of course still taking care of the babies. Now that the babies were about a month old, they were becoming more and more dependent on him. Before, they would just cry when they were uncomfortable in their diapers, but now it was different. As long as they couldn't see their dad, they were going to wail and cry. Once daddy holds them in his arms, they stop crying instantly, which is ridiculously fast. It's really like they can change their faces. The situation was pretty much the same when they came back this time. Although Lin Ji had already taken good care of the two babies, they still looked a little anxious when they couldn't see their dad. Their big black eyes were looking around, always searching for their father's figure. When Gu Bai appeared in front of the two babies finally stretched out their little hands, waving them in the air, and then their mouths were giggling, and they looked really cute. Lin Ji saw the baby's pink little face showing a smile. She was even more angry in love. These two babies are really clinging to you now. I, as a grandmother, feel that I have no place in my baby's heart. Lin Ji also did not expect that she would one day lose to her son. She also couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Well, Mom, you also hurry to go and have a good rest. Tomorrow is the baby's full moon banquet, then they are still busy. Although the people coming over are all relatively close people, but how to say there are also 2 tables off. And I'm afraid that taking care of the guests and coaxing the babies will be very exhausting. Then, you take good care of the babies. After saying that, Lin Ji and Lin Shuer also went to sleep, while Gu Bai first put the babies to sleep before returning to his room. When the second day came early in the morning, Gu Bai's mom and dad and Lin Shuer went to sleep. Gu Bai's father and mother and Lin Shuer's father and mother had already arrived. Both parents are here for the baby's full moon feast. It's only been half a month since I've seen the baby. How come he's grown so big? Xiao Xiaoxia also looked quite surprised when she saw the baby.
After all, the couple was really busy, and the chances of seeing the baby during weekdays were few and far between, so they could only relieve their longing through photos occasionally. But this time is the baby's full moon banquet. Even if it is busy, they also launched the time to attend, incidentally also invited a few good friends. Although the baby has less time to see grandma and grandpa on weekdays, he was not scared at all when he saw them, and even interacted with them with a smile. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to. Xiao took out 2 boxes directly from Lin Guoli's hands. The 2 boxes weren't exactly huge, and what was contained inside were some very high-class toys for the babies. These toys were worth a lot of money just by looking at them, and each one of them must be around thousands of dollars at least. Xiao and Lin Guoli also had the rare privilege of picking them out for a long time before choosing to send something like this to the babies. When the 2 babies saw these 2 boxes, their eyes lit up and their little hands fluttered even harder as if they wanted to hold them. But the babies were just too small to hold such big toys now, so they just waved them in front of them and then put them away. The babies were only just a month old now, so they couldn't play with these things yet, but it looked like they really liked it. Lin Shuer couldn't help but sigh. She had thought about buying some toys for the babies before, but since they couldn't play with them, she had given up. I didn't realize that even the toys were already prepared, so the baby's future is almost ready. We also prepared gifts for the babies.
Grandma and Grandpa have already given gifts, grandparents can't be far behind.
Linji directly from the bag took out 2 brocade box opened, inside are 2 long life locks.
This is for the babies must be safe and sound.
These 2 long life locks are also they selected for a long time, feel to give the babies can be considered the best meaning of the gifted.
The babies obviously loved this gift and were giggling all the time.
The time is not early, let's go directly to the hotel, I think the guests will also come.
Gu Bai glanced at the time and then faintly opened his mouth.
Although there are more people this time, but after all, Lin Guoli himself also drove over. After a simple arrangement, both parents directly drove the Mercedes-Benz commercial car to take the babies to the hotel, while he drove his old man's car to take Lin Shuer to the hotel together. This side of the hotel has also long been ready, everything is waiting for the guests to come over can be served directly. A group of people soon came to the hotel to the baby settled, and then the guests are also one after another over.
The first to come over was Xue Mengyao.
She was mainly too grateful to Gu Bai and Lin Shuer, so when she came over this time, Xue Mengyao even brought a lot of gifts, and also wrapped up a very large red envelope.
Shuer, these are the gifts I prepared for the babies, of course, this is a red envelope, after all, the baby has just turned 1 month old, definitely still need to wrap a big red envelope. Xue Mengyao smiled and spoke.
Lin Shuer cried and laughed when she saw so many gifts and red envelopes.
Mengyao, we'll accept the gifts, but the red packet isn't necessary, anyway, when we first met before, you've already wrapped the red packet for the baby.
Lin Shuer directly stuffed the red envelope into Xue Mengyao's hands again. Gu Bai, on the other hand, received the gifts, which were really quite a lot, all of which were some of the baby's small clothes, as well as toys and other things. Although the price is not very expensive, but altogether at least a few thousand. It can be seen that Xue Mengyao still put down money this time. If this kind of situation also want to red packet words, is really can't say go ah.
But there is nothing but, hurry up and go in.
Xue Mengyao had wanted to say something more, but was directly pushed in by Lin Shuer.
Chapter 39 The Baby's Full Moon Banquet. Xue Mengyao just went in and 2 more girls came.
One was Jia Tingting and the other was Wu Qiuxin.
Both of these girls were also very pretty looking, and there were quite a few passers-by along the way who couldn't help but cast their eyes on them. Especially when the 2 stopped in front of Lin Shuer. Those passers-by even looked at Gu Bai as if they were looking at their enemies. Gu Bai could feel this piercing sight and felt unable to cry or laugh.
Shuer, you're too mean, you got married and didn't even tell us, if it wasn't for the baby's full moon feast, we wouldn't even know about it by now.
Yes, Shuer, do you treat us as friends or not? We are the last to know, this is too sad.
The 2 girls are also Lin Shuer's good girlfriends, we all grew up together, although they are not in the same university, but they have always been in contact. They had only just come over and couldn't help but complain. After all, it was such a big deal to get married and have a child, but they didn't even tell their good girlfriends about it.
And Gu Bai doesn't seem to have much popularity as a person.
Everyone was worried that Lin Shuer was directly blinded by her feelings, and it wouldn't be good to choose an unsuitable person. Sorry, it's mainly because getting married was just too fast, I haven't even had a chance to tell everyone about it, it's my problem. Lin Shuer also knew that her marriage this time was indeed a bit of a shock. The main thing was that she had gotten married and received a license directly without any preparation, and the baby was already a month old. Even she herself felt as if her life had been pressed the accelerator button, but didn't feel any regret at all. On the contrary, she feels that this is what she really wants in life, only that in the past there has been no such opportunity, and now there is an opportunity naturally impossible to let go of. By the way, what does your boyfriend do? Hurry to introduce us, or how embarrassing it will be. In fact, the two girls have seen, standing next to the Gu Bai, you feel that Gu Bai's looks are really good looking. But only handsome is no way to let them recognize. After all, so easily and surprisingly cheated away as the good girlfriend of the school flower, this is certainly have to be properly investigated. My husband is actually doing investment, from the time of the university in the investment. Mention this Lin Shuer that can have words to talk about. Although up to now, do not know what exactly the husband is investing in something, but they take the bank card, which every month's income but see with their own eyes. She can be sure that her husband is definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention just this age. In that case, when the boss that age, may be even more powerful than the boss. Investment? That's not stable. Do you have a car? Do you have a house? Can you give Cher a happy life? After all, she's a golden girl and her quality of life can't be lowered. Joddingding is also the kind of girl with a straight face. The actual question is simply to ask this Gu Bai directly. This topic sounds really quite spicy, but Gu Bai can also hear, this girl is nothing bad mind, but just want to find out some just. The car and the house I have, also added the name of Shuer, the baby's things are also almost ready, as for the deposit of course, have been handed over to Shuer. Gu Bai spoke without delay. Even the two girls did not think of those things all thought of, also made out. This is not just a mouth to say, is really do out. In fact, my husband to make money is quite powerful, now live in the house in Starlight Bay you do not ask these la. Lin Shuer did not expect their girlfriends will be so spicy, ask out the question so tricky and realistic. She was really startled when she heard this question, and her little face turned white. Hurriedly looked at her husband's gaze, after confirming that there is nothing wrong, this is back to God, and then pulled the two girlfriends forward a step whispered. Hubby now has a car and house, as for the deposit is a full 30 million. When she saw this number at that time, her whole body was shocked. Even if there was money on the boss's side, most of the money was actually in the company, and if it was in his personal account, he really didn't necessarily have as much as Gu Bai. Starlight Bay? The two girls instantly sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing about this place. You can't be talking about that Starlight Bay that's very close to the city center. Especially Jia Tingting couldn't even believe her ears. To know that the real estate here is already very expensive, not to mention the Starlight Bay, which is still a distance from the center of the city is very close to the place, and is considered to be more upscale neighborhoods, right? Such a place, a set of house at least also want more than 10 million. But Gu Bai is just a young man who just graduated from college, not to mention the investment in this kind of thing is really unreliable. That's right, it's that place. Lin Shuer gently nodded her head to confirm the two men's guesses. This time the two were also more shocked. No way, it's actually Starlight Bay? Didn't you say that your husband is a college graduate? Where did you get the money to be able to buy this kind of house? Gosh sister, why didn't you tell me earlier? I even asked him just now if he could give you a nice life, isn't this too embarrassing? At this moment the two girls really felt that the awkward atmosphere was going to stiffen. The reason why I asked that kind of question just now, but it was also because I hoped that my best friend could be happy and joyful. After all, if there was no way to guarantee even a basic life, then how could the bestie be happy? But now after learning about all this, the two girls even felt like they were the clowns. This Nima not to mention the most basic life security. To be able to afford a house in Starlight Bay, this is definitely a rich person. Well, do not mention this, you also hurry to go in, today is the baby's full moon feasted, those things wait for the past and then talk about it. Lin Shuer couldn't help but smile at the two sisters' instant change in attitude. It had to be said that this reaction of the two sisters was also too real. But it's still because Gu Bai is really young and promising. Who wouldn't find it shocking to hear that at this age to have all this? Alright then, we'll go in first. The two girls' smiles became a lot more awkward when they turned to Gu Bai down here, but they both became friendly as well, which made Gu Bai kinda confused. What did you say to them? Why do I feel that the way they look at me has changed? After Lin Shuer came back around, Gu Bai couldn't help but ask. Chapter 40 Reward of Ferrari 488. It's nothing much, I simply introduced you to them. Lin Shuer laughed lightly. It was also true that she hadn't said anything, only telling her two sisters some facts. It was just because Gu Bai was really too powerful, right? And even though what she said was the truth, she still shook the two good sisters to their core. The next to come over were Gu Bai's two good brothers, Wang Bo and Ma Tong. When the two came over, they were also full of congratulations for Gu Bai. Before long, everyone had already come over. There were only about a dozen people in total, all of whom were close friends or relatives. Sitting on two tables, the baby was next to Lin Shuer and Gu Bai. The dishes on the table had already been served, a variety of meals, colorful and fragrant. Everyone talked and laughed and ate the meal. The baby's dark little eyes also cannot help but look in the direction of the food, one by one, not to mention how greedy.
The babies, you cannot eat these things, oh, wait to grow up a little more, you can eat it.
Gu Bai didn't expect that the babies would still be pestering for some food, and the two babies were all looking forward to it, not to mention how cute they were. He felt that just seeing the babies like this would make his heart melt. But there is no way, now the baby is really too small, just a full month. At this time the digestive system is very poor, a lot of things cannot be eaten, can only eat rations.
Are the babies craving?
It looks like both babies will grow up to be very strong, they are already craving for these things at such a young age.
Gosh, this baby is so cute, I also want to have a baby to play. I want to have a baby to play with. Everyone can't help but talk about the babies when they see them. Especially Lin Shuer's three little sisters, one was more envious than the other.
After all, girls have a motherly glow, and they can't help but see these cute little babies. Plus the two babies Mu Mu and Chang Chang both looked so cute and obedient. It's really the happiest thing to have such babies.
If you want to have a baby, you should also have a baby, it's really cute.
Lin Shuer heard the girlfriend's that envious look. It is straightforward to open the mouth temptation.
After all, they are also born twins, and the sisters really can be said to be the face of the light, and highly envied by the kind.
Although the lovely right, but also really cannot be born, not even a target it.
But it is not, really Shuer, I envy you dead, you can now really say as a successful family, life and so happy, and your husband is also too good, and can make money and the heart is also good.
Shuai Mengyao mentioned this is full of envy. This word out directly to Jia Tingting and Wu Qiuxin's curiosity to hook up. The two people have to look at Shui Mengyao's direction, all want to know exactly what happened. After all, Shui Mengyao is also a big schoolflower, usually can be said to be quite high and cold kind of people, most of the time to men that are very disdainful attitude. This time, she didn't know what was going on, but she had such a high opinion of Gu Bai. This evaluation was so high that it was almost unlike Shui Mengyao. At this time, Shui Mengyao told the story of how she had been cheated and how Gu Bai and Lin Shuer had helped her. Although it was just a very simple elaboration of these things, everyone was shocked when they heard these things. There were even a lot of people who sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't believe their own ears.
The relatives on Gu Bai's side were even more shocked. The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I'm so happy to see you.
The fact is, Gu Bai's young age is really great, and he's already earned so much money. Oh my god, it's only been a short time, I didn't expect Gu Bai to become so powerful again.
Everyone couldn't help but marvel at this. Not to mention the relatives, even Lin Shuer's parents were shocked when they heard the news.
That was a full $3 million, it really wasn't a small amount. It wasn't easy to come up with so much money at once, let alone come up with so much money to lend to others.
This at least meant that there had to be more money in hand than that to do it.
Originally, this was still the baby's full moon feast, but since learning about it, everyone's eyes became different when they looked at Gu Bai. How powerful a person would have to be able to do this. Especially Jia Tingting, who had just questioned Gu Bai, couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. He was able to come up with $3 million to lend to Shui Mengyao, so how could he be so bad with that little bit of money? However, precisely because of this matter, everyone became more respectful to Gu Bai and Lin Shuer, and even became more enthusiastic about the babies. After the meal was over, the guests basically left. At this time, Gu Bai once again heard the familiar mechanical voice in his head. The first time you prepare a full moon banquet for your baby, rewarded with a Ferrari 488. When he heard this news, Gu Bai once again hooked up the corners of his mouth, looking very satisfied. This was a Ferrari 488, this sports car would cost around $5 million at least. Just by having such a car, it was already a fortune, okay? What's more, he was a man after all, how could he not have feelings for cars? It wasn't like he hadn't looked into sports cars before, but he had stopped because he didn't have the money. And now this car directly sent to his side.
This can be said to be an unexpected surprise.
When he went back, Gu Bai didn't drive the car right away, but instead let the system put the car in his own garage. Fortunately, this neighborhood is equipped with 2 garages for each household, otherwise the car would not be able to fit.
But now Gu Bai had also begun to think about it.
Although this Starlight Bay is not bad, but now there are 2 babies, and the babies will be bigger and bigger. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the 3 rooms and 1 hall in Starlight Bay will not be enough. He felt that he had to put the matter of looking at the house on the agenda, or not to mention the house is not enough to live, even the car do not know where to put it.
However, this is all an afterthought.
Lin Shuer's parents also left straight away, there was more work to be done. In the end, only Lin Ji stayed behind.
This time, it was Gu Bai who directly drove the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle back.
After stopping the car, he naturally saw the red Ferrari sitting next to the garage.
Chapter 41 from Mom's Advice.
When they saw this Ferrari, everyone was stunned.
What's going on here?
Lin Ji and Lin Shuer were dumbfounded when they saw this car. Although Lin Ji itself does not know much about the car, but can also recognize the Ferrari, as for Lin Shuer for this car is simply to understand. She was really very fond of Ferrari models, and had thought about buying one before, but because it was too expensive, she could only give up. I didn't think that my garage actually came out of such a car, it's like a dream.
Actually, it's a car I just bought, and I think it's pretty good.
Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corners of his mouth and spoke faintly.
After saying this, Lin Shuer even directly exclaimed in excitement. Gosh, hubby, why did you think of buying this car?
I've always felt that this car really looks so beautiful, but after all, it's so expensive. Her pair of beautiful eyes are full of love.
How much does this car cost?
It was Lin Ji's side that looked a bit curious.
Although I know that this car is expensive, I don't know what the exact price is. As far as I know, this car should be around $5 million.
Lin Shuer was actually shocked when she said this figure. After all, Gu Bai's cards had all been placed on his side, and she was also sure that Gu Bai hadn't used the money in his cards to buy this car. In such a situation, it was actually possible to buy a car worth $5 million. This was simply too good.
Couldn't it be that this was money that had just been earned from recent investments?
But this man's speed of earning money was also a bit too fast, right? Such a short period of time can have such a high amount of income again. She really felt that every day was like getting to know this man all over again, there were always different discoveries. Lin Ji also gulped in shock when she heard this figure, and almost even doubted her own ears.
$5 million for a car? She couldn't even help but repeat the price.
Yeah, this one was actually a very classic model, and although it was worth a lot, it was really worth the price. Lin Shuer really liked this car, and her words revealed her love. Only for this price is also really deeply agree, this is indeed expensive to death. Okay, the baby is still there, hurry home first, go back to say.
Lin Ji did not say anything, but the face obviously changed.
After bringing the baby home, Lin Shuer went to place the baby during the period, Lin Ji directly pulled Gu Bai to the balcony.
Son, I know that you do make a bit more money now, and that's good, but you can't just spend money when you make it.
The 2 children are just a month old now, and there is a lot of money to be spent in the future, and in the future you will have to save up to buy a house for the 2 babies and arrange for them to go to school.
If you don't save more money, how can you spend this money alone?
Lin Ji specially lowered her voice and said in a serious tone. She is still very happy that her son can make money now, but if he has money and spends it randomly, if he can't make any more money one day, what should he do? Just thinking about this made her worried sick. Especially after hearing about the $5 million car this time, it's even more so that she can't help it anymore. This house is already tens of millions of dollars, a car is a few million, it is often a few million or so, this is the gods to come, the money cannot be able to spend.
This consumption concept is really horrible.
Mom, you can rest assured, I am measured, and there are savings in hand. Gu Bai did not expect his mother to pull himself over in a hurry this time, but was actually for this matter. He cried and laughed when he heard this. However, the rewards given by the system in the recent period were really quite good, and it was inevitable that his mom would feel that it was a waste.
He could also understand.
Anyway, you young people want to buy some good, these are no problem, but must not spend all the money. Just now I said those you have to remember. As she spoke, Lin Ji sighed again. She was a mom after all, and was definitely worried that her child would start spending money randomly once he had some money. Good, that's for sure.
Gu Fan smiled again and nodded his head, agreeing in one breath.
Lin Ji emphasized this matter again and again to make sure that Gu Bai had memorized it, and only then did she feel quite relieved. The day passed like this, and by the time Lin Shuer woke up early in the morning of the second day, Gu Bai had already packed up.
Hubby, what are you going to do today?
She froze for a moment when she saw Gu Bai. She had thought that she would finally have a day off today, but she didn't realize that she would have to go out again. After all, she had just finished the full moon banquet for the baby, and still spent some energy.
The baby is 1 month old, and we are going to get the second vaccination today.
Yesterday, you and Mom were exhausted, so I'll just go there by myself today. Gu Bai also has long been thought of, this time was originally intended to go there by himself. Recently, no matter whether it is Lin Shuer or Mom's side are exhausted, so many things to be busy to prepare, surely a headache Now the baby's full moon banquet passed, finally can be a little easier. The vaccination thing is not very difficult, so he thought about this time a long time ago as his own past.
That's good, I'll accompany Mom to cook together and wait for you to come back.
Lin Shuer did feel busy these past 2 days. Mainly, she had been traveling from east to west, and as a pregnant woman who had just given birth for a month, it was really a bit hard to hold on. It was hard to have a break now, so she didn't say much more. Gu Bai and Mom also said a little bit about this matter, and then he directly pushed the stroller to the hospital. The reason why Starlight Bay was expensive was still because the surrounding measures were also very complete.
Whether it's a hospital or a shopping mall, all kinds of measures are available.
Therefore, this time to the hospital Gu Bai also intends to take the babies directly a piece of the walkover, so that you can also let the babies bask in the sun. It is also a double win.
The two babies have been going out a lot lately, and after they came out, they were not as excited as they were before.
But still giggling, obviously still like to go out.
Gu Bai directly brought the babies to the hospital to line up.
Although it wasn't a holiday, there were still a lot of parents who brought their babies to get vaccinated. Most of them only had one baby, and Gu Bai instantly drew the attention of many more parents because he had 2 babies in his car.
These 2 babies are so cute, they can't be dragon and phoenix babies. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of little baby. Look at it for a moment and it's even smiling, not afraid of people at all, it's too cute Chapter 42 Vaccination for the Babies.
After Mumu and Chang Chang appeared in the hospital, the rest became the center of attention. Many parents gathered around. Mainly because the 2 babies were just too cute. They are dragon and phoenix babies, and have just come over for their vaccination at 1 month old. Although there were so many parents coming over, Gu Bai didn't feel offended, but instead smiled and chatted with everyone. The waiting process was quite boring, not to mention the fact that the babies weren't afraid of people and were even actively interacting with everyone. A 1 month old baby is already so understanding. I remember when our baby was 1 month old, it was like he was dying to get a vaccination. When everyone heard what Gu Bai said, they felt even more envious. This is the difference between a 1 month old baby at another family's home and a child at your own home. What's more, Gu Bai had 2 babies, each one was pink and tender, and looked more adorable than ever. After spending so much time in the stroller, he had been waiting quietly, not even trying to get angry at all.
This alone would already make countless parents admire it.
There were even quite a few parents who were asking Gu Bai how to teach their children to be so understanding and obedient. Gu Bai also simply chatted with everyone for a while and directly became the king of popularity. Soon it was Gu Bai's turn to take the babies for a shot, and those parents even
Gu Bai directly went over to take the baby for an injection.
The nurse was also shocked when she saw the baby.
This baby is so well behaved the first time to see sitting here did not cry baby, most babies to this time have been crying and fussing.
After all, the little baby's patience is still very low, a lot of babies to this time has long lost patience. Crying is also very normal. It was amazing that there could be this kind of baby who waited for such a long time without crying or fussing.
Yeah, the 2 of them were more patient.
Gu Bai slightly hooked the corners of his mouth and held the baby for the injection. Although the nurse lady had already exposed the needle, yet the baby surprisingly still didn't even cry, and even looked at the needle with bated breath.
This baby's guts were too big, right? I've been a nurse for a long time. I've never seen such a bold child in all my time as a nurse. The 2 nurses couldn't help but sigh. The injection was soon finished, and it was only after it was finished that Mumu suddenly cried out. Good baby has finished the injection, we are now going home.
Gu Bai directly held Mumu in his arms and spoke softly, his voice sounding quite gentle. After he finished the sentence, he gently patted Mumu's back again. It was as if there was magic in that instant, and Mumu instantly stopped crying. The nurse lady next to him had her mouth wide open, unable to believe what she was seeing.
Was this really a 1 month old baby? How can he be so understanding?
After just a few casual words, he actually stopped crying.
Gu Bai left the hospital amidst the 2 nurses' little shocked expressions.
Finally, he finished the second vaccination for the babies, and now he can let the babies rest for a while. Ding, taking the babies for their vaccination rewards the arcade family. Just as Gu Bai was planning to take the babies home with him, he heard this familiar cold voice in his head.
Rewarded in arcade? Gu Bai couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this prompt.
He hurriedly looked at the specific news of this arcade in the system. It was even a mega arcade in the Wanbao shopping center, covering an area of over 1,000 square feet. Inside, there are all kinds of things. In addition to video games, there are all kinds of toys.
Such an arcade, at least $8 or $9 million a year in revenue.
And this is still in the case of removing all kinds of costs. I have to say that this video game city is really quite luxurious. It was still the same as the previous mom and pop store, and Gu Bai was actually ready to sign up at any time. However, it was still outside, not to mention that he was still carrying the baby, so he didn't plan on going over it this time. Instead, he first took the baby back home before excusing himself to come out to buy groceries, make a trip to the arcade, and sign the contract directly. After all, it wasn't the first time, and Gu Bai did it all with ease. However, when he arrived at the arcade, he was still surprised. The venue here was even bigger than expected, and it looked even more magnificent. The store manager of the arcade, a middle-aged woman who also looked very serious, was named Lu Mei. Lu Mei has been working in the arcade for 2 years now, and is very satisfied with the salary and everything. I did not expect that one day the arcade will be transferred, especially when she saw the boss in front of her. She was even more stunned. This boss looks like the age of fear is not yet 30, only just 20-something years old boss, really can put such a big arcade to do a good job? A lot of things here were already outdated, there was no need to continue selling them, all these things could be sold off to increase their popularity, and at the same time, some new things could be imported. Gu Bai briefly observed the arcade. There was still a lot of traffic, after all, it was in the Wanbao Mall, which was also the largest mall in the neighborhood. But most people are over to play video games, although also make money right, but many of those toys as well as hand-me-downs are relatively old looks not much updated and modernized.
But these are the models that the boss felt were big hits before.
Lu Mei sucked in a breath of cool air, did not expect that this boss has just taken office, but it is about to have such a big action. She was instantly shocked.
The current boss is me. With just this simple sentence, Gu Bai had convinced Lu Mei.
She herself was just an employee, and had no right to be in charge of so many things in the store. Since the boss had already given the word, she naturally had no problem with it.
Does the boss have any other orders?
Lu Mei's side suddenly realized that although this new boss was young, he wasn't the kind of person that was easy to bully, and this instantly became a lot more respectful.
She even spoke with a lot more respect than before. That's all for now. Gu Bai opened his mouth indifferently and left after saying that.
Looking in the direction that Gu Bai left, Lu Mei couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. I didn't expect my boss to suddenly turn into such a young man. This was also a bit too young, but to be able to buy this arcade store, it was extraordinary. Her eyes were filled with admiration and shock. At this time, Gu Bai had already left the mall and arrived at the food market.
He quite skillfully bought several of Lin Shuer's favorite dishes, and of course didn't forget his mom's preferences.
After buying the dishes quickly, he hurried home.
Chapter 43. Lin Shuer got excited. Hubby has an arcade?
Gu Bai, as usual, flew to do a good meal. The family sat at the table to eat. Son, I heard those sisters say you should invest more in physical stores before at least Israel can see. Lin Ji side once again chatted about the matter of investment. The main thing is to know that the son is now doing investment. But most of the investment is a kind of stock, and there is nothing physical store, for the elderly will still feel not safe enough. She also went to ask her friends. Friends also said that the entity store is definitely better, even if they earn a little less but at least can rest assured. Gu Bai did not think that mom is still persevering to learn these. If you don't explain yourself, your mom is going to be more and more anxious. Mom, you can rest assured. In fact, I have now begun to contact the real economy, and recently just disked down a video game city.
Gu Bai said with a smile.
Although his voice was light, Lin Shuer's eyes still lit up when she heard about the arcade. On the contrary, Lin Ji didn't know much about these things.
You young people can't just think about playing, you still have to think about what you can learn.
Lin Ji didn't quite know what an arcade was, but the moment she heard it, she felt that it was a place that didn't do any work and just knew how to play.
She frowned slightly.
Mom, I'm telling you that arcades are really hot places nowadays, those young people like to go there.
But exactly how much money you make depends on how big the store is, hubby. When did you invest in it? How come I don't know?
At the mention of the arcade, Lin Shuer instantly became excited. She is really like this kind of place, this is before the tutelage is too strict, has never been there. Wanting to go to an arcade could be said to be Lin Shuer's dream all along. I did not expect that now my own husband directly disc a whole arcade. It's not particularly big, it's about 1,000 square feet.
Gu Bai laughed lightly.
When she said this size, Lin Shuer had been shocked.
1,000 square meters of arcade, this is not a big, then what is called big?
This belonged to the kind of place that was quite luxurious in a shopping mall.
Gosh, I want to go and take a look. She couldn't even hold back the impulse in her heart anymore.
Although Lin Ji beside her wasn't very clear about this, she was able to get a general idea by looking at how excited and thrilled this Lin Shuer was.
That's good, today I'm still at home to take care of it, baby, you take Shuer together to go over to see it.
Lin Ji was definitely a 100% good mother-in-law.
Just by seeing Lin Shuer's look of anticipation, she directly opened her mouth.
Anyway, I'm not interested in those places myself, at best I'll just look at the photos.
Is this good?
If not, Mom, you should go with us, and the baby should go too. Lin Shuer again felt that it was too irresponsible for her to go out with her husband alone and leave the baby in the care of her mother-in-law.
She thought it would be better if everyone went over together.
Instead, Lin Ji flatly refused. I'm not interested in your young people's places at all, it's still the babies that are more adorable. Shuer, you want to go over there so much, just go and take a look directly. Lin Ji spoke again. This time, Lin Shuer really couldn't help herself anymore. She could almost be said to have finished her meal quickly, putting down her chopsticks and looking blearily at Gu Bai.
Chapter 44 Reward Game Mastery Skills.
Also good, then Mom, you take care of the baby first, if there is anything directly call me on the phone.
Gu Bai could also tell that Lin Shuer was really yearning for the arcade.
After all, before even when the mother and baby store, she did not show this expression, although she has been chanting want to go, but still can endure. This time, it seems that her heart has already gone over there, so she can't bear it at all.
Okay, you two should hurry up and go play, don't worry about the baby, we have everything at home anyway.
Lin Ji is also a reasonable mother-in-law. She is also a reasonable mother-in-law, not to mention that Lin Shuer is already very understanding, and she is also very satisfied with having such a daughter-in-law.
If her daughter-in-law wanted to go out and play for a while, there was certainly nothing to say, so how could she refuse?
As they talked, Lin Shuer and Gu Bai simply cleaned up.
Before leaving, Gu Bai went to look at the babies again. The babies had already had enough to eat and drink and were playing with their grandmother.
However, Gu Bai was still a bit uneasy, simply took out the toys he bought earlier, and simply played with the baby for a while, and then put the baby to sleep. Ding, the first time baby plays with toys rewards game mastery skill. I didn't expect this to be rewarded, Gu Bai smiled when he came out, game mastery, although it sounds like it's a bit of a chicken ribs, but it's a reward. After coaxing the babies, Gu Bai took Lin Shuer downstairs with him. This time, he drove the Ferrari 488. It was mainly because Lin Shuer really liked this car, and ever since she saw it, she had been raving about it. This time, it's just right to let her experience this car. Wow, husband, I tell you, I have always dreamed of a Ferrari before, I hope to have a Ferrari, I did not expect this time to really sit on it.
I am so happy, no, I must tell my sisters about it.
Sitting on the passenger side of the Ferrari, Lin Shuer excitedly looked back and forth. After touching for a while, this only hurriedly took out the cell phone to shoot a few selfies, and then sent to their girlfriend's group circle. Lin Shuer, sisters, my husband and I are going to the arcade.
Lin Shuer, how about this car? My husband bought it new and I really love it.
She really couldn't hold back the love and excitement in her heart. After these two messages were sent to the group of girlfriends, they were immediately responded to.
Wu Qiuxin, holy shit, isn't this a Ferrari 488?
Your husband is too handsome to buy such a cool car straight away.
Jia Tingting, which arcade to go to? It just so happens that there's nothing to do today, can we go over there together and play for a while?
Shui Mangyao, yeah, it's a rare vacation, I also want to go out to take a break, just send over the address and let's play together, how about it? Lin Shuer saw the messages sent by her friends and thought that today was still a vacation. She didn't reply immediately, but turned her head to look at Gu Bai beside her.
Hubby, just now my girlfriends said they want to play together for a while, okay?
After all, this was going out with her husband, and she respected his opinion.
It's not a problem. Do you want me to come over and pick them up? Anyway, it's just a trip to the arcade, so it doesn't matter how many people go.
Not to mention that it is also their own home arcade. The past is also considered to increase the popularity of their own home. No, then I will directly tell them the address. They are ready to come over.
Chapter 45, Girlfriend Stunned. This is also Gu Bai's property?
Since those people wanted to come over on their own, Gu Bai had even more to say. Directly drove Lin Shuer to the mall.
Hubby, this arcade won't be in Wanbao Plaza, right?
Lin Shuer got out of the car and saw this huge mall in front of her and directly froze.
Manpower Plaza, she definitely knew.
It could definitely be said to be the largest plaza in the neighborhood, and it had everything in it, and at the same time, the traffic was outrageous. But for anyone who came over here to visit, or wanted to go shopping, the first choice would definitely be this place. Not to mention the fact that it was in the center of the city, which could definitely be called an inch of land. To be able to own a store in such a square, one would definitely be either rich or noble. Even if the average person is really rich, I'm afraid they may not be able to buy it. After all, this innate advantage is here. In such a location can be said to want not to make money or difficult.
Yes, it is here. Gu Bai smiled lightly and opened his mouth.
The two had just gotten out of the car, and as a result, it happened that their girlfriends also stopped the car next to them and saw Lin Shuer.
Gosh, Shuer, this is the one you just said, 488? Really handsome, even still red. Gu Bai is really very discerning, even bought this car. You do not know how much Shuer like, before the school time every day in the read to this.
Shuer, I'm so envious of you, this is to find a good husband, so love you, but also for your sake. After the three girlfriends came over, really happy for Lin Shuer, but also feel sour. After all, there aren't many husbands like this, you can't even find one by beating your head against a lantern. Not to mention that the three of them are all single, and are now working hard every day to make ends meet. Although each one of them also has a pretty good job, but this salary and Gu Bai certainly do not compare. Their average salary is about $10,000 to $20,000 a month, which already sounds good.
But with Gu Bai, this kind of casually can afford to buy Starlight Bay mansions, and even can afford to buy Ferrari 488 people, this salary is simply a drop in the ocean.
Yeah, that's the car.
Well, the car is not the point. Aren't we here to have fun today?
Let's hurry up and go. I've always dreamed of going to the arcade, this time I finally have a chance. Lin Shuer saw the envious and surprised expressions of her girlfriends, and also felt a sense of fulfillment. However, she also knew very well in her heart that her husband was the kind of man who kept a relatively low profile. So she didn't continue talking about the car, but hurriedly led her girlfriends to the arcade. Gu Bai walked at the front, while Lin Shuer held his arm and walked side by side with him. While the three girlfriends were walking behind, after all, not recognizing the road meant that they could only follow two people. Soon Gu Bai brought a few girls along to this arcade.
Isn't this the Power Arcade? I really liked this place before.
I'm telling you, this arcade is really strong, it has everything inside, and there are also a lot of hand puppets. If it wasn't too expensive, I would really want to move back home. Wu Qiuxin's eyes lit up after seeing this arcade, and she ended up gushing out compliments again. She was really very familiar with this place. After all, it wasn't the first time she had come here. But whenever one wanted to play games, they definitely came here. After all, the place was big, it had a wide variety of games, and it was in a big mall, so you could just go shopping after playing.
This was definitely the perfect place.
The more Wu Qiuxin spoke, the more excited she became. After all, this was a place that she would often come over on weekdays. Not to mention that Lin Shuer had already said that it was the first time she had come over, so she naturally applied a sense of responsibility to help lead the way and make introductions.
Hearing Wu Qiuxin's words, Lin Shuer cried and laughed for a moment, not knowing what to say.
Under Wu Qiuxin's lead, the four of them walked in together. Just at this time, store manager Lu Mei came over. Originally, Wu Qiuxin wanted to greet the store manager. However, it never occurred to her that the store manager directly crossed over to her and came in front of Gu Bai.
Boss, these are your friends, right? Do you need me to take you all for a spin?
The store manager was quite respectful on his side, and was even ready to lead the way. Right now, Lu Mei was quite impressed with Gu Bai. Before, she originally thought that there was nothing wrong with the things sold in the store, but the result was that the sales directly skyrocketed after the low price was dealt with and the goods were purchased according to what Gu Bai said. Originally, the store's big head was in video games, but since Gu Bai, now the big head has come directly to hand-me-downs and dolls. This ability alone could already surpass a whole bunch of others, right? What's more, this was the first time the boss had brought his friends over, so if he didn't do a good job this time, the impression in the boss's mind in the future was definitely going to be poor. Therefore, she also wanted very much to show herself in front of this kind of opportunity. No need, we'll have some fun on our own, you go and get busy. Gu Bai whispered back, then waved his hand for Lu Mei to leave on her own. Looking at the direction Lu Mei left, Wu Qiuxin's entire body froze in place as if she was frozen in place.
What is the meaning of this? Did I hear it right just now? How did that woman call Gu Bai her boss? Joddingting also heard this name and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. You have to know that this arcade in front of you can be in Wanbao Plaza, and it covers an area of at least 1,000 pieces or more. With such a huge arcade, the monthly income was definitely considerable. But at the same time, want to operate such an arcade, this investment is also the same objective. Even the average person is impossible to get out of the figure. I heard it just now too, Shuer, Gu Bai wouldn't really be the owner of this arcade, right? Even though Shui Mengyao knew that Gu Bai was really powerful, she still gulped incredulously when she heard this news as well. She really couldn't believe her ears. This was too outrageous, right? How many identities did this man have, and how many industries did he have? Yeah, this arcade was his. Lin Shuer scratched her head, her smile looking a little awkward. She had originally come over to play and at the same time wanted to take a look at this store, but as a result, she never expected Wu Qiuxin to be so fond of this store and praise it so much. This instantly caused her to be unable to find the time to talk about this matter. If it wasn't for Shui Mengyao's question just now, Lin Shuer wouldn't have known what to say until now. However, her glib confirmation still shocked everyone in front of her. Chapter 46 Hubby, I want to play this. What did Lin Shuer mean by that just now? That means this huge arcade is really Gu Bai's? This is an arcade that covers an area of thousands of square feet, and that alone can make a lot of money. Isn't Gu Bai a fresh graduate? How could he have so much money to spend on this? She was completely shocked. A few of her girlfriends now felt even more curious and mysterious about Gu Bai. Lin Shuer was even more admired. After all, Lin Shuer said that her boyfriend was an ordinary person, and did not stand out in the school, but was more handsome. As a result, this Gu Bai is not only handsome, but also made so many investments. The family has a house and a car, each of which is the top thing. This man is definitely a living treasure. To be able to have an object like this, then this life is really nothing to worry about. Shuer, you say you usually how so low profile. These things are not with the sisters to say a little. Make us in front of the Gu Bai also did so many embarrassing things it. That's right, I really like this arcade. I didn't realize it was Gu Bai's, so can I come over later and do a VLP? The VLP of the Power Arcade is very difficult to do. After all, this is the store in Wanbao Plaza completed, there is no lack of customers at all, and those who have money are even more countless. Therefore at least one had to spend 100,000 in the arcade before being able to obtain VLP. This was not impossible for them, but no one could afford to spend so much money in the arcade. But now with Gu Bai it was completely different. Of course there was no problem. Gu Bai directly asked Lu Mei to bring over 3 cards. And Gu Bai directly gave the 3 cards to Lin Shuer's 3 girlfriends. Joddingting and Shui Mengyao weren't very familiar with the cards and didn't know what they were for, so they just felt heavy in their hands. The one who was most excited was Wu Qiuxin. Gosh, this is a diamond card. With this card can casually sing and play, and in addition to the sale of goods, do not spend money on anything. She couldn't even help but exclaim out in shock. Originally just wanted to take a VLP card. When coming over in the future you can save some money. I didn't realize that this is not just saving money, even as long as you don't buy anything, that doesn't cost anything. Her eyes were glowing with excitement, not to mention how happy she was. If you want to play in the future, just come over directly. Gu Bai smiled lightly and opened his mouth. Gosh Shuer, your husband is really great. You have this kind of husband, really happy. I also followed the light of your Wu Qiuxin was really excited at the moment. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many customers coming and going, he really wanted to jump up. Even if she didn't jump up, she couldn't help but hug Lin Shuer, and then said with great excitement. Okay, let's hurry up and go play. Lin Shuer also did not expect that her own sister would be so excited. Looking at her sister's expression was a little bit of tears and laughter, but also could only be hurriedly said. Subsequently, Wu Qiuxin that is also a heavy nod, followed by a few sisters to play together. Lin Shuer, this is still the first time to come to the arcade, see what all feel very novel, see what all feel very want to play. But what she wanted to play the most was dolls. A few people turned around in the arcade, and after seeing the fake doll machine, Lin Shuer couldn't even walk. She grabbed Gu Bai's arm with both hands and looked at him with a longing face. Hubby, can we play with this?
Lin Shuer's tone of voice still carried the meaning of pampering. However, after saying this, the next few sisters were really stunned.
Shuer, you are not crazy, ah? Come to the arcade, even play catch doll. This is not in front of the movie theater can play? Why bother to come here, ah?
That's right, there are so many things to play here, I think it's better not to catch dolls. The sisters are not unwilling to fulfill Lin Shuer's wish, mainly because they feel that there is really no need. Catching dolls, this kind of thing is really too simple, and where can play, but other things are not the same, ah. Many of the games in the arcade were quite appealing, and everyone's hearts had already been drawn to them.
You guys go ahead and play those first, I'll accompany Shuer to clip dolls. Gu Bai had just seen his wife's pampered little eyes and couldn't take it anymore. He said that there was no way he could let his wife down, since he wanted to catch the dolls, it wasn't that difficult anyway. What's more, he now has a game proficiency skills, no matter what game is absolutely proficient. This kind of play also belongs to a kind of game, so there will not be any problem. Forget it, since we are all coming together, then we will also follow along and catch it. The two sisters had originally thought of playing something else, but since they saw that Lin Shuer was looking forward to it so much, they sighed. Everyone still chose to catch dolls together.
Lin Shuer was the first to try it out, but since she wasn't familiar with the machine, it was rather fluid when she operated it. The claws of the dolls were switched around, and they simply couldn't match the dolls. In the end, when the time ran out and the claw fell, it was really empty.
Gosh, why is this thing so hard?
Originally Lin Shuer also full of confidence, Weekdays Brush video also saw a lot of people clip dolls, feel that they can casually add to the. As a result, she never expected it to be so difficult. She felt her palms were sweating, so nervous that her heart was thumping, obviously using all her concentration on this, but she couldn't clip anything at all. This point was the most terrifying. Clip doll really not so simple, need a lot of skill, if there is no skill, then need a lot of luck, ah. Wu Qiuxin's side saw Lin Shuer so angry and let out a giggle, then hurriedly spoke again. She simply taught some techniques, however Lin Shuer tried a few more times with such techniques, but it still didn't help. In the end, Lin Shuer gave up and directly gave her position to Wu Qiuxin. Although she talked a lot about the theory just now, yet when it was really her turn to practice, Wu Qiuxin became like a headless fly for a moment, not knowing what to do at all. She also clamped half a day but failed to clamp up. Several girls took turns trying, each thinking they could, but each failed to clip the doll. Eventually all the girls got discouraged and put their last hope on Gu Bai.
Chapter 47. This is the king of games, ah. Gu Bai took the hopes of this group of girls and held the joystick. The four girls stood intently, watching the claws of the crane clamping machine move and then slowly fall. Compared to the other girls, Gu Bai was steady as hell when operating it. This crane machine was even more conscious. After dropping down, it immediately grabbed the yellow Pikachu that Lin Shuer had been working on all along afterward. This was when it was the most tense. Although the doll had already been caught, the claws of the doll clamping machine were very loose, but any slight carelessness could make this doll fall down again. Several girls were completely unable to put their hearts down, and even one of them had their eyes straightened up, afraid that the doll in their hands would fly away. Just like this, they watched as Gu Bai maneuvered the doll machine, and soon the doll fell out directly from underneath. Gosh, you're so good, you succeeded in one go. Lin Shuer couldn't help but exclaim in shock at that moment. Wasn't it Gu Bai's luck that he happened to run into that time when the claws of the crane machine were tighter? After all, Wu Qiuxin was a regular customer here, and knew that every 10 or so times there would be a time when the claws were tighter, but anyone who wanted to grab it would definitely be able to do so. This can be said to be the unspoken rule of all crane machines. If you are lucky, you will be able to come across this kind of time. Why don't you try another one? Xue Mengyao and Jia Tingting were also coaxing from the side. As for Lin Shuer, she was looking at Gu Bai with a face of anticipation and admiration. Which one do you want? Gu Bai directly raised his eyebrows and faintly asked. Can I really just pick one? Why don't you pick one that's easier to catch? Lin Shuer's eyes widened in surprise, feeling that Gu Bai was playing with himself as if it wasn't the same thing. This crane machine is obviously difficult to death, the operation is even more careless to go wrong. But in Gu Bai's hands it was so easy and simple. As if nothing to do can be directly clamped to the same thing, just this point on the horror of the awesome awe. Pick whatever you like. Gu Bai's tone was still so relaxed and cozy, as if he was saying this extremely simple thing. After all, with the game mastery skill, this skill alone could already allow him to dominate the entire arcade. As for a small crane machine, that was even more out of the question. I want that one.
Since Gu Bai had already said so, Lin Shuer wasn't polite at all as he directly pointed to a pink rabbit in the far corner. My goodness, Shuer, you really know how to give your husband a hard time. The corner of that rabbit is definitely the hardest to grab, the claws don't even necessarily go down, this also needs too much skill. Wu Qiuxin also followed the direction of Lin Shuer's finger and looked over. When she saw this corner, she even directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. She didn't expect Lin Shuer to be so ruthless. This position is really very tricky to choose. This kind of position, if let others to choose, are not necessarily able to choose out. Although it could be seen that Lin Shuer just really liked this rabbit before choosing it, but this was also really making things difficult for Gu Bai. Is this position so difficult? I don't know about it or forget about it, let me take another look and pick something else. Lin Shuer was also startled as soon as she heard her best friend's words. She didn't know much about crane machines and thought it would be easier if she put it in the corner with the help of glass. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. No problem, since my wife likes this, let's make it this one, I don't care. Gu Bai hadn't waited for Lin Shuer to change her mind and directly began to maneuver the crane machine. His movements were quite skillful, and the claws of the doll clamping machine were unusually stable. Obviously, the angle of the pink rabbit was already very tricky, and it was in the most corner position, but as a result, the claw actually clamped straight towards the rabbit, and it even clamped the rabbit up. Oh my god, am I reading this right? This is obviously the hardest position to clip up. Shuer, your husband is a god, right? How come he's even so accurate at pinching dolls? Is this what excellence is all about? Excellent at everything. The three girlfriends saw that the pink rabbit was really added up and slowly came to the exit. They all sucked in a breath of cool air inside. Who didn't expect Gu Bai to do such a simple job and just straight away accomplish such a daunting task? Hubby is really good. Lin Shuer didn't know when she started, this position was tricky. Being reminded by her best friend has been regretting it. I didn't expect Gu Bai to really catch this doll. Gu Bai then grabbed 3 more dolls in a row. All are a few girlfriends like. Soon, everyone had their favorite doll in their hands. Everyone was satisfied with the dolls, and only then did they suddenly realize that there were already many people around them, and everyone was secretly admiring them, and there were even some who directly took a video and sent it to Jitterbug. Gosh, today is to meet the god, clip doll is too powerful it, I still see the first time someone so will clip doll it. I've never seen anyone so good at it. Do you accept disciples? Can you teach me what to do? I've failed every time I've tried to get a doll, and it's really a headache. I'm sure you'll be able to give me a reward. These onlookers are more excited than one another. At first glance, they are the old victims of the doll clamping machine, and they have never thought of the doll clamping machine, but they can really make people play with it. For the time being, they didn't have the intention to do so. Gu Bai also did not expect that he had attracted so many people by simply pinching a doll. He just smiled gently and lightly rejected everyone, then took Lin Shuer and his girlfriends with him to go in front of the other game machines. In the course of today's day, he brought a few girls together to play many games, and whichever game they played stood at the top of the heap. It even broke so many records in the entire arcade that it stunned Lu Mei. Isn't this the boss? Young age are already so big and powerful, originally thought it should be a person who works overtime every day. As a result, I did not expect that people's spare time life was so rich, and even mastered the game together. Many of the players in the arcade had even stopped playing the game and came over to watch Gu Bai. After all, even the players who came to the arcade every day had preferences. But Gu Bai was so good at every game. That alone was enough to shock everyone. How could there be a person who was not bound by any rules at all and could quickly familiarize himself with all the games? Chapter 48. If your wife wants to go, she can go anytime. Wu Qiuxin, who was already interested in arcade games, now admired Gu Bai to no end. She had never imagined that there was a man who could be as powerful as this. Just being able to make money was nothing. While making money, he also had the time to play so many types of games, mastering all of them. This alone was enough to shock everyone. A few people had originally thought of simply strolling around and playing a few games, but as a result, Gu Bai was too strong and even played directly into the evening. The color of the sky was already not early, and only then did a few people go home. Hubby, you're too strong to play every game so well, and after playing for a while just now, you broke so many records in the arcade. I feel like so many people are idolizing you. Do you usually go to the arcade often? On the way back, Lin Shuer sat in the passenger seat, her face full of admiration. The scene just now was still fresh in her mind, and the gazes of admiration from those people gave her a strong sense of satisfaction. After all, this is her own husband. It wasn't a lot, just an occasional game, but those games were all about rules, and a little familiarity was almost enough. Gu Bai opened his mouth with a light smile as he drove. The more he spoke so lightly, the more Lin Shuer felt even more impressed. It seemed like her husband never took anything to heart, yet he was able to brighten people's eyes every time. I'm afraid this is the ability, this is also other people cannot envy. So that's how it is, then let's go play again later, then you also teach me, I'm really curious, why the same thing I can't play well. Perhaps it was also because Lin Shuer herself wasn't familiar with the game and could be said to be a gaming idiot. The more this happened, the more he admired Gu Bai. Of course, there's no problem, as long as you want to go, we can go there anytime. Gu Bai let out a giggle after hearing this. The arcade was originally his own wife, if he wanted to go, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? I don't have to ask, I can go directly to the arcade. Hubby, you don't know, when I was leaving my girlfriends have been you as an idol, and just now in WeChat also has been constantly praised you it. Soon after getting out of the car, Lin Shuer couldn't help but open her small group with her girlfriends again, and then handed the chat log to Gu Bai. There was nothing else in the chat log, but a few of her girlfriends were gabbing and praising him. He had just become a god in everyone's mind. Gu Bai simply looked at these compliments from everyone and found them even more interesting. It was just a game, it wasn't really that big of a deal. He was as calm as ever. Even though it's a game, but you have the time to make so much money for investment, I didn't expect that you would have the time to play a game, I think that's the most impressive thing. Lin Shuer couldn't help but marvel even now. She didn't even know where Gu Bai got so much time from. How could he juggle so many things and still do everything to the best of his ability? Alright, none of this matters, let's go home first, the babies are going to be anxious later. Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer's serious look and thought it was cute as hell. However, he had never cared much about these things, not to mention that this time, it was just because his wife liked it that he went out to have some fun. It was impossible to even think about the past on a normal day. That's right. Lin Shuer also hurriedly nodded her head after hearing this, and then without saying a word, she followed Gu Bai up the stairs. The two of you are finally back, stay a little longer and the babies will get impatient, they are already making noise. Lin Ji was originally taking care of the baby in the nursery, and after hearing the sound of the door opening, she rushed out. Especially when she saw her son and daughter-in-law return, she felt deeply relieved. After all, she was supposed to be taking care of the baby, but the baby was really too attached to Gu Bai. If she continued to take care of it, it was possible that the baby would have cried. As a grandmother, she also felt helpless. Is that so? Let me see who's the most obedient and who's the least obedient, Moo Moo and Chang Chang. Gu Bai smiled faintly at his words. He quickened his pace to the front of the stroller. As expected, both babies had already woken up and were blinking their eyes as they looked around, seemingly searching for their father. Especially after the two babies saw Gu Bai, they directly gave birth to their little hands clawing at the air, as if they wanted their dad to hug them. Gu Bai took turns picking up the two babies and coaxing them. After having the smell of their father, the two babies directly calmed down a lot, both giggling. Both Lin Shuer and Lin Ji on the side looked a bit helpless. Why do I feel like I don't even have much of a presence as a mom? The first thing the babies think of is never me, but dad. Lin Shuer in particular couldn't help but sigh, there was still a sense of frustration as a mother. However, she really wasn't as attentive as Gu Bai when it came to taking care of her babies on a regular basis. I have to say, after having Gu Bai as her husband, Lin Shuer also felt like she had an easy time every day and didn't have to worry about those things at all. By the way, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow, and I still have to go to work. Shuer, I'm going to trouble you and Gu Bai to take care of the baby. Lin Shi suddenly remembered this matter. She came over to take care of the babies this role, but she actually took a vacation, after all, she also had a job. Now that the baby's full moon banquet had passed, she could finally go back to work. It's okay, Mom, if you have something to do, just go straight to your work, help us take care of the baby for such a long time, we already feel very thankful. Lin Shuer had always been a contented person. To be able to have such a good mother-in-law who comes over to help her take care of the baby when she's not doing anything, and who also loves her so much, she's already happy enough. How could she possibly let her mother-in-law take care of her all the time? After saying that, Lin Shuer also helped her mom pack up a lot of things with Gu Bai as well. Why don't I drive to see you off? After packing almost, suddenly realized that there are so many things want to let the mother to take back, this one person want to take the past is not so easy. I don't need you to send me back, just send me to the station, and I don't need to take all these things back. You two take good care of the baby, I have bought the ticket. Mom refused. After all, the baby side cannot be separated from the people not to mention still two babies it.
Chapter 49: The baby's first ride on the high-speed rail. Finally, Gu Bai sent his mom to the train station and came back.
After all, Lin Shuer one person to take care of the two babies must still be very difficult. He also worried about the baby side to leave their own to cry again. After sending his mom to the train, Gu Bai returned home in a hurry. As expected, Lin Shuer's hands are still busy when taking care of the baby. The main thing is that they had already gone out for a day. Back when the baby is a little impatient, Gu Bai just simply hugged not completely coaxed good and then left.
This time the babies completely exploded.
I'm not sure if you're going to come back, but if you don't come back, I feel like the babies are going to be here crying until they can't stop. After seeing Gu Bai, Lin Shuer was also relieved. She really couldn't handle two babies by herself at all. Sometimes it felt like admiring her husband. After all, Gu Bai was the one who took care of the two babies most of the time at home, unless occasionally Linji came over. She didn't even know how on earth Gu Bai managed to do it all by himself, and with such ease. I'll take care of it here, so go rest for a bit. He should be exhausted after playing outside all day today, so Gu Bai took over the burden of taking care of the baby and then let Lin Shuer go to bed. I'll help you here, the two babies are crying back and forth, it's really too much of a headache to take care of them. Lin Shuer actually felt exhausted, but she was worried that her husband was too tired to take care of the two babies on his own, so she still wanted to play a hand. As a result, Gu Bai just came over, took turns picking up the two babies, coaxed the two babies, and stopped crying almost instantly.
This speed is simply fast to amazing awe.
Lin Shuer was directly shocked.
Even if she knew that babies were really sticky to their dads on weekdays, she didn't expect the contrast to be so great.
She felt that her frustration was really getting stronger and stronger.
Alright, the two babies will be going to sleep soon, let's go rest too. Gu Bai quickly coaxed the two babies to sleep before bringing Lin Shuer back to the house with him. After returning to the house, Gu Bai also felt his wife's low pressure and roughly guessed what it was because of. You're the baby's mom, how could they not like you? It's just that none of them want to tire you out too much. Gu Bai gently held Lin Shuer in his arms and spoke faintly.
Although her voice was not loud, it made Lin Shuer feel slightly more comfortable after hearing it.
Hubby, I also want to have a better relationship with the kids. Lin Shuer sighed, realizing that she couldn't even find a way to do it for a moment, not knowing what to do. In that case, let's go out tomorrow. Gu Bai took a moment to think before speaking.
It had been more than a month now since the baby was born, so it was still okay to go out and have fun at this time.
What's more, Gu Bai also wanted to let the babies get to know more about the great mountains and rivers of the motherland. Where are we going to play? And the babies are so big now, can they go out to play?
Lin Shuer instantly became excited when she heard about going to play, and even put the sadness she felt just now behind her. Although now she will occasionally go out for a stroll, but really talk about going out to play, that also has not been for a long time, at most is just shopping malls. Originally, she had thought that she would probably not have this opportunity with the baby, but she didn't think that Gu Bai would take the initiative to bring it up. The baby is not too afraid of the appearance of living people, just take them out to walk around, I think it is quite good.
If you want to go, then let's go to Hangzhou.
The voyage is right around them, not too far away, and it's only an hour or two by train.
The babies shouldn't be impatient in that case.
And going out once in a while is beneficial to both the babies and Lin Shuer.
Good, good, I haven't been to Hangzhou for a long time, and the last time I went there, I just hurriedly strolled around, and I haven't played in many places.
Lin Shuer's eyes lit up when she heard that she was going to Hangzhou. This was a famous tourist location.
Hangzhou City has a very large number of attractions and is highly playable, plus the scenery is good, it's definitely a great choice for traveling.
I'll buy the tickets here, and we'll go there tomorrow.
Gu Bai's efficiency has always been very high, since he said he was going to go over there he immediately bought a ticket.
This caused Lin Shuer to be caught off guard, but she also felt quite excited.
After all, this was the first time she had gone out with Gu Bai and the babies, so just thinking about it made her feel happy. Perhaps because she was so happy, Lin Shuer didn't sleep well all night. On the second day, she woke up early and simply packed her bags.
When Gu Bai woke up, Lin Shuer had already packed everything, and she was even dressed.
Hubby, when are we going to leave? Seeing Gu Bai awake, she couldn't help but ask with a look of anticipation.
The time is still early, I first go to do some breakfast, eat after the past on the line.
Gu Bai did not expect Lin Shuer to be in such a hurry, and after getting up, he went to make breakfast, while Lin Shuer rushed to feed the baby rations. After finishing all this, it was finally time.
Only then did Gu Bai take Lin Shuer and the two babies to the station. He specially bought a business seat this time, with an exclusive lounge. After getting into the car, it was even more spacious than the normal seats. The babies didn't feel crowded at all as they sat here. Ding, first time taking a baby on a train, rewarding a family of prosperous stores. Having only just settled the babies, Gu Bai once again heard this familiar mechanical voice in his head. Want shop? When he heard this reward, he froze for a moment, then hurriedly went to look inside the system again. Since this prosperous store was a mom-and-pop store, it was the equivalent of directly putting a mom-and-pop store on the market. This was equivalent to directly giving the land of the mom-and-pop store to himself. After all, this is a very central location. The rent alone is 200,000 per month. This directly reduces the rent by so much per month, which is equivalent to an additional 2 million per year.
This was something that was given for nothing. After hearing this reward, Gu Bai also happily hooked up the corners of his mouth. The high-speed train soon got underway. Although it was traveling fast, it was very stable, and the baby slept the entire time, not feeling impatient at all, not even making any noise. The baby's behavior also put both Gu Bai and Lin Shuer at ease. It took a total of 1.5 hours to get from here to Hangzhou. Only after arriving at the station did Gu Bai and Lin Shuer take the babies off the high-speed train together. Chapter 50. Hubby is Doraemon, right? He has everything.
After getting off the high-speed train, Mumu and Chang Chang had been looking around. They were full of curiosity about this completely unfamiliar place and seemed to be trying to take in everything around them.
It's still the first time for the babies to come here. Do you feel happy? Gu Bai even bowed down to tease the babies.
As expected, although the two babies came to a new place, they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, they were still babbling and reaching out.
Hubby, have you booked the hotel yet?
This time over is really too hasty. Lin Shuer, even if already arrived in Hangzhou, still feel a very unsteady feeling. It was only last night that she had said she wanted to come out to play, but as a result, so quickly, she had actually arrived in Hangzhou City. These were so fast that she couldn't even bother to prepare anything, and could only simply pack her luggage.
As for the hotel and all that, it was simply too late to book. After all, there were still ratings to look at and homework to do, and all of this alone would take an unknown amount of time. Don't worry, I've already gotten these things done. How could I possibly let you and the baby suffer? Gu Bai let out a giggle after hearing this.
He was highly mobile and meticulous at the same time. Since he was bringing his wife and baby out to play, he definitely had to get everything ready, so he couldn't possibly go looking all over the city when he arrived. The two of them took a car directly after leaving the high-speed train station. After Gu Bai received the address, he and Lin Shuer coaxed the baby together. Although Lin Shuer had been to Hansheng once before, she wasn't familiar with the neighborhood after all, and wasn't sure what kind of hotels there were, so she didn't care that much. When the cab stopped again, Lin Shuer got off with Gu Bai. When she saw this luxurious villa in front of her, her entire body froze.
Husband said good hotel where What you told me can't be this one right in front of me, right?
Lin Shuer reached out and pointed to the hotel in front of her, then couldn't help but gulp. This was a villa and it was also the kind with its own swimming pool. This could also be said to be the villa model that she had always dreamed of. However, her own home itself was a large flat, and didn't have such superior conditions, much less a swimming pool.
That's right, this is the one I've already booked it. Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer's surprised look and smiled faintly once again. Are you sure we want to live here? We have to play in Hangzhou for a few days. How much does a place like this cost per day? Lin Shuer was even more stunned this time. Originally thought to live in a hotel luxury point suite, a day to spend on 1,000 or 2 is already very good. I didn't expect Gu Bai to directly prepare this kind of detached villa. This is not to say go out to play, just daily accommodation. Do not know how much money to spend. The rent here is just over 10,000 per day. When Gu Bai spoke, his tone was still calm, but when Lin Shuer heard this rent, her whole body was nonchalant. It's more than 10,000 per day. Can you call this that? If not, I think it's better to forget it. Let's go and book a better hotel. More than 10,000 is enough for us to play here for a few days, not so broken. Lin Shuer can't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva as she speaks. Although she is also considered a rich girl, but the weekdays are still relatively well past the kind. Hearing that the villa's one-day rent was more than 10,000 yuan, she was really surprised. This is really a little bit too expensive, right? It's hard to come out to play a trip, certainly to live a little better, so that you and the babies are having fun. Cannot play after a trip is not happy, right?
Besides, we usually do not have so many opportunities to go out to play. Occasionally come out to play a little actually does not cost much. The money for the hotel is really not that small, but Gu Bai doesn't care about it now.
What's more, this time the main thing is to let the baby and his wife have fun. It was also right.
Lin Shuer thought about it and felt that it still made sense, so she followed Gu Bai into the villa. The villa had a total of 3 floors, the decoration was quite exquisite, and there was a European style as if they had walked into a castle.
And there was also a large swimming pool in the yard. Apart from the price, Lin Shuer couldn't be more satisfied with this place. Do the babies like it here? Gu Bai and Lin Shuer placed both babies before lowering themselves down and asking with a smile.
The 2 babies couldn't help but stretch out their hands and grab them, as if they were seriously interacting with Gu Bai.
The baby's appearance amused Gu Bai even more. Hubby, that pool outside is available, right?
After Lin Shuer put down all her luggage, she focused on the pool. Since she had already chosen to stay here, she definitely wanted to have a good time. She had already been playing with the idea of this pool for a long time. Of course, since we've already rented it, the right to use everything in the villa is now ours, so you can play whatever you want to play however you want to play it. Gu Bai gently nodded his head, and now Lin Shuer's eyes were even more full of anticipation. Let's go swimming together, it just so happens that summer is all about swimming. She pointed to the pool outside, her eyes letting out an expectant glow. It just so happens that the babies are now over a month old and can go swimming as well, it's still good exercise for them. Although Lin Shuer was really interested in the pool herself, she hadn't completely forgotten about the babies.
These exercises were also beneficial to the babies. No problem. Gu Bai nodded gently.
I didn't even know you rented a villa before, and it's still the kind with a swimming pool, so I didn't bring a bathing suit over, so we'll have to go out and buy it later, and we can't swim until after we've bought it. Thinking about this, Lin Shuer had a headache again. I was in too much of a hurry, and I didn't notice many places.
This time, a lot of things have to be prepared now.
At this time, Gu Bai suddenly smiled mysteriously. He directly turned around and opened his suitcase, which contained swimsuits and even the baby's swimming ring. Don't worry, I already prepared it a long time ago, he said as he took out these things he had prepared. Originally feeling a bit lost, Lin Shuer instantly became excited again after seeing these things. Wow, hubby, you prepared so many things on your own, but you didn't even tell me about it. Obviously, the 2 of them had only decided to come to Hangzhou last night on the spur of the moment.
Lin Shuer didn't even know when Gu Bai had prepared all these things, it was too complete. Is it possible that her husband is Doraemon? Chapter 51, Renting a Villa Directly?
This is too luxurious. This is the first time to bring you and the baby together out to play, of course, to prepare a little more complete, how can let the wife disappointed it? Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer so pleasantly surprised, and also knew that his so much preparation was not in vain. Besides, even though these things look complicated, it won't take too much time.
Great, then let's hurry up and go change.
Lin Shuer's side had obviously been impatient for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't brought a swimsuit, I'm afraid she would have gone into the water. Since Gu Bai had his swimsuit with him, he didn't have anything to worry about and directly took his own swimsuit and ran to change. Gu Bai had also changed into his swim trunks, and had also arranged swimsuits and swimming rings for the babies. After preparing all this, Lin Shuer and Gu Bai held a baby each and went straight to the pool. The pool was really big, even if a few more people came out to swim it was more than enough. But luckily, the pool wasn't very deep, so it wouldn't be dangerous even if the baby came over. After measuring the depth of the pool and the temperature of the pool, Gu Bai was relieved to take the babies down to the pool. Lin Shuer, although she felt very happy, did not forget to take care of the baby. The family of 4 played in the pool for the whole afternoon, and didn't even have time to go out for a spin. They waited until the sun was setting and the sky was already colored with a bright red. During this period of time, the babies also rested on the shore for a while, but every now and then they have to come down to play. It looks like the pool is also quite a favorite. Originally, Lin Shuer wanted to bring the babies to play in the pool for a while longer, but at this time there was a sudden gurgling sound. This sound even surpassed the sound of the water and directly reached Gu Bai's ears. In that instant, Lin Shuer's face immediately reddened to the roots of her ears.
It's getting late, I'm already feeling hungry, let's hurry up and have a meal.
Gu Bai then just slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth, and although he knew that the sound was coming from Lin Shuer, he didn't point it out. Instead, he used this way to make Lin Shuer look less awkward.
Yeah, it just so happens that I'm feeling hungry too.
Only then did Lin Shuer nod heavily and breathe a deep sigh of relief. Afterwards, she fed the baby another full ration before taking the baby out with her. The two babies were now well fed, lying in the stroller and seeing everywhere they went, always looking like they were curious about the world. There were quite a few roads along the way. People had stopped to come and talk to the babies, and the way they looked at them, they didn't mention how much they liked the babies. After all, they were dragon and phoenix babies, and they looked so beautiful. Lin Shuer didn't even know how much admiration she had received along the way. However, she was most shocked by Gu Bai's social skills, which were really strong, and she was always able to chat with passers-by who complimented the babies along the way.
Hubby, where are we going?
Lin Shuer didn't really know much about Hangzhou in the end. What's more, all of Gu Bai's arrangements this time around were particularly well thought out, so now Lin Shuer had completely stopped thinking about them. She felt like she was fit to go and be an invalid, and then wait for Gu Bai to arrange everything so that she could just follow along. Anyway, her husband would definitely arrange everything properly, so she didn't have to worry about anything. The most famous thing in Hangzhou is actually Hanggang cuisine. I also intend to bring you along to try it this time. As expected, Gu Bai had already planned everything he wanted to eat as well as play, so there was no need for Lin Shuer to take the initiative to ask, much less to urge. Wow, in fact, I also wanted to go over to eat Hangzhou food before, but at that time, I did a lot of research, and I didn't know exactly which one was the best. I remember a lot of places on the internet saying that if you don't do your research properly, you're likely to eat at one of those pitiful stores, so I ended up not doing anything about it. As soon as Hanggang cuisine was mentioned, Lin Shuer couldn't help but drool, and even felt a little sorry for it. Obviously, I wanted to eat it at that time, but in the end, I just didn't find a more reliable store, so I simply ate something else. I've found a local Hangzhou cuisine that's more well known and reliable. I'll take you to try it. Although Gu Bai's decision was rather sudden this time, he had already made everything particularly detailed, and when Lin Shuer took a nap on the road, he had even directly checked these out. Therefore, even at this time, he was completely unperturbed. That's great, I've long wanted to try it out, now I finally have a chance. Lin Shuer felt that the day she came out was full of surprises. Originally, she had felt worried about how it was possible to have a good time on a trip that was so hurriedly said and done. It was even possible that it would be a mess, right? After all, in addition to traveling, you also have to take care of the baby. These 2 points together actually would have been very contradictory. As a result, it never occurred to her that as long as there was Gu Bai by her side, all of these problems would be solved. Now Lin Shuer is completely relieved. Directly behind Gu Bai's two people chatting while walking, soon came to a not too eye-catching restaurant. Although this store wasn't exactly small, it still wasn't up to par compared to those larger hotels. Not to mention that there are countless big hotels in Hangzhou, so this kind of small place is even easier to be ignored. This time Gu Bai is directly booked villa, so Lin Shuer naturally thought that the two people want to eat should be a more upscale restaurant, did not expect to be such a place. Although she felt slightly puzzled, she was still willing to trust Gu Bai's choice. The family of four arrived directly at this restaurant. The waiter seemed very enthusiastic, and rushed over to receive them just after they came in. The outside of the store didn't look very big and was a bit worn out, but the inside was something else. The decoration was quite exquisite, and it even had an ancient flavor. Gu Bai directly chose a private room and ordered food with Lin Shuer. "Hubby, how did you find this place? I don't feel like it's a place those travel bloggers would recommend." While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Shuer couldn't help but raise her head in curiosity and ask Gu Bai. It really wasn't that he was biased against this place, but this restaurant was just a bit remote. Such an inconspicuous place didn't look like it would be recommended. Not to mention that the popularity of this place was rather average, right? After all, Hangzhou was a tourist city, but any store that had been recommended by those bloggers was absolutely full. Those are just commercial recommendations. This is really delicious. Chapter 52 Divine Investment Skills Arrive. Gu Bai laughed directly after hearing Lin Shuer's question. He had certainly gone through those bloggers' recommendations as well as done some homework. But a simple look at those things actually revealed a lot. Most of the bloggers were recommending the same things and were simply saying pretty much the same things, with absolutely no value that could be referenced. He still found this really reliable store only after doing a deeper investigation. I remember seeing a lot of stores with mixed reviews, so I really couldn't choose which one to go to before I simply couldn't do it. After hearing Gu Bai's explanation, Lin Shuer also suddenly realized. After chatting casually for a couple more sentences, the food had already started to come up. The two of them ordered a total of 7-8 dishes, one after another up. The speed is very fast, but also more colorful and fragrant. Originally played all afternoon, and still swimming, really physical activities, Lin Shuer and Gu Bai, two people have long been hungry chest to back. At this time, the two of them no longer cared about their image, and directly began to eat. Hangbang dishes are really delicious, completely different from what my sister described. It looks like she should just eat that kind of traveler-oriented dishes. Lin Shuer's first bite was the longjing shrimp. The shrimp and longjing were fused together, and overall the dish felt fresh and soft, with an elegant color and lingering aftertaste. It's almost a completely different feeling from the feedback given by her little sister before. Just like it, Gu Bai said while giving Lin Shuer another bite of food. Just at this time, the two suddenly heard the babies babbling. What was wrong with the babies? When she suddenly heard this sound, Lin Shuer really jumped down and thought that the babies were not feeling well. Gu Bai also hurriedly checked both babies. The diapers were dry, and the babies didn't stink. And they had just eaten before coming out, so it was definitely not possible that they were hungry now. So what's going on? The babies aren't sick, are they? Why don't we go to the hospital and take a look? Now Lin Shuer looked even more anxious. If it's just a case of pooping, it's fine, just change a diaper, they're already used to it anyway, when they come out they have to bring these things with them. But it was clear that they had just eaten a full meal, and they hadn't pooped, so why would they suddenly cry? This was a bit strange. Gu Bai's side was also frowning, and had been carefully observing the babies for fear of something going wrong. However, right at this moment, Gu Bai suddenly realized that the babies were screaming and reaching out in the direction of the dining table at the same time. It looked as if they were going far away to grab the food on the dining table. Don't be in a hurry. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he directly picked up a plate of food and handed it to the babies. As expected, the babies became even more excited after seeing the dish so close to them, and they even waved their hands vigorously. These people just wanted to grab the dish into their mouths. Now Gu Bai really couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Don't worry about it, the babies are obviously just wanting to eat, but I didn't think that babies would be so greedy that they would even want to eat this kind of thing. After all, right now the babies would only be able to eat rations, and they couldn't eat anything else yet, so they never thought of this possibility either. Because they thought the babies couldn't eat, they never even put these meals around the babies. I didn't expect the babies to crave it like this. Grabbing hard directly beside them, they all wanted to stuff the dishes into their mouths. No way, how old are the babies? They can't eat this kind of thing at all. When Lin Shuer heard this reason, she was also shocked and stared round, never expecting it to be because of this. After all, the babies are still young, even their teeth haven't grown out yet, they don't have the ability to eat these things at this time. It looks like in the future we'll definitely be a glutton. The babies are good, you can't eat these things now, when you grow up, Dad will bring you to eat more delicious. Gu Bai was also smiling all the time and felt that the babies were really too cute. He smiled while explaining to the babies, although the babies didn't understand, but with their father beside them to comfort them, they still blinked their eyes and didn't continue babbling. While the babies calmed down, Gu Bai and Lin Shuer also sped up and hurried to finish the meal. If they didn't finish the meal, I don't know what kind of craving the babies would have, but it felt like their mouths were watering. After eating on the way back, Lin Shuer still feel interesting, really did not expect the two babies actually so greedy, but this is also very cute. Ding, the first time to bring a baby out to travel, rewarding divine investment skills. Just as the two of them were returning home after dinner, Gu Bai once again heard this familiar voice in his head. I didn't realize that I had already been rewarded once at noon, and I could have it again at night. The system has really been frequent lately. Divine investment skill? He froze for a moment when he heard this skill, then instantly lit up. This was a really good thing. As long as you say the store or stock you want to invest in, you can directly see the next returns and the amount of money you're advised to invest. Gu Bai briefly looked at the system introduction, after which he was even more excited as a whole. So many things that had been rewarded before were completely trivial in front of this divine investment skill. After all, just this one skill alone, he could directly start to invest in all sorts of things, and at that time, it would definitely be a surefire business. He looked a little disbelieving at first, but he didn't realize that there was really such a thing. Gu Bai randomly entered the name of a restaurant on the side of the road. Good Luck Restaurant. Suggested investment amount, 0. Earnings, 300. Reason, construction will start soon near the restaurant. This gain is directly negative. Even the reason has been labeled. Gu Bai saw this system to give out the panel, but also a heart is thumping. I can't help but say that this system is really too considerate, and it's prepared everything so well. He was worried, but now it's great. As long as he has this system, he will be absolutely invincible in the future.
Hubby, why do you feel so happy now?
On the way home, Lin Shuer also noticed that the smile on Gu Bai's face had become bigger and bigger.
She couldn't help but blink her eyes and look at Gu Bai with curiosity. Chapter 53, doing something that needs to be done. Still a little too happy after picking up such a good skill. Gu Bai didn't even expect to laugh straight away.
It was that there was another good project to invest in just now.
Gu Bai definitely couldn't tell Lin Shuer about the system, so he had to make a random excuse.
There wasn't really a problem with saying that. After all, this divine investment skill was here to give him the ability to determine if the project was worth investing in. Although it hadn't begun to be used at the moment, right, but that would be a matter of minutes.
So that's how it is. That's great.
Lin Shuer had thought that there was something going on, but it turned out to be another new investment. For such a long time, Gu Bai had made so much money from each of his investments, and he had seen a steady stream of money coming in from his card. This time, there was another new investment, and although she didn't know what it was, she was already looking forward to it as well. Although he briefly understood the skill, Gu Bai didn't plan to invest it this time. After all, these 2 days were about bringing his wife and babies out to play. Since he was coming out to play, he should have a good time, and as for the investment, it was fine to wait until he got back. Anyway, now he still has 2 fixed incomes from the arcade and the mom and pop store, and these 2 incomes alone are more than 10 million per year. There was absolutely no need for him to rush into any investments now. After tossing and turning all day, he finally arrived home. Lin Shuer went back to the house first. Ever since giving birth to the baby until now, it had also been more than a month, Lin Shuer had actually been very nervous. Every time, she was thinking about whether or not she wanted some intimacy. As a result, Gu Bai had also been very respectful of her and cared even more about her body. Has always been taking care of her, never had any behavior that crossed the line. Lin Shuer felt very touched, but at the same time surprisingly was silently looking forward to something. This time there was a rare opportunity to come out and play. Lin Shuer even all but brought a cool nightgown. She returned to the room earlier, took a shower and then changed into her clothes and directly covered herself with a thick quilt. Gu Bai put the baby to sleep first, then took a shower, and returned to the room to find that the lights had been turned off and the quilt was bulging.
Fell asleep so early? It seems really exhausted.
Gu Bai muttered in a small voice, thinking that Lin Shuer had gone to bed early because of the day's running around. He also specially tiptoed up to the bed, but the result was that only just after lying down, there was a small cold hand hugging him from behind.
Hubby.
Lin Shuer just shyly called out, as a grown man Gu Bai immediately understood. He had actually been holding back before. After all, his wife had only just given birth and didn't know how well she was recovering, so he was definitely still taking care of the main thing. He didn't expect his wife to take the initiative to do this kind of thing. Now Gu Bai finally didn't need to continue to endure. He directly turned around and held Lin Shuer tightly in his arms.
After one night.
When this Lin Shuer woke up again, it was already noon on the second day. She slowly opened her eyes and felt a terrible ache all over her body, as if she had been run over by a wheel. In addition to this, her stomach had been gurgling non-stop, as if it was protesting the fact that she had done intense exercise without filling her stomach. Lin Shuer had wanted to get up and go get something to eat, but she realized that her legs were so weak that she couldn't get up at all in this moment. At this time the door of the room was opened with a click. Gu Bai came carrying a white porcelain bowl and a plate of dishes. He even directly supported a small table at the head of the bed, and then took a few dishes in, all placed on the small table, but also considerate to bring cutlery.
Starving, hurry up and eat something, I just made it.
Lin Shuer glanced at the dishes on the table. Black bone chicken and chestnut nutritional soup, roasted duck with ginger, and shrimp with cashew nuts. Although there were only 2 dishes and 1 soup, all of them were things to replenish the body. She had to say that what Gu Bai had done this time was really on point, and it was also shocking to know just what time this man got up to make these things. After all, they had been tired into this, did not expect that this man is still so strong seems to have not happened at all.
What time did you get up,
Lin Shuer blinked her eyes and asked a little shyly. Just got up normally in the morning to feed the baby some rations, and then cooked for you.
Gu Bai laughed lightly and opened his mouth.
Now Lin Shuer couldn't help but secretly admire this man's stamina was too good. However, she couldn't admire him too much. After all, her stomach was already growling. If she didn't eat something, she was afraid that she would be starving until her chest was stuck to her back. After Gu Bai set everything up, Lin Shuer hurriedly feasted on the food. He himself ate very slowly, and looked at Lin Shuer after a while, thinking that this was really cute. Good food, husband. I feel you cooking really than outside those restaurants do all delicious. I will never go to see the store, as long as you are not enough well.
After eating the hot meal, Lin Shuer felt extra satisfied.
Her mouth was stuffed to the brim, talking as if she was a little hamster, looking cuter and cuter. Recently, she would eat out from time to time, but after eating around she felt that it still wasn't as good as her husband's cooking.
No problem, then I will make you something different to eat every day.
Gu Bai looked at Lin Shuer's most adorable appearance and gently rubbed her head, then spoke with a smile. Although she still felt a bit shy, Lin Shuer had an unprecedented satisfaction. By the way, today, after she had eaten almost all of it, she suddenly remembered something, and a delicate little face instantly turned red. After saying the words halfway, she suddenly swallowed them into her stomach, not knowing whether or not to continue. Yesterday, we had a long day of traveling, so let's take a rest in the villa today, and then go out to play tomorrow. Although Lin Shuer wanted to say something and didn't make it clear in the end, Gu Bai understood it at once. He spoke directly and thoughtfully. This also caused Lin Shuer's face to become more and more red, but she still nodded vigorously, unable to agree more. After all, this body of his was in severe pain right now, and it would simply kill him if he went out to play at this time.
Simply resting before going out is definitely better. Fine, then it's good to take a rest today.
She almost agreed in one breath. At the same time, her heart felt even warmer.
Hubby is really so considerate. Chapter 54, Taking My Wife and Baby on a Lake Tour.
Since she didn't have to go out today, Lin Shuer was instantly relaxed. Originally, she was worried that if she wanted to go out in her current physical condition, this would be a bit too much torture.
But after all, it was a trip, so it was no fun to stay in the villa all the time.
Fortunately, Gu Bai is more considerate, immediately saw his body is not comfortable, and took the initiative to propose today's rest, do not go outside to play.
Otherwise, she really did not know what to do. That's when the benefits of renting a villa became apparent.
Gu Bai didn't have to worry about takeout at all, and after he got up, he went directly to the neighborhood to buy some dishes and made a big table for Lin Shuer.
Hubby, should we find something to do as well?
Ben was supposed to come out for a trip, but now he not only can't get out, he also has nothing to do. Lin Shuer was even a bit angry with her own body.
Gu Bai has no problem at all. Why is there such a big problem for him? Today, you should rest and recuperate. Let's have a good time tomorrow.
To say that before the two had a baby might just be an accident, but now Lin Shuer had completely and utterly become her own woman. When he was looking at Lin Shuer, he was also the kind of person who was doting on her, and his voice was even more gentle.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
When Lin Shuer heard Gu Bai say that, she completely let go of all her worries. Today, this whole day, Gu Bai had to take care of the baby, but also to take care of Lin Shuer, and was very busy.
And so it came to the second day.
Lin Shuer, who had rested for the whole day, had finally regained her strength, and her body wasn't as painful as before.
Hubby, where are we going to play today?
She had been the one who was most looking forward to coming to Hangzhou, and now that she finally had the strength to play, she definitely couldn't miss it again.
Not to mention that this time also with the babies, the main actually want to let the babies to see some more outside scenery, cannot always in the home nest.
In that case, let's go to the West Bridge today.
Gu Bai smiled and spoke. The West Bridge could be said to be the most famous attraction in Hangzhou. However, anyone who would come to Hangzhou City would not be able to go to the West Bridge. Lin Shuer had been in too much of a hurry, so she hadn't even been to such a famous long-term spot, but now that she finally had the chance, she definitely couldn't miss it. I have long wanted to go to the West Bridge to see it. I heard that it is really beautiful. When she heard this, Lin Shuer's eyes had already lit up. To come out to play was definitely to be thirsty for the most famous attractions. If you haven't visited any of these places, wouldn't it be in vain? Pack up, let's go.
Gu Bai is already packed, and even come to see you take a big bag, which is loaded with all the things that the baby must use when they go out. But wherever the baby is hungry, or stinky, anytime, anywhere can be solved.
Good, husband, you wait for me a moment, I will get it right away.
Only then did Lin Shuer suddenly realize that Gu Bai had already changed his clothes and was ready to go. As for the babies have been wearing monk clothes, just push the stroller can go. Only she hadn't prepared anything. She hurriedly went to change her clothes and wash up. After dressing up on the fly, the couple took the two babies with them and set off for Westbridge. The villa Gu Bai had booked was originally very close to Shibiao, and the scenery and air over here were the best. He had come over to relax, and he also felt that this was the most suitable place. Also, because of the proximity, the two of them took a slow and leisurely stroll and soon arrived at the West Bridge with the babies. Shibuya was no better than anywhere else, it already belonged to the most well-known places in Hangzhou.
Not to mention that it was summer vacation, there were quite a few tourists coming and going. Oh my god, there are too many people here.
Lin Shuer just arrived at the lake and saw from afar that the bridge was already full of tourists coming and going.
It's okay, let's go somewhere else.
Gu Bai has also guessed that this neighborhood must be a lot of people, but also mysteriously led Lin Shuer to the opposite side of the tourists.
Where are we going?
Lin Shuer followed behind Gu Bai step by step, a handsome little face full of curiosity. You will know later.
Gu Bai also, buying a hint, pushed the babies forward. Not long after, an ancient pavilion appeared in front of the two.
Gu Bai brought Lin Shuer across the small bridge over the lake to the pavilion. This neighborhood was just right to see the entire lake, yet they didn't have to squeeze around with those tourists on the West Bridge.
Definitely the best place to watch. Oh my, I didn't think that there would be a place like this on the West Bridge. Hubby, how did you know about this?
Lin Shuer sat in the small pavilion and looked up and down incredulously.
While looking around, she also couldn't help but sigh.
Such an excellent viewing spot surprisingly had no one come.
This is not scientific.
The purpose of everyone coming over was to look at the West Bridge, so naturally, not many people paid attention to places other than the West Bridge.
Gu Bai smiled lightly and explained to his wife.
Lin Shuer realized after hearing this, and now she was even more impressed with Gu Bai. So that's how it is, if it wasn't for you, I guess I wouldn't have come this way. She gave her husband a thumbs up while spitting out her tongue, secretly sighing that her husband was really strong.
It felt like there was nothing that couldn't be accomplished as long as it was handed over to him. This alone is a little bit beyond most people's reach, right? At this time, the two babies were also trying their best to turn their heads, looking at the scenery of the lake. Did the babies also want to enjoy such a wonderful view? Gu Bai snorted out a laugh when he saw the babies' efforts.
As he spoke, he directly picked up Mumu in his arms before sitting on the long seat by the pavilion. Lin Shuer also followed suit, picking up Chung Chang and sitting beside Gu Bai. Although it had already come to the height of summer, today was a rare cool and nice day. The breeze by the lake was even gentler. Blowing gently on his face, everything was beautiful. Hubby, do you think the babies will like it here? Lin Shuer adjusted the position of holding Chung Chang, obviously already a bit physically exhausted. Seeing this, Gu Bai directly picked up Chang Chang from her arms as well,
holding a baby in one hand.
Both babies were surprisingly extraordinarily obedient in his arms, and no one moved around. Of course. Although the babies are still small now, they are slowly learning about the world, and all we can do is to create such conditions for them as much as possible.
Gu Bai nodded slightly.
The two babies giggled at this time as if they were agreeing with what their dad said. Lin Shuer pondered over the words again and again, and in her heart, her admiration for Gu Bai deepened a little more.
Chapter 55 Lin Shuer asked Gu Bai. Gu Bai brought Lin Shuer and the babies to play in Hangzhou for a week. This week's time, the family basically to Hangzhou more well-known attractions all strolled through.
On the way, they were even praised and envied by many passers-by. After all, Mumu and Chang Chang's two little babies were so well-behaved and obedient, and they weren't even afraid of people at all. No matter what kind of passers-by they encountered, they were all smiling, and just seeing them made people feel like they loved them. Today is the day to go home. The babies seem to be quite excited. From just boarding the high-speed train, they have been waving their little hands. However, the babies were quite obedient, and although they kept waving their little hands, they didn't scream out. This also made the flight attendants were stunned, never seen such obedient and cute baby. Especially a pair of dragon and phoenix babies, each baby is so cute, this is even more eye-catching.
Finally, we're home. The moment Gu Bai opened the door, Lin Shuer couldn't help but sigh.
Although she had long wanted to go on a trip, she was still tired after playing for 7 days.
What's more, Gu Bai is, after all, engaged in investment, and as a result, this week almost nothing to do, has been accompanied by him and the baby do not know, will not miss the important investment. Yes, these days are exhausted, right? Gu Bai also said with a smile, but the meaning of this sentence is very deep. After hearing these words, Lin Shuer immediately recalled the day she had been paralyzed in bed and had actually laid there for an entire day before regaining her strength. Her delicate little face instantly became bursting red. Still, it's all right.
Lin Shuer lowered her head almost instantly, hiding her shyness and reddened little face. Such a vain action naturally could not escape Gu Bai's eyes. Looking at Lin Shuer's adorable reaction, Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corners of his mouth, and the doting on his face deepened considerably. His wife is really cute, and she always gives this kind of real and natural reaction. After returning home, Gu Bai went to take care of the baby first, but Lin Shuer had been studying the store and investment matters. Since she got married to Gu Bai, she has been spending all of Gu Bai's money. Although Gu Bai was really good at making money, it wouldn't be right to spend her husband's money when she couldn't earn a penny herself. She had thought of this, and had really wanted to work hard to earn more money in the recent period, so that she could be considered a woman who could match Gu Bai. He had thought about being a singer before, but now that he had a baby and was married, he didn't want to go back to this music dream. Especially after watching Gu Bai make so much money every time he made an investment, Lin Shuer had also been pondering whether she should make some investments. After all, she is a rich family. When she went to school, her father gave her pocket money is not small. She also took out some money to do investment, but in the end, she lost all the money, and then she never dared to contact these. But now it's different. There is a husband so good at investing by his side, it is definitely necessary to make good use of such resources. Lin Shuer had been looking hard for a store. After searching for half a day, she suddenly saw a store that looked better. When Gu Bai put the baby to sleep and came back to the house, Lin Shuer hurriedly handed him her cell phone. "Hubby, what do you think of this store?" Gu Bai didn't know what Lin Shuer was up to, but he took the phone anyway. On the cell phone was a milk tea store called Sweet Honey, which by the looks of it now shouldn't be able to make it, so it was looking for someone to take over. Gu Bai didn't rush to make up his mind, but directly opened the system. The divine investment skills that were rewarded when he took the baby out to play, he had also been thinking of getting to know it well when he came back. It just so happened that this time Lin Shuer had kind of found him an opportunity to use it, right? Gu Bai directly searched the system for Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop. Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop. Suggested investment amount, 250,000. Earnings, continues to rise every month. Reason, favorable news will appear and skyrocket. Originally, Gu Bai was just casually investigating to see how the store was doing, or to give his wife an explanation, and didn't hold much expectation. As a result, he never thought that this store can really invest, and this is a flying awe. Have to say that this system gives out the evaluation is really too high. What is the amount of money that can be entered into the store? Gu Bai instantly came, interested in asking again. Originally, Lin Shuer also casually asked, after all, such a store that has been about to close down, does not look too much like it can be invested in. What if there was a problem directly after the investment? As a result, Gu Bai even started to ask about the amount, which instantly gave her some expectations. I just took a look, the whole disc down then is required 300,000 yuan. Lin Shuer had already gone over it briefly a long time ago. She had a lot of living expenses when she was in school, and now she had $500,000 in her hand. To her, 300,000 wasn't particularly much, it was considered acceptable. What's more, if you can really use 300,000 yuan to invest in a store that continues to make money, that is absolutely no harm. The price of 250,000 can be directly into the hands of. Gu Bai spoke directly. Lin Shuer exclaimed again after hearing this. Was it really possible to get your hands on this store? But to cut off 50,000 at once, wouldn't that be a bit too much? I feel like they might not accept it. It would naturally be the best if I could get the store at the lowest price. But isn't it a bit outrageous to cut off 50k all at once? The store is losing money and is in a not so good neighborhood. The owner must be eager to get rid of it at this time, so it's the best time for us to take it down, and we also have the capital to negotiate. Gu Bai slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth. He looked quite calm when he said this, but every word of this was a particularly practical analysis. This store has been losing money, so why do we need to close it down? Won't we be the ones losing money at that time? After hearing Gu Bai's words, Lin Shuer didn't understand even more. She thought it was profitable, but she didn't realize that it had been losing money. If that's the case, then there's no need to dismantle it, it's not like it's a charity. I see this store is still very potential, although now is a loss-making state, but just lack of a time, not to mention 250,000 is not a lot, if you can talk down that there is a need to start. Gu Bai still insisted. Chapter 56 Investing in Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop. Lin Shuer, although she felt that it was a bit too strange to continue investing in a loss-making store. But after experiencing so many things recently, she could definitely say that she fully trusted Gu Bai. After all, Gu Bai had already made so much money by investing, it should make sense that his vision was more unique, right? Good, then I'll just invest in this store directly. Oh. Lin Shuer was directly persuaded by Gu Bai and said seriously. No problem, just invest directly, but there may be a transition in the early stages. The system side of the story is also very clear. It is only after experiencing things that changes will occur, so far at least have not experienced anything. Otherwise this boss wouldn't have transferred the store at a low price. But as long as it survived this bout, it would definitely still be fine.
Good, I believe in you.
Lin Shuer took a deep breath, suddenly feeling that this could very well be a breakthrough and challenge for herself. After all, past investments were almost always miserable experiences, but this time would be different.
Since she had Gu Bai by her side, she could at least win once, right?
Soon Lin Shuer went to call and discuss with the boss's side. Although the price of $250,000 was slightly lower than the boss expected, but after thinking about the situation that had been accompanied, the boss still chose to agree. It could almost be said to be his lowest price. Lin Shuer hadn't even thought that the boss would agree at first, so after spending the money, she still felt quite surprised. She even immediately shared this matter with her girlfriend's group. Lin Shuer, babies, I just invested in a sweet honey store, so be sure to come and help me increase my popularity in the next couple days. She had only just said this, and it instantly caused the three girlfriends to be shocked. Shui Mengyao, no way, Shuer, you can't be talking about the sweet honey store I imagined. That store is really not good, and it has been losing money. Jiatingting, that's right, sweet honey milk tea store I know is considered a relatively low-end milk tea store. Shuer, why in the end you cannot think of
Why did you suddenly think of investing in this?
Wu Qiuxin, Shuer, that is still not in time to return the money. I think it or forget it, you are sure to lose a lot of this. Three girlfriends are the same idea. We have been in a heated argument, which mainly want to let Lin Shuer do not invest in such a store.
After all, this kind of store investment doesn't mean losing money? It was simply impossible to make money.
There were already so many sweet honey stores that had lost a lot of money. I don't know whether Lin Shuer is also brave or head iron, even in this kind of time still dare to go to continue to invest. This is not nothing to find things?
Lin Shuer, nothing, this is my husband told me, said it can make money.
Lin Shuer, and I also want to try, after all, cannot always rely on him. I am also an adult, always have to earn some money. Looking at her girlfriend's these worried words, Lin Shuer explained again. Although she didn't feel relieved because of this, on the contrary, she was even more worried. She had always heard that Gu Bai was an investment genius and had already made so much money when she was in school.
But as an investment genius, was it really possible that he would let Lin Shuer invest in this kind of store that had already lost money?
This was too strange, it didn't make sense at all. The more the several honeys thought about it, the weirder it got, and they even felt that Gu Bai would not be doing this on purpose, wanting to blow Lin Shuer's self-confidence.
It's hard to believe that this is a new type of Pua set? Otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Everyone realized that Lin Shuer could not be persuaded at all, no matter how to say it was useless. So privately, they hurriedly discussed it again. In the end, Jiatingting was pushed out. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Shuer received a call from Jiatingting.
What's wrong?
Ting ting. Gu Bai was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, and Lin Shuer was still a bit confused when she picked up the phone. On a normal day, Jiatingting wouldn't have gotten up this early, it was only about 8 o'clock now.
Shuer, I want to go to your house to play today, okay? And there's something else I want to talk to you about.
Jiatingting's side is still a little bit torn, but after thinking about what her sister said, she finally chose to open her mouth.
No problem, but what is it?
On weekdays, friends would also come to the house as guests, so Lin Shuer felt that this was quite a normal thing to do, and did not feel that there was any problem when it was agreed. Not to mention that the babies are actually particularly fond of compliments, and always giggle when someone compliments them.
Shuer is actually the main thing we think Gu Bai earned so much money at such a young age. Will it be more philandering? Isn't it said that men become bad when they have money?
Jiatingting thought about it a little bit, and originally wanted to say it a little more euphemistically, but then realized that this kind of talk doesn't seem to be euphemistic anymore. She simply spoke bluntly. I don't think so, my husband has always been very good to me, and also especially considerate. Lin Shuer has always chosen to believe in Gu Bai's feelings. Gu Bai has never done any bad, is not to mention since the birth of the baby is also so concerned about the baby. She had to say that this was a perfect example of a perfect man. She never wanted to doubt Gu Bai, no matter what happened she was planning to stand firmly on this side. I think anything is possible. Why don't we try it out? I'll wear slightly cooler clothes when I go over there today, when you go take out the garbage or something like that, let me try it out.
Jiatingting opened her mouth again.
This was also a method that their group of girlfriends had thought about for half a day yesterday before coming up with. If Gu Bai was really fooling Lin Shuer, then this man was definitely not a good man. It had to be said that each of their girlfriends definitely had no problem with their looks, not to mention that their bodies were much more powerful. If they could really succeed in seducing them, then it meant that there was still something wrong with Gu Bai. If it failed, then Lin Shuer had really found a good husband. Anyway, it's a good thing no matter what, right? There's no need, I believe in my husband. After hearing her best friend say that, Lin Shuer frowned, feeling that it really wasn't a good idea to do so. If you believe in him, then there's no need to be afraid, there won't be any problems anyway, right? Jia Tingting's side was still persuading. The more Lin Shuer chose to believe, the more she felt that this was completely brainwashed and powerful. Only by trying it herself could she confirm what kind of person Gu Bai really was. Chapter 57, Girlfriend's Temptation? Lin Shuer herself was naturally unwilling to do so. However, she also realized that her girlfriends seemed to have some misunderstandings about Gu Bai. She was certainly not willing for this misunderstanding to persist. After all, one side was her best friend, and the other side was her husband, so if the misunderstanding persisted, wouldn't it be awkward in the future? Anyway, as long as you let your best friend's side try, you will basically be able to understand, right? It was because she trusted her husband so much that in the end, Lin Shuer chose to agree. Then let's do as you say, but you can rest assured that there will definitely not be the kind of problems you are worried about. Although she had agreed, she still had the same thoughts. It had already been so long ago. What kind of person was her husband? Didn't she still understand? If you don't even understand this kind of thing, then it would be too much of a failure. If nothing will go wrong, it's better, aren't we prepared for it? Anyway, it won't take long, don't worry, I'm sure I'll do it quickly. Jia Tingting was originally worried that Lin Shuer would refuse, but now that she finally agreed, she was sort of relaxed. She immediately opened her mouth with a smile, and her tone was unusually serious when she spoke. Lin Shuer was really helpless this time too. She couldn't even figure out how her sisters could have this kind of whim, and even thought that there was something wrong with her husband. But since she had already agreed, she didn't say anything more. It wasn't long before Lin Shuer heard the sound of knocking on the door. It looked like it should be Jia Tingting coming over. "Hubby, you go open the door." She remembered what she promised Jia Tingting, so she simply opened her mouth and spoke. This actually happened quite often on weekdays, not to mention that Gu Bai was usually the one who opened the door. So even when Lin Shuer said this, he didn't feel there was anything wrong with it, so he just went to open the door. Standing at the door was Jia Tingting. Now itself was the height of summer, and the weather was hot. And Jia Tingting was even wearing just a black halter with super short hot pants, looking quite cool and sexy. Summer originally figure is very good, dressed like this is even more looks unusually explosive. The moment he opened the door, Gu Bai froze for a moment, not expecting to see such a scene. "Gu Bai, good morning." Jia Tingting also changed from the usual after seeing Gu Bai immediately revealed a sweet smile, and even very actively greeted. Her appearance was a dozen times closer than usual. Gu Bai still looked a bit iffy, and just nodded slightly. "Good morning, Shuer is in the nursery, I'll go get her." Although Jia Tingting was dressed quite sexy and cool, Gu Bai's eyes basically never lingered on her. Instead, he chose to go back to the house to call Lin Shuer at the first opportunity. Before Jia Tingting even had a chance to speak, Gu Bai had already turned around and gone to the nursery. Was it hard to believe that her outfit wasn't tempting enough? She hadn't expected things to go so wrong from the opening. Lin Shuer also had a faint smile on her face when she came out. Taking a look at Jia Tingting was actually more of a testament to her own vision. After all, Gu Bai really didn't have any special thoughts about Jia Tingting, and even when he spoke that was all business as usual. Yet Jia Tingting was still trying to make eyes, which was obviously still wanting to continue this test. Chapter 58 Jia Tingting is not right. Lin Shuer also received, from her best friend's eyes. "I didn't realize that my best friend had no intention of stopping even at this point. Anyway, she had come, not to mention that it had already started, so she would simply do it the hard way. Hubby, just now the aunt next door looked for me in WeChat and said she wanted to talk about the baby. I have to go down first, you help take care of Tingting ah." After Gu Bai came over, he handled the neighborly relations very well, so those neighbors around can now be said to be particularly enthusiastic, often moving to chat. Therefore Lin Shuer's words didn't make Gu Bai suspicious, but instead she gently nodded her head. "No problem, you go ahead." After saying this, Lin Shuer hurriedly slipped out the door even though she was still slightly weak. By this time the babies had all fallen asleep. Ting and Gu Bai both stood in the living room looking at each other in dismay, and for a moment the atmosphere looked a little awkward. Ting, who had come here with a mission in mind, couldn't let the atmosphere continue to be so awkward, so she hurriedly came to Gu Bai's side with a smile on her face. Gu Bai, I feel that you are really young and talented. At a young age you already have such great achievements. You can definitely say that the future is promising. She came up to Gu Bai's face, looking with admiration while speaking earnestly. It's okay, maybe it's just a bit of luck. I don't know why, but Gu Bai always felt a little embarrassed and smiled lightly, then replied lightly.
I feel like I'm quite modest.
If you can make some money, you can say it's luck, but if you can make so much money, it's definitely not just luck.
This was something Jia Tingting was still very clear about. I can only say that this Gu Bai is a bit more modest than I thought he would be.
You don't even know, Tingting praises you every day in her sisterhood, so much so that several of us are almost idolizing you.
Jia Tingting continued to speak on her side.
What she actually said was also the truth.
After this period of time, several girlfriends now feel that Gu Bai is really powerful, and that this man is a perfect man if he feels that there is no problem after the test.
Is that so? Gu Bai obviously had no intention of talking to Jia Tingting more, and even though he had already dressed very coolly, and even came up to Gu Bai's face, Jia Tingting realized that Gu Bai was surprisingly still indifferent. She had even been doing her best to keep a distance from herself, without any behavior that crossed the line at all. She thought that even if she couldn't talk about her beauty, she was at least a school flower, and she had more than a few suitors on weekdays. She never thought that this Gu Bai could not care about herself and even turn a blind eye to her.
Gu Bai, I also feel so admire you. I feel that if I can find a boyfriend like you, that would be great. Jia Tingting continued to speak.
Her words were already starting to hint explicitly and implicitly, and the meaning could actually be said to be quite obvious. Gu Bai couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this, never expecting Jia Tingting to be so bold. Somehow he always felt that this Jia Tingting was a bit different from previous days.
There will be.
His tone became more detached than just now, and when he spoke he remained expressionless, not even bothering to look at Jia Tingting one more time. I didn't expect that I had already said the words to this point, not to mention wearing such a cool dress, but I couldn't even get Gu Bai to look at him more than once. The situation at hand was something Jia Tingting hadn't expected. She even thought that even if Gu Bai looked at himself a few more times, but as long as he didn't make any deeper moves, he was considered a good man. After all, everyone has a heart for beauty. But the man in front of her was so calm. Just this point is how many people cannot do. Jia Tingting once again moved closer to Gu Bai's side, then pretended that she had sprained her foot and wanted to fall into Gu Bai's arms. This was also her last effort. Although Gu Bai felt that this Jia Tingting in front of him looked a bit strange, but after all, this was his wife's best friend. When he saw that she was about to fall, he naturally still had to reach out to help her.
Finally, you're going to show your face, right?
Jia Tingting smiled in her heart knowing that no one would be able to escape her charm. As a result, he never expected Gu Bai to just pull Jia Tingting up and then directly pull her onto the sofa next to him. Then once again, he kept his distance.
Any injuries?
Wait here for a while, I'll call my wife back and have him give you a medicine. Gu Bai's tone was even colder than earlier. If Jia Tingting wasn't a close friend of his wife's, he wouldn't have been able to say any more words at all. But even if it was a close friend, he handled it quite properly, and he still didn't make contact himself throughout.
Good, then I'll trouble you.
Now, Jia Tingting was already completely relieved.
This Gu Bai, although making a lot of money, is indeed a thoroughly good man. But where there is a half a problem, it is unlikely that he would have made it to this point.
And just now when the two were in this room, everything Gu Bai handled could be said to be textbook level. Even in the face of his own intentional proximity, this could also be dissolved in an invisible way, without hurting feelings, while at the same time always retaining the distance. I have to say that this man is really too powerful. As he spoke, Gu Bai made a call to his wife. In fact, Lin Shuer went to chat with her neighbors, and there was not much to talk about, so after she heard her husband's phone call, she rushed home without saying a word. She received the phone that moment. In fact, already know a general, the heart is more cannot stop the joy. After returning to the house, she saw that the atmosphere was slightly awkward, and it was a bit funny. She was injured just now, seems to have twisted her foot. You come to help her look at it. Gu Bai obviously now for Jia Tingting has no patience, can even be said to feel a little disgusted.
After all, just now that one after another action suggestive is really too obvious, and it is really not like his girlfriend should do out of things.
I'm going to take care of the baby first, you two chat. After Gu Bai finished speaking, she directly turned her head and returned to the baby's room. Now the only two people left in the large living room were Jia Tingting and Lin Shuer.
How about I've already said that my husband is really a good man and will be fine, now you should believe it, right?
After confirming that her husband had gone back, she said happily.
I believe it.
Really too absolute, Shuer Gu Bai, this can definitely be said to be the absolute good man. I'll go back and prove it to them. Chapter 59, Lin Shuer is stunned, her husband is really a god. Jia Tingting came over this time itself with only one purpose, and that was to seduce Gu Bai. This mission had already failed, and Gu Bai was even more determined than he had imagined. One could even say that he was impervious to swords and spears. In such a situation, he felt that there was no need for him to go begging to death. After all, they were ultimately just hoping that their own bestie would marry a good man. With this quiz, Jia Tingting could be said to be very satisfied with Gu Bai. It was mainly because Gu Bai's performance just now was just too strong.
It was rare to be able to be firm to this point.
Shuer, my mission has been completed, I think your vision is really fine, Gu Bai is a good man. Then I'll leave first. Jia Tingting also knew that she had actually done a lot of rather excessive things after coming over this time, so I guess Gu Bai should have misunderstood herself. But now that the mission was done, there was no need to stay on. After all, what was the point of coming over when people were so in love with each other?
Do you want me to give you a ride?
Lin Shuer also really felt happy. She began with great confidence in her husband, never thought to doubt, and this time her husband made it even more so that she faced awe.
Now speak with a smile.
Or forget it, there is this time you think about how to explain it to Gu Bai. I feel that this time to leave a very bad impression on him, if not properly explained, it is estimated that there will be problems. Jia Tingting gently shook her head, and then also said seriously.
Don't worry, my husband will definitely not be that petty.
For this matter, Lin Shuer is actually still very confident, watching Jia Tingting go before entering the nursery.
Have you dealt with your best friend's side of things?
Gu Bai saw Lin Shuer come over and softly spoke. This was a completely different attitude from just now in front of his family brother. He is quite loving his wife, but as for outsiders to him there is little attraction, he naturally cannot give any good face, the main also do not have that necessary it.
Yeah, Ting Ting's injuries aren't too serious, so she went home first.
Lin Shuer gently nodded her head. The babies are all still sleeping at this time. The two babies are white and tender, and look as if they are two little angels, lovely dodgy. Hubby, in fact, my several girlfriends have said that this milk tea store is not quite able to join, because the follow-up may be problematic, after all, are now on the verge of bankruptcy. In fact, Lin Shuer has always had this doubt in her heart, not knowing why her husband would choose to let her join. She did think about joining when she first asked, but then she heard what her sister said and already backed off. After all, spending money is to make money, not to do public service. There is no need to buy this kind of useless store and then lose money into it. What's more, now that the agreement had been signed, Lin Shuer looked at the recent books and found that indeed this store could almost be said to be only out but not in, and hadn't made any money at all. Acquiring such a store, wasn't this making things worse for herself? It's not even a matter of not being able to make any money, there's even the possibility of losing money. Just thinking about this, she felt her heart was already clenched.
Why don't we sublet it too? I've looked at it and it really doesn't make any money.
Although my husband had said that the first stage is not very profitable, but the follow-up will certainly be better. But the light does not make money even if, now this is clearly in the loss of money. The key is also before has been in the loss of money, this one is the end. And so lose, then, I'm afraid their own money is not enough to use. I'm afraid my money won't be enough if I keep losing money like this.
Just wait for a few more days.
Gu Bai has also read the tips given by the system, the turning point is about a week away. In fact, it was still very fast, and there was no need to worry at all. After all, this was the answer that the system had given out, and up until now the system had never had a problem.
That's good, I believe you.
Although she still felt that this was really risky, but since her husband had already said so, Lin Shuer still chose to believe it. Gu Bai could also understand what was going on in Lin Shuer's mind, but the week had actually passed very quickly. The next few days Gu Bai also occasionally studied the system, and then spent most of his time helping Lin Shuer go about the business of this store. 3 days passed very quickly like this. Lin Shuer was originally at home nestled on the sofa brushing her cell phone when she suddenly saw a hot search on Weibo, and then her entire body froze. The next moment she immediately sat up. Oh my god hubby, am I reading this right? Sweet honey has caught fire because of a song. This song is also too brainwashing. I see that all the short video read platforms are now singing this song, and listen to the clerk's side said that today's traffic in the store is 10 times the usual. Usually the store has very little traffic, so the money earned is really not much. Lin Shuer feel continue like this, they really want to do lose money business, then that is more a head too big.
As a result, I never thought that this kind of thing would happen.
Gu Bai also looked slightly surprised at this little interlude in the middle, but still slightly hooked up the corners of his mouth.
Didn't I say that this store is worth investing in because it has a lot of potential for development? Don't be afraid, there's still more room for development to follow. Gu Bai just smiled lightly. Really? Lin Shuer felt that her husband was really amazing, right?
Originally, this store has been losing money, and I don't know how long it has been losing money, but as a result, I just took the store, and it didn't even take 2 days to start making money.
How did you do it? Why do you know that this store can make money afterward?
The more she thought about it, the more incredible she felt.
This is simply foreknowledge. In the end, how can you do it? It's just a feeling. My feelings are always more accurate than normal people, so it's relatively easy to invest. Gu Bai smiled gently once again. His tone seemed very calm, but once again, Lin Shuer couldn't help but gulp. Was it just a feeling?
If that was the case, then one could only say that Gu Bai was also too powerful.
Great, then I'll listen to you for anything I want to invest in from now on, hubby, you're really too good.
Lin Shuer once again gave a thumbs up, really feeling like she was already impressed. She had never thought that her husband could be so powerful to such an extent.
Chapter 60060, Scar Repair Cream to be mass-produced.
Gu Bai was rooting for Lin Shuer to chat when he suddenly received a phone call. After simply chatting for a couple of sentences, the phone hung up, but the corner of his mouth hooked up a faint smile.
Did something happen?
Lin Shuer also saw the smile on her husband's face and had a curious and expectant look on her face. Just now, the factory side said that the technology of the scar repair cream has been mastered, and that it can now start mass production, and it can also start putting it on the market straight away. Gu Bai spoke lightly, and after this was said, Lin Shuer was instantly surprised.
Gosh, I almost forgot about this, I didn't think that you were really still doing it.
She had felt that this scar repair cream was just too good at first, and she had never used something that worked so well for removing scars. So more than once, she hoped that Gu Bai could just make this scar repair cream and take it to sell. It would definitely cause a huge fire. It had been a month since then, and she didn't even remember this matter, but she didn't expect Gu Bai to continue to follow up on it.
The feeling of being remembered for a few casual remarks she had made, such a feeling warmed Lin Shuer's heart.
Yes, now that it's made, I'll let the factory put it in the store first.
Gu Bai nodded slightly.
I think that as long as someone starts using it, this will definitely spread by word of mouth, and it will start to burst into flames by then. Lin Shuer had a look of anticipation on her face. She couldn't wait to see what this scar repair cream would look like when it burst into flames. But there was a more important matter at hand. Just after she finished talking about the scar repair cream, Lin Shuer received a call from the manager of the Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop. Boss, the store has been overflowing with people lately, and our house is almost too busy, and the materials that were originally prepared are now completely insufficient. The store manager was excited and shocked. She has been here for several years as a store manager, but has never seen such a big scene of guests, a steady stream of customers, the original idle employees, now one by one is even more busy to take off, as if a gyroscope like around and round. Warehouse prepared those materials originally enough to use the results of a week, just one day time has been all emergency, and then continue tomorrow there is nothing to use. Lin Shuer's eyes widened even more when she heard this news, and she was directly stunned.
I know, I will arrange this matter.
After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone and then jumped into Gu Bai's arms with an excited face.
Hubby, did you hear that just now? Gosh, I'm not dreaming, am I?
It's been almost a week since she took the store off the market, and she's been losing money almost every day, to the point where she's starting to get numb. Even sometimes thought, perhaps the husband's side of the time there is also a lapse in judgment. Never thought that this moment will usher in such a huge transformation, which can be said to be directly dark flowers. Hear that, it's just the beginning now, let's prepare some more raw materials first, the follow-up will be better.
Gu Bai nodded gently and said with a smile.
Even this kind of mess can give milk live. Now Lin Shuer to her husband is simply admire the body. She immediately nodded her head and directly prepared 3 times the amount of materials used on weekdays to put in the warehouse, as Care White said. Although it is a big investment, but also feel very satisfied. After finishing the store, the two heard the baby's cries coming from the nursery. After hearing this sound, Gu Bai and Lin Shuer hurried to the baby's room, and sure enough, the 2 babies were crying wow wow, and the look was pitiful. It was as if they had been wronged.
The baby is not hungry?
Gu Bai first touched the baby's diaper to confirm that there was nothing, and only then said, It was indeed time to eat. Lin Shuer nodded at the side and picked up Mumu first. She had only just taken Mumu in her arms when she looked up at Gu Bai again. At this time, her face was flushed, as if she had something to say but didn't say it.
Still feeling shy?
What's done is done, not to mention the fact that we'll have to live a lifetime in the future. Although Lin Shuer's words didn't come out, Gu Bai already understood.
He spoke as if on purpose, directly breaking down Lin Shuer's small mind.
One sentence instantly made Lin Shuer's face as red as a boiled shrimp. She said in a small voice, and only after she finished, did this start feeding the baby rations? While Lin Shuer was feeding Mumu, Gu Bai wasn't idle either, directly holding Chung Chang in his arms and gently coaxing him. Originally, Chung Chang was still crying pitifully, but with Gu Bai he instantly quieted down. After a while, after Lin Shuer had fed Mumu his rations, she started feeding Chung Chang. Soon both children were well fed. "Honey, it's getting late, you go to bed first, I'll play with the babies for a while." Gu Bai glanced at the time before he gently spoke to his wife. Lin Shuer beeped, but in the end, she didn't resist the sleepiness coming, so she went to sleep first. Gu Bai, on the other hand, sat next to the crib and began to tell the babies a story together. The two babies had been listening obediently, their two pairs of dripping black eyes looking in their dad's direction, not to mention how cute they were.
Isn't it time for the babies to go to bed?
If you like listening to stories, Dad will continue to tell you tomorrow. Gu Bai told the babies 2 stories in a row, and both babies' eyes looked like they were already closing. However, both of them were still holding on to the stories, so it looked like they were really enjoying the stories. Although the babies are still too young to understand what is being said, they are just so sticky to their father. Sometimes Gu Bai also feels funny, this little baby seems to have the same idea.
It's like this little baby has a mind of its own. It's so clingy, it's really something that people have to love.
After hearing Gu Bai's words, the babies didn't know if they understood or what was going on, but they really closed their eyes and fell asleep. After the babies fell asleep, Gu Bai didn't rush to leave, but waited quietly by the side for a while. This was the process he followed almost every night. After coaxing the babies, he would definitely stay with them for a while to make sure that both babies were asleep and would not have any problems before returning to the house. This time is also the same. Gu Bai coaxed the baby before returning to the house, holding his wife to sleep together. In this way, early in the morning of the second day, Lin Shuer woke up the first thing. The first thing Lin Shuer did when she got up was to go feed the babies their rations. Now the babies were still young, so they didn't eat a lot at a time, but they had to eat many times a day. It was a bit of a waste of time and it was tiring, but both of them were willing to do it. After all, this was their own baby. Chapter 61. The Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop is really on fire. After feeding the babies their rations, Gu Bai went to make breakfast. Lin Shuer usually wants to help her husband, but she gets kicked out every time, so she can only sit honestly on the sofa and wait for her husband on her cell phone. She opened the microblogging today as usual, and the first thing she did was to look at the hot searches. Without looking, only just glancing at it, she was shocked once again. Hubby! Hubby, look! This time Lin Shuer simply couldn't hold down the excitement in her heart and flew to the kitchen. While talking, she also handed her cell phone to Gu Bai. Gu Bai was in the middle of stir-frying, so it wasn't really convenient for him to look at his cell phone at this time. "Let's talk about it later, or you can simply read it to me." He smiled bitterly, feeling that sometimes his wife's impulsiveness was so cute that she couldn't care less. "Oh yes, I almost forgot. You quickly see Jiangqing side of the Flood Days Sweet Honey Milk Tea Store even directly donated 5 million this next on the hot search, and everyone is clamoring to support it." Lin Shuer this time to take back the phone. The content of the news read to Gu Bai. Listen, the more read the more excited. "Hubby, we're in too much of a hurry for this, right? Sweet Honey's theme song just came out and attracted a wave of heat, and then the headquarters side donated so much money. I just took a brief look at it. Now the Sweet Honey Milk Tea Store's popularity is outrageous. It can be said that it is directly skyrocketing." She felt as if she was stepping on cotton candy at this moment, like a dream. After all this seems to be from the milk tea store they invested in the beginning. To know before this milk tea store has been on the verge of closure, the results of this burst of good things even pile up, and see so many people support. As a milk tea store, as long as it could get the hearts of the people, then it could definitely have a large number of customers. Isn't this great? Gu Bai was still calmly stir-frying, as if all of this was expected. And this once again made Lin Shuer suck in a breath of cool air. She felt that she really couldn't understand her husband more and more. This man seemed to have precognition, and no matter what happened anyway, he would always still have that look of calmness.
Hubby, you couldn't have known about this in advance, could you?
The more Lin Shuer thought about it, the more shocked she felt, and she couldn't help but ask.
How could it be? I'm not an immortal.
Gu Bai didn't expect his wife to think in this direction, so he hurriedly explained.
Lin Shuer's side also felt as if she was a bit paranoid. Perhaps her husband was also just more lucky, coupled with strong analytical skills, so he could accurately analyze what would make money.
As for precognition or something like that, this is too appalling.
And yes, I just casually thought about it, feeling like I was overthinking it.
Right now, this sudden surprise has made Lin Shuer not care so much.
After sharing the news with her husband, she rushed to her girlfriend's group. Lin Shuer, sisters, read the news?
I invested in the milk tea store this time, can really make a lot of money, and I'm afraid that the next good period of time will be too busy, she said excitedly, and couldn't keep her mouth shut while she was talking.
Upon hearing this, several girlfriends were also stunned.
Wu Qiuxin, no way, this is too godly. Before we have obviously carefully investigated, this store is just about to close down. How can it still make a lot of money? Jiadingding, Shuer, now we are sure that your vision is absolutely right. This Gu Bai is really a man of great deeds. He will not be angry. Before we did not trust him. Shui Mangyao, I don't think so. Gu Bai is really a good person. He can take out so much money to help me. A few girlfriends now also began to feel guilty.
It looked like Gu Bai was really giving his wife ideas and didn't want her to fail. They were just being petty-minded.
Maybe up until now, Gu Bai didn't even know about their suspicions, but after doing something like this, they would still feel embarrassed. Lin Shuer, don't worry, my husband really isn't that kind of person, and you guys can't doubt him in the future. Lin Shuer also almost laughed out loud when she saw her sister's sudden self-condemnation. It was still her own husband's ability to directly shock a group of sisters. She also hurriedly explained to everyone. Lin Shuer, well, I won't talk to you guys for now. My husband has already finished making breakfast, I'm going to eat. After speaking for a while, Lin Shuer directly closed her cell phone, leaving the girlfriends in the group even more unable to help but sigh.
What kind of fairy husband is this?
He could make so much money and still cook and take care of his wife every day. I don't know what kind of virtue Lin Shuer has accumulated to be able to find a husband who can't be faulted. Lin Shuer didn't bother to look at those discussions among her girlfriends, but had already turned off her cell phone and sat down at the dining table. Wow, today's breakfast was too sumptuous. She couldn't help but sigh when she saw a table full of colorful and fragrant breakfast in front of her. On weekdays her husband would actually cook her favorite things, but this time it was obviously more sumptuous than usual.
Isn't this to celebrate the fact that the store you invested in has taken off a bit?
Gu Bai laughed lightly, and as he spoke, he thoughtfully peeled the eggs in front of her into a bowl for Lin Shuer. I told my girlfriends about this, and they all think you're really too divine.
Hubby, I feel like I'm really so happy. Being able to meet you should be the happiest thing in my life.
Lin Shuer spoke as she ate her breakfast contentedly. Her cheeks were all puffed up when she spoke, and her voice was still a bit slurred. It looked like a little hamster was really cute.
Gu Bai just smiled dotingly as he watched his wife finish her meal.
Recently, the store should be very busy, the materials have to prepare some more.
Gu Bai originally did not interfere much in this matter. After all, this is the wife's practice store, most of the decisions are left to the wife to decide.
However, in the middle of this suddenly happened such a significant thing, he also said one more sentence.
Good.
Lin Shuer nodded heavily and was about to call the store manager's side when she saw that the small group of girlfriends in WeChat had exploded.
Jiadingding, gosh Shuer, do you know how hot this store is right now? I see quite a few people want to join it.
Shui Mengyao, that's right, before those now none of them want to continue to turn, this is now sweet honey milk tea is really hot, really admire Gu Bai.
Chapter 62, Free Gift?
These are also things that Lin Shuer already knew, so when she heard her girlfriends say this, she didn't feel shocked. After all, her husband was just awesome, there was no doubt about that.
Plus they have already seen their husbands do so many amazing things, by now it can be said to be relatively calm, right?
It felt like as long as it was done by her husband, then whatever it was normal.
Because this person is Gu Bai, anything is possible.
Hubby, what should we do next?
Just continue to run the store?
After determining the stability, Lin Shuer became a bit curious.
It feels like there are a lot of things to do next, and this investment has been successful, so should not continue to engage in the next investment?
Anyway, one thing after another, all pressed on her mind. She could only look at her husband with bated breath and ask.
In addition to this, there was another thing to do.
Gu Bai's side also slightly hooked up the corners of his mouth faintly said, and spoke with a more meaningful look.
This also caused Lin Shuer to be confused for a moment. What else is going on?
She couldn't stop asking her husband, mainly because she was really curious. After all, after thinking about it for half a day, she didn't come up with a reason, right? Now I should go to the mother and baby store to see the sales situation, but I think so far there should not be any sales. Gu Bai still smiled lightly and opened his mouth. In fact, he had already guessed it.
I think it will sell very well. I think it should sell very well, after all, so good use of things is the first time I used. At that time I was stunned.
After mentioning this scar repair cream, Lin Shuer once again came into the spirit and was speaking very seriously again. She really liked this scar repair cream. As a pregnant woman herself, she had despaired when she saw those stretch marks at that time, but she never expected that something like this would appear. This also kind of let her see a little bit of hope in despair. Especially after really using this scar repair cream and slowly fixing the scars. Lin Shuer even felt like she had seen a long-lost light. The reason why she wanted Gu Bai to take this scar repair cream out to sell, on the one hand, is that it can make money, but on the other hand, is also hoping to give those women who also have stretch marks some surprises, right?
You want to go to see? It's a good idea to bring the baby along. Gu Bai smiled gently, and did not go too much to answer. Anyway, wait a while as long as to go to the scene to see the situation will be able to understand. Good, just as I also want to see the scar repair cream has been robbed to what extent. Lin Shuer had wanted to go over there with this mindset from the very beginning. Gu Bai didn't intend to dampen her confidence either. Instead, Gu Bai directly accompanied Lin Shuer to the store. As expected, just as Gu Bai had said, this mother and baby store was still as popular as usual, but in front of this scar repair cream was practically no one. Even empty. Awesome. Even if it is really rare that someone stops to think, to look at a couple of eyes, but also just after looking at the hurriedly left, and did not intend to continue to look down. At the same time there was no intention to buy. What's going on here? Why aren't people buying this thing? Don't many people like to get sick on weekdays? The point was that this was obviously something that really worked, so why was no one buying it instead? Lin Shuer's whole body was bad. When she saw the scene, she sucked in a breath of cold air, not willing to believe her eyes. She had always thought that this scar repair cream would definitely be a big seller. After all, the effect was there. Such an excellent product should have a lot of popularity no matter where it was placed, but why was this happening right in front of her eyes? It was simply incomprehensible. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way she could accept it. Because there was no brand, and there was no advertisement, this was a product that came out of nowhere. If you saw this kind of product, then would you be willing to buy it? In fact, now it seems to be the equivalent of a 3 less product. If it continues like this, I am afraid that no one will be willing to look at it, and this also reflects the importance of advertising. Gosh, I almost forgot about this. What should we do? Hire someone to do an advertisement? Lin Shuer sucked in a breath of cool air, and only after hearing Gu Bai's words did she suddenly remember this matter, and her face instantly became quite ugly again. Because of this matter, they couldn't make any money at all for a while now, and they didn't know what to do. Advertisements naturally had to be done, but that one wasn't the most important either. Gu Bai looked at the appearance, looks quite confident, seems to have thought of a good countermeasure. Lin Shuer had also felt nervous, huffing and puffing to see Gu Bai. After this also relaxed a lot. Anyway, with her husband there shouldn't be any problem. Immediately after Lin Shuer saw Gu Bai went to say something to the store manager, although she didn't know exactly what she said, but the store manager's face changed, and in the end it seemed to be a bit unbelievable. But only after he finished talking to the store manager did Gu Bai rejoin Lin Shuer's side, who was dying of curiosity at this point. Hubby, what did you just say to the store manager? Why do I feel as if that store manager was surprised? Lin Shuer blinked her eyes with a curious face, feeling that the store manager was really out of place. I always felt that my husband should have said something extraordinary or thought of some amazing idea, otherwise the store manager wouldn't have been like this. In fact, that means a little bit of simple trivia. Gu Bai said with a smile once again, yet Lin Shuer became even more curious. However, the store manager's next action finally answered Lin Shuer's questions. The store manager went straight to bring out this scar repair cream, and even printed a sign from somewhere that it was a free gift. After the slogan came out, it instantly shocked a lot of people, and a lot of people were also attracted to this slogan. After all, this is a free gift, no matter where it is, also let a person cannot hold . As expected, this moment has been a lot of people come up, everyone although do not know this sign, but also very want to try to see. After Lin Shuer saw this scene in front of her, she was also instantly stunned, and couldn't help but gulp. At the same time, she was also immediately giving a thumbs up.
Gosh, hubby, you're too good at this, right? Why didn't I think that there was even this kind of way? Chapter 63 Big V helped bring goods. After this free gift, many customers have taken it back. Some of them can be immediately put to use, and some of them put it at home with the intention of trying it out when it's useful. Some of them were for immediate use, while others were to be kept at home to try out when they were useful. Anyway, it was a free gift, so of course everyone had no qualms about it. Gu Bai watched everyone take these things away, and had a relaxed smile on his face the whole time. Right now, people are just not willing to believe in this brand, that is, they need a chance to make them believe, so I just need to be able to put the products into their hands, and they will naturally slowly believe in it. The expression on his face looked quite calm, and at the same time particularly serious. So that's how it is.
Lin Shuer also nodded thoughtfully, then followed Gu Bai and left together.
Their main purpose for coming to the store this time was actually just that, although now that their purpose had been accomplished, they naturally didn't need to stay here too much. After the two people left, Lin Shuer was actually still thinking about it, and also wondered if she could give this scar repair cream a little use this time. Anyway, a lot of word of mouth is actually word of mouth. As long as there is one person who uses it and finds it useful, then there is no need to worry about this later. After all, this is a mother and baby store. In fact, there are still a lot of customers have stretch marks this kind of problem, and after getting this scar repair cream, also thinking about whether to use. One of the bold customers think about it, directly smeared in their scars above. In fact, it did not hold too much hope. Just think that since it is a free thing, do not use for nothing, it might as well just try it. I never expected, just smeared on the stomach feel hot, and then those scars seem to be slowly faded some. Although it is not particularly obvious, but a closer look can still see the difference is more subtle. After all, this is only the first time to use it, can have such a difference, has been considered very powerful. This mom was instantly stunned. The next few days, almost every day on time with this bar clothing and even special photos. As expected, in just a week's time, the scars on her stomach had completely disappeared, and her stomach was smooth as if she hadn't given birth. The original things that were ugly and made her feel inferior didn't exist at all. Even if she wore a navel dress, it didn't matter. Her entire being was stunned, never having thought that there was such a thing.
This instantly also became even more excited, getting up and even couldn't help but gasp for air.
After confirming that all the scars on her stomach had all disappeared, the baby mama even sent out a tweet straight away, posting all about her shooting over the past few days, and also pushing hard for this scar repair cream.
The main thing is that this really works.
For the sake of these scars, she has actually thought of a lot of ways, and has spent a lot of money. This time belongs to the broken pot. As a result, I never thought that I broke the pot. Broken actually can appear this good thing, and the scars are really completely repaired. A little bit of traces are no longer have. She is also considered to be a star. Baby mama on the microblogging has more than 10,000 fans. After posting this blog post, it instantly caused a small sensation, especially in the circle of this baby mom, but also directly circulated. Gu Bai's pricing for this scar repair said it wasn't very expensive, only needing $70 to $80 to buy a repair cream that would make their scars completely disappear, which was too cheap. To know that those who do not have much use repair cream, the prices also easily are in the thousands of up and down, or even only higher. There will not be those who are lower. In this case, there are a lot of people have to run to the baby store, want to try this scar repair cream, whether it is as good as the mother said, so powerful. Over the next few days more and more people purchased the cream, and the word of mouth got better and better. Gosh, I have never seen such a useful scar repair cream in my life. I thought the scars on my face would be with me forever, but they really disappeared. No way, I didn't think about it. How can there be this kind of stuff? If I had come across it earlier it would have been better, then I wouldn't have to feel inferior for such a long time. The key is that this repair cream is also too cheap, right? Before I buy those scar removal things and expensive and difficult to use, this is simply has done the most pro people. Everyone can be said to be a little crazy, meaning, did not think that this thing can be cheap to such a point, or did not think that can be used to such a degree. Therefore, everyone is crazy praise. Even can't wait to recommend this scar repair cream to everyone around. Let everyone know that there is such a good use of things, so that you do not have to bother about those things. In just a week's time, the scar repair cream was already fully alive. During this period of time, Lin Shuer had actually been watching those remarks on the internet. She had felt worried when she came out of the mom and pop store, afraid that there would be no way to spread it if there were too few users. But never thought that among those users there is a big V, and she just happened to be using this scar repair cream, so wouldn't it have already begun to fire up? Hubby, did you see that? I told you this is a surefire. This is finally someone discerning eyes to see that this thing has to be used. I think in a while you have to become a national idol. After all, this thing is so good to use. Lin Shuer spoke with a bit of admiration in her tone.
Yes, it looks like there's no need to worry anymore.
Gu Bai had only just finished saying this when he once again received a call from the store manager. Boss, store scar repair cream suddenly barley now inventory is not enough. I do not know can continue to transfer goods over. The store manager's side has never seen this scar repair cream before, even this is no brand. Originally thought that such a product name is not known, even if it is put into the store to sell. I'm afraid that will not sell out a few bottles of it. The results never thought that the boss just casually out of a small idea, directly let this scar repair cream off the market. Now it's not a question of whether it can be sold or not, but they simply don't have that much stock in the store.
She doesn't even know where to get the goods even if she wants to sell it now. I know, I'll handle this matter. After Gu Bai hung up the phone, Lin Shuer exclaimed once again. Chapter 64 Girlfriends are coming to ask for.
She was listening on the side just now, so of course she could hear the shock as well as the excitement in the store manager's voice.
And now naturally felt very happy. I am very happy to see that you are not going to worry about it.
As she spoke, Lin Shuer was already bouncing around excitedly, not to mention how cute she looked. And Gu Bai also hooked the corner of his mouth, face has been hanging faint smile. In fact, he hadn't been worried about it in the first place anyway, the usefulness was there, so there was no way it would be a problem at all. If he had to say it, then at best it would not be hot, but so what, anyway, there is still the system. As long as you take care of the baby you will be able to get all sorts of things.
West.
In fact, whether this thing is hot or not, there was originally no particular change for Gu Bai. However, just at this time, Lin Shuer once again received a call from her best friend.
Shuer, so big thing, why did not tell us? Gosh, you do not know, we see how surprised.
That's right, it just so happens that my friend has a wound on her body, and has been thinking about how to fix it, not realizing that Gu Bai has such a method that can be much simpler. In fact, I also have a little before the small wound, want to solve all, have not yet had time, if said earlier then I would have bought. Everyone one by one is also looks particularly happy, heard that there can be such a good thing, simply has been laughing. After all, it is not expensive and also good to use, the key is that this thing is Gu Bai took out, that represents an absolutely convincing ability. Lin Shuer followed the phone, listening to the sound of chattering at the other end was also a moment of tears and laughter. A while ago this has just been put into the mother and child store to try to sell, the results did not expect the effect is particularly poor, that is, only in the past few days to slowly get better, so I have not had time to say it to you guys, have been worrying about the sale of things. Her friends also never need to hide anything, so of course, or directly and seriously open mouth said. So it is so you should have said to us earlier, the big deal is that we go to help together to do publicity, so many people in it is difficult not to be afraid of no one believe it? Several girlfriends heard, are also thoughtfully nodded, and then I said very seriously. I didn't think so much at that time, but still my husband is great, a way to directly solve such a big thing, so even don't need me to step in, it's already completely fine. Speaking of this matter, Lin Shuer again cannot help but a burst of pride, after all, their own husband is really unrivaled in any aspect of the great
The first thing I want to say is that I'm going to be jealous again. Where in the world did you get the good fortune to find such a good husband? The first thing you need to do is to hurry up and let Gu Bai stock up, we also want to get a few more bottles, and then we'll help you to recommend them. A few girlfriends heard Lin Shuer again talking about Gu Bai's things, cannot help but open the mouth, everyone chattering, but in fact it is not jealous of it, mainly still think Lin Shuer is really very happy, but also have the vision. As good girlfriends, they are also very happy for their best friend.
Don't worry, already went to stock up, these 2 days should be out of the new, and if you guys want it, I will directly get you a few bottles, is not it?
Anyway, it's not a very expensive thing, not to mention that Lin Shuer is also considered to be close to the water, right?
If it was someone else who wanted it, she probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to help. But this time, she was dealing with her own good girlfriend, so she definitely had to help.
No problem, that's even better.
A few girlfriends originally wanted Gu Bai's side to hurry up and get the goods this time, so if they could get it themselves through this private channel, that would definitely be the best. When they heard this news, several of them also looked quite excited, and even a little impatient. After all, this scar repair cream was on fire right now. However, it was only available at Gu Bai's mom and pop store, so it was completely out of stock. They even looked online, and now it's been directly speculated to sky-high prices, and it looks like if it continues to be out of stock, it's estimated that it'll sell for tens of thousands of dollars online. To know that Gu Bai itself only sells $70 or $80, change hands can be sold to tens of thousands of dollars, and there are really people to buy, this is the most horrible. And this thus also confirmed that Gu Bai was actually able to make more money, it just depended on whether he was willing or not. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shuer then turned her head back to her husband's side. Hubby, scar repair cream should still have it, a few of my girlfriends want it, so I'm also thinking of simply getting a few for them. She blinked her eyes and spoke seriously. After all, they are all girlfriends, so this is certainly to do so. Of course, there's no problem, there are as many of these as you want. Gu Bai also let out a giggle after hearing this. He might not have anything else, but the scar repair cream really wasn't lacking at all. After all, he had already had the factory mass produce it, so he could get it out no matter how much he wanted. Chapter 65 Donation 10 million. The whole internet is shocked. This is which big brother? Gu Bai directly to Lin Shuer took a dozen bottles. After receiving so many bottles, Lin Shuer froze for a moment, but still felt very happy. She gave them to her girlfriends one by one. When they got the scar repair cream, the girlfriends all looked quite excited one by one as well. After all, it could be said that a bottle of this stuff was hard to find now. It had already been speculated into a sky-high price. The key was that even if someone could really offer this price, it wasn't necessarily someone who was willing to sell it. Who wouldn't want to use something that works so well? As for the first batch of customers to get a free trial of the product, but also happy. Who would not have thought that a wave of promotion that happened by chance, to get such an awesome product? Hubby, I've already sent them all those things, what do you think we're going to do now? Lin Shuer previously thought that she needed to think of some more ways to promote this scar repair cream, but she didn't realize that it had exploded so easily. After all, it is really effective, and it is also the only one. However, it was also because the scar repair cream's fire made her seem a bit overwhelmed. The dream that she had been working on before had been accomplished, and now she was surprised that she didn't know what to do with it. There was a more important thing to do. Mentioning this, Gu Bai smiled. What was it? Lin Shuer blinked her eyes with a curious expression, feeling as if her husband's mind was filled with all sorts of marvelous ideas. She couldn't even keep up with the pace at times, and she had to say that her husband was really powerful. That alone has already killed many people, right? Now that we still have $30 million in our hands, I'm going to donate $10 million. Gu Bai opened his mouth indifferently. This sentence once again made Lin Shuer startled for a moment. Do you really want to donate so much at once? $30 million is indeed quite a lot. Even if we really donate 10 million and still have 20 million left, it's actually quite enough. But Gu Bai was in the business of investment. One investment doesn't necessarily cost much, and if the next investment is more expensive, what if the funds in hand aren't enough? She felt that this was too risky, but at the same time, she had an extraordinary admiration for her husband. Nothing, since we can earn it now, we can certainly earn it back later. What's more, I don't intend to use my own name for this donation. Gu Bai laughed lightly, which in turn made Lin Shuer confused. If you don't want to donate in your own name, then whose name is it in which case the money won't really go down the drain? She thought about it for half a day and didn't come up with a reason. Even if one had money, this was not the way to spend it. Although she also very supportive of her husband to do charitable donations, but also did not expect to do charity without leaving a name. I intend to donate the $10 million to the disaster area in the name of the baby. It is also considered to give the babies to accumulate some blessings. Lin Shuer was once again stunned after Gu Bai finished speaking, but at the same time, she couldn't stop nodding her head. She had to say that she had never thought that it could be done like this. Using the baby's name to donate, now there was really no reason to refuse at all. After Gu Bai discussed with his wife, he also immediately made a donation in the baby's name, directly donating $10 million. These donations are available on the website, while the official microblogging will also be thanked. This time the disaster is very serious. Many stars in fact also made donations, but most of the stars are also donated $1 million or so. Even if there are a small number of celebrities, is only a donation of $3 to $5 million. Many celebrity fans were frantically inquiring about the amount of money donated by their own celebrities, wanting to use this figure to publicize their idols. However, as everyone was inquiring, they suddenly saw a donation of $10 million. The names of the donors were Gu Mu Feng and Gu Chang Feng. This name made everyone freeze. It was a name that had never been seen before, and it was neither a celebrity nor some rich second generation or entrepreneur. And still, two people donated together, even directly donated tens of millions of dollars, more than all those celebrities. The key is that this donation did not have anyone to do publicity, really just a quiet wave of donations. Many people see this official website information, are greatly moved. This is the real down-to-earth thing to do. Gosh, it's a donation of $10 million,
Which two big brothers are these? We must find out the two big brothers to properly thank.
Someone took a screenshot of this donation message and sent it on Weibo, and it instantly exploded. The netizens were all searching for them. Everyone to see this low-profile good deeds of the two big brother in the end is who is also want to offer their own thanks. Especially from the people in the disaster area, when they saw this huge amount of donations, but also cannot suppress the heart of the moving.
This is all life for them.
In a moment, the whole network directly launched a campaign to find the most beautiful donor. Mobilizing all the netizens were searching for news of Gu Mufeng and Gu Changfeng.
Chapter 66 Can't Show Young People's Hearts. 066.
Lin Shuer did have a microblog and did record the lives of the two babies on her microblog. The microblogs she sent out weren't really that many, and it never occurred to her that these netizens would actually find her microblog.
Gu Mufeng and Gu Changfeng, aren't these the two people who donated?
It can't be, it's the only one that can fulfill the conditions. The netizens found this to come, people are stupid, simply cannot believe their eyes. To know that is a whole 10 million amount of donation, this is not a small amount of money. To be able to come up with this amount of money at once, I'm afraid that this family is also quite rich. However, these two names were not considered very common, especially when the two names were put together, it would be even harder to find. This was also the only suitable one that came out after they had chosen it for such a long time. Yet it was still two dolls.
Could this really be those two?
The netizens just couldn't find a more suitable one, and it seemed like these two little kids were the only ones. The two little kids who just turned 1 month old donated $10 million directly.
Is there anything more shocking than this?
Everyone was dumbfounded at that moment, and everyone didn't react for a moment. However, the power of everyone was also extremely terrifying. These two names were just small children, their parents were a different story. Soon everyone followed the two small children and found the two people, Lin Shuer and Gu Bai. At this time, everyone naturally discovered that Gu Bai had his own store under his flag, and also had a patent, which was the scar repair cream.
Scar repair cream, I'm not mistaken, is this something Gu Bai researched?
This is the thing that saved my wife's life. If it wasn't for the scar repair cream, I can't even imagine what would have happened. Gosh, although Gu Bai has a lot of stores, but they are all recently opened, to be able to directly donate $10 million, I'm afraid that the family will be emptied out, right?
Everyone picked up on these things and became even more excited.
If Gu Bai himself is rich, then although the donation is much, everyone will just be touched, will not have more feelings. But now Gu Bai himself might have to work hard for a year to earn this $10+ million. Not to mention that these stores have just opened, which means that Gu Bai will probably donate all of his savings. As a young man who had just graduated not long ago, to be able to have this kind of awareness as well as the ability to take action, this was the most admirable thing. Plus, the scar repair cream was already receiving rave reviews and had saved quite a few families. Thus Gu Bai's reputation has reached its most extreme. Everyone hurry up and buy something from Gu Bai's mom and pop store, I've already explored it, everything in there is of good quality and at a fair price. Gosh, we can't let such a young man get cold feet. We have to encourage this kind of young people who are willing to dedicate themselves and are kind. If this kind of people can't make money, then who else is worthy of making money?
Gu Bai's approach directly shocked everyone. The big guys couldn't help but chime in.
For a moment everyone felt that they must let Gu Bai make money, this was the most important thing at the moment. After all, one couldn't let a hot heart like the young man's be doused.
Chapter 67, The business of the mother and baby store is too hot. Within just a few days, Gu Bai is completely on fire. Kind, caring, and low-key. He obviously did a good thing but did not leave his name, only left just over a month of the baby's name. If it is not Lin Shuer have opened microblogging words, they're really difficult to find the source of this donation. After all, a donation of tens of millions of dollars, even more than those top stream stars donated. This donation alone had shocked many people. Everyone dared not imagine what kind of mentality this young man was holding, how much he loved his home, and how kind he was. The only thing they knew was that such kindness should never be allowed to be broken. As a result, everyone began to group up to go to Gu Bai's mother and baby store, and in addition to buying mother and baby products, they were also lining up to buy scar repair creams. However, Gu Bai was unaware of all this. He was still focused on taking care of his baby for the past 2 days and didn't even focus on the internet. It was still a few of Lin Shuer's girlfriends who posted this message in the group. Shui Mengyao, Shuer, did you see that? Gu Bai is on fire, he actually donated $10 million, this is too awesome, right?
Joddingting, I am really convinced that Gu Bai, this young man, is not ordinary. Schwerer looks like you later, that is to enjoy the blessing of life.
Wu Qiuxin, Schwerer, can you share your experience with everyone? How in the world did you find this kind of excellent object? I want to find one too, is there any more?
One by one, everyone couldn't help but talk about this matter, and the more they talked about it, the more impressed they felt. Lin Schwer had just finished feeding the babies their rations. While Gu Bai was putting the baby to sleep, she glanced at her cell phone. Then she saw the message from the group, and was originally a bit confused, but after reading the message all the way through, she understood. Lin Schwer, I also admire him. If it was me, I'm afraid I couldn't do that. Lin Schwer looked at her sister's words of flirtation or envy and replied seriously. Afterwards, she hurriedly went to look at the microblog, and then ran to Gu Bai's side with wide eyes.
Gosh, husband, do you know what I saw?
Her big watery eyes were still blinking that way, not to mention how surprised she was.
The baby is going to sleep, let's talk about it later. Gu Bai laughed lightly, not really caring about that.
Anyway, it's just some news on the internet, but he never cared about that. No matter what the news is, it's as if it has nothing to do with him. Lin Schwer hurriedly made a silent gesture and then silently waited on the side. Gu Bai, on the other hand, tenderly held Mumu in his arms, gently swaying, and singing a lullaby. Mumu originally had his big round eyes open, but as a result, he couldn't even open his eyes later on, looking drowsy. After Mumu fell asleep, Gu Bai picked up Chung Chang and continued to coax him. Soon the two babies all fell asleep, and only then did Gu Bai give Lin Schwer a gesture, and the two of them came to the bedroom together. Lin Schwer couldn't wait and hurriedly handed her cell phone to Gu Bai. Hubby, look, the internet even found out the source of the donations, after confirming that it was you, and now are thinking of using all kinds of ways to support you. I'm not talking about you, even my microblogging were found by them. Now microblogging fans all of a sudden have nearly 100,000, and even a lot of people are in the microblogging under the urge to more it.
Lin Schwer excitedly showed Gu Bai the situation on Weibo.
This was a moment of receiving countless compliments as well as recognition. Even she, who had been raised in the highest regard and held in the palm of everyone's hand, had never felt this way. Therefore, when she saw this appearance in front of her, she really couldn't stop being excited. Lin Schwer hadn't even finished speaking when Gu Bai's phone rang. Boss, there's been a sudden influx of customers in our store, and they're all frantically buying things, causing the store to be emptied.
What can we do? If this continues, we won't have anything to sell.
Gu Bai picked up the phone and called the store manager of the mom-and-pop store. The store manager was both happy and confused when he called this time. On weekdays, although the store business is also quite good, but never hot to such a degree, and this influx of customers are really bored to buy things, after the selection of the immediate payment, although the action is fast, but why the crowd?
If this goes on, the store is afraid that not 2 days will be emptied directly. They are open for business, it's hard not to have peers come over to buy goods. First advocate, let everyone rational consumption it. Gu Bai also did not expect the store manager called over actually because of this situation. For a moment to see this news also cried and laughed. He hung up the phone after saying lightly, and then ushered in Lin Schwer's curious gaze. Husband's store is not what happened.
Lin Schwer also knew that the scar repair cream had been very hot recently, plus Gu Bai was also completely on fire, so it didn't seem strange that anything would happen to the store. Yes, the customer traffic has surged, and now the store doesn't have enough products. Gu Bai cried and laughed and said, this time Lin Schwer cannot help but wide-eyed cannot believe what they heard. No way, the mother and baby goods store covers an area so large, and my own products are very rich. How can it be not enough to use it? This in the end, what kind of bloom can cause this kind of thing to happen? Lin Schwer froze.
Hubby, why don't we go and have a look, okay? I'm really curious.
She couldn't help but grab the corner of Gu Bai's coat and said with a pitiful face.
Chapter 68, Closing the Store, Resting.
Gu Bai has never been able to stand Lin Schwer being so pampered. Besides, it wasn't a big deal, but it was just a trip to a mom-and-pop store, so he naturally didn't even think about it and directly nodded his head in agreement. Afterwards, Gu Bai brought Lin Schwer together to the mother and child goods store. The two of them were stunned when they just stopped the car and arrived at the entrance of the store. Just as the store manager had said, the store was crowded as hell right now, and each and every one of these customers was quite enthusiastic. In addition to the scar repair cream, everything else in the store was swept away by these enthusiastic customers. The store manager saw Gu Bai coming from afar and rushed forward to greet him, and the expression on his face was even more complicated. Boss, I don't know what happened to the store recently, but all of a sudden the customer traffic is amazingly large. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that our store is going to be bought out. From the time Gu Bai received the call to come over the period of 2 hours, and this 2 hours and a lot of customers over. These customers also do not know how to get. He has been in the store door posted on the strip, and even the store's slogan has been changed, so that everyone must think before shopping, never impulse shopping. However, all of this didn't seem to work very well for the customers. These customers were simply impulsive as hell. There were even some people who directly bought tens of thousands of dollars in a short period of time, and there weren't even 1 or 2 of these people. This was simply too crazy. The store had been open for such a long time, the store manager had never seen the customers so crazy. She simply couldn't understand what was going on, and could even say that the more she thought about it, the more outrageous she felt. When she looked at Gu Bai now, it wasn't just admiration. After all, this young man's running of the store was really great. In a short period of time, he had already put the store on more than one level, and at the same time, he had made the store's popularity increase like crazy. The store manager at this time was very sure that the young man in front of him was not ordinary. Gosh, hubby, all these people must have read the reports. It's true that nowadays these news media are really powerful as hell. Lin Shuer also felt sincerely honored after seeing this crowded scene in front of her. These were everyone's affirmations for them. One could only say that Gu Bai had made the most correct choice. Right now, Gu Bai's popularity on the internet was unprecedented, and there was even a large influx of fans. After all, to distinguish those traffic stars, really to this kind of critical situation, those stars donations but only a few. There are even some stars who only donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to compare with their income, just one hair of a cow. This approach has already chilled everyone's heart. The appearance of Gu Bai was unexpected for everyone, but at the same time, it was uplifting. Although Gu Bai was considered rich compared to ordinary people, he was still far from those stars. But he can take the initiative to take out 10 million at this time, and even use the baby's name to make a donation, without even thinking about getting any benefits from this donation. This practice alone had already shocked everyone.
Dare I ask how many people can do this now? Gu Bai looked at everything in front of him and just smiled slightly, still so flat.
Let's close the store for a few days, you guys should take a good rest too.